Chapter 001 Marvel Universe. Earth. Over the Pacific Ocean. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. Ha ha cockroach, all kings, come again. Boom. This figure, the fighting spirit is raging, the whole body is burning with noisy flames, hair is flying, the pale green apron is tied around the waist, and the hunting wind is loud. BROLY. One of the most powerful scions in Dragon Ball. His appearance was like a 10,000-ton nuclear bomb exploding over the Pacific Ocean. Heaven and earth change color. The sun and moon have no light. The entire atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean was rudely torn apart by some kind of invincible force in an instant. Satellites outside space were torn to pieces by this force on the spot. On the surface of the Pacific Ocean, a huge pit 100 miles wide appeared, and hundreds of millions of tons of seawater were suppressed by an unknown force, scrambling to squeeze around. Buzz! And then the whole earth is shaking, shaking, shaking. The earth, as if wailing. Humans and animals all over the world feel heavy in their hearts, as if there is an extremely terrifying thing pressing on them. Breath disturbance, difficulty breathing. Gu dong dong. Countless human beings could not withstand this huge and heavy pressure and knelt down one after another. Asgard, god domain, Odin, the king of the gods, stood up abruptly. His heart was alarmed. He felt a huge power fluctuation from that position on the earth, and that force was so powerful that his heart jumped. This force. Who is on earth? Karmatage Sanctuary. The ancient mage's face changed, and he stood up suddenly, but then felt a strong oppressive force, making his back bend and unable to straighten. Who is this? Dormammu's power invasion. No, Dormammu doesn't have that power. So powerful. The ancient mage clenched his teeth, his hands and feet trembled, and his body was cold. And the entire Karmatage Sanctuary, through the world's major mage temples, suppressing the Earth's dimensional space, is constantly cracking at this time, as if it is about to be broken by that mysterious force at any time. Earth almost can't hold on. On the other side, peerless powerhouses such as Huaxia, Kunlun, Jade Emperor, and Lei Gong also felt this powerful force, and their bodies that were originally standing up straight were also pressed to bend. Who is this? It's so terrifying. They were horrified. SHIELD, the SHIELD monitoring center that has been monitoring the world, sounded fiercely and piercing at this moment, and the lights turned red. Warning, a huge force has been detected over the Pacific Ocean, the specific value cannot be calculated, and it greatly exceeds the limits of surveillance. Level, destroy Earth. Warning, over the Pacific Ocean. Alarms rang out, and the whole SHIELD was in chaos. One-eyed dragon egg Nick Fury was instantly frightened and stupid. In another place, Xavier Youth School in New York, Professor X's face was pale, his nostrils were bleeding, and his heart was shocked, like a candle in the wind. A moment later. Over the Pacific Ocean. Where is this? BROLY didn't wait for the attack of Sun Wukong, Kakarot, and the whole king for a long time, and he couldn't help but be a little dazed, and then found out. Wrong. The environment is not right. After all, his battle with Kakarot and Chuanwang was in the cosmic starry sky. And now how did he run to Earth? BROLY has terrifying strength, and his control of Qi is not small, and he can sense the entire universe. And now, he found that this universe is not the original universe. Which is it? Again. Crossed? BROLY gathered his momentum, withdrew from his Super Saiyan state, and returned to his normal Saiyan state. At this moment, people all over the world suddenly felt that their hearts were relieved, and the huge invisible pressure suddenly disappeared. Ancient Mage breathed a sigh of relief. The Jade Emperor, Lei Gong, and the others wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. Who the hell is this? The ancient mage directly opened the magic door, and appeared in the sky over the Pacific Ocean in the next second, but no figure was found, looked at the sea water flowing backwards in the Pacific Ocean below, and couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. If not stopped, this huge amount of sea water will definitely trigger a super tsunami, enough to submerge or even destroy all coastal countries around the Pacific Rim. The ancient mage hurriedly cast a huge amount of magic to calm the turbulence of 10,000 tons of seawater. After doing all this, I was exhausted. Who is this man? While the ancient mage was working as a hard seawater porter, BROLY's figure had already appeared in New York. BROLY. Raleigh, to be exact. A celestial empire man from Earth. Raleigh. This is Raleigh's second crossing. The first time he crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, became BROLY of Aristar, and experienced Dragon Ball Super BROLY. Then, with the help of Kakarot, he cultivated for more than 10 years, and his combat power successfully surpassed the universe and all kings, reaching a more profound realm. And now, it's the second crossing. And it seems that he crossed with BROLY's body. What world is this? Soon, Raleigh's gaze must have seen a tallest and most stylish building in New York. A few words were written on the mansion. Stark? Stark? Raleigh looked weird. Isn't such a messy building the throne of the King Iron Man Stark? That is, this is Marvel. Raleigh laughed. Now, it's lively. P.S. Well, this is BROLY who defeated the whole king, anyway, invincibility is. Chapter 002. Crossing to Marvel made Raleigh very satisfied. After all, Marvel is still very safe. That's right. Marvel is very safe. As long as there are no buggy characters such as AAO or omnipotent cosmic level, such as the New Life Court, super cosmic level, such as Nemesis, Raleigh can easily hang other Marvel characters. How strong is Raleigh today? Just compare the strength of Monkey King and Vegeta. Sun Wukong and Vegeta turned on the Saiyan God mode and were beaten by BROLY 360 degrees without dead ends. Only after Son Goku and Vegeta turned on the combination mode, they could use BROLY's weakness to beat BROLY to a tie. What level of strength is the Saiyan God mode? That's a minute-by-minute hanging of the universe level. This shows how strong BROLY's strength is. What mutants, in the level of Raleigh, are War 5 scum? Hulk? Thor? Apocalypse? That's a little baby. A little stronger, the Fire Phoenix, may take a little effort. As for Thanos, let them have a good hand. Moreover, there is another point, BROLY's strength is still the strength that has not been trained and fought after a few battles. If you start fighting since childhood according to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, after training, the upper limit of combat effectiveness will be absolutely infinitely higher, and it is not a fantasy to hang AAO, the Court of New Life, and Nemesis. Gollum. Raleigh suddenly felt a rush of hunger coming from his stomach. Suddenly bitter. Hungry again. The Scion has a big stomach king physique, which always keeps him in a state of hunger. Either eating or on the way to eat. It's just a rice bucket. BROLY's physique, far surpassing Sun Wukong and Vegeta, is naturally more able to eat than these two big stomach kings, and 10 cows in a meal is not a problem. Do you want me to eat the overlord meal? Forget it, let's go grab some money. Where to go? Hell's Kitchen? Robbing the rich and helping the poor is a great merit. The next moment, Raleigh disappeared in place. Hell's Kitchen. This is the location of New York's slums, the most chaotic neighborhood in New York, where the drug trade, murder, and arson are constantly staged. And the controller of Hell's Kitchen is Kim Hee. He is the largest underworld leader in New York and even the United States, thoughtful, intelligent, more than 90% of the body is muscle, amazing strength, his underworld network is all over the world, often fighting superheroes such as Daredevil, Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men. This is an extremely murderous and powerful supervillain in Marvel. And today, a visitor came without a notice. You are Kim Hee. Raleigh walked idly, seeing that the notorious gangsters were nothing, calmly walked into the center of Jinhee's lair and came to Jinhee. Jin is not very tall, with a large waist and a rounded waist, but his height is still a lot worse in front of BROLY. Who are you? Jinhee's face was cold, and his small and narrow eyes narrowed, appearing extremely fierce and cold, like a poisonous snake, and at the same time secretly vigilant in his heart. At this time, those gangsters woke up and ran over, surrounded BROLY, and all the guns in their hands were pointed at BROLY, the intruder. Yellow-skinned monkey, this is not the place you should be. Dare to trespass on the location of Jin and the adults, damn it. One by one, they looked at each other coldly, and as long as Jin gave an order, they shot BROLY on the spot. Yellow-skinned monkey. The corner of BROLY's mouth smiled coldly. BROLY's body is the body of the scion BROLY, an Asian face, that is, a yellow-skinned monkey in the eyes of the American imperials. Asian faces have a very low status in the US imperialism, below whites, blacks, Latinos, and Middle Easterners, and can be called the bottom. He originally only wanted to grab money, but this time he became murderous. Although he crossed twice, BROLY still remembered that he was a Chinese, and what he hated the most was that others discriminated against Chinese. You all deserve to die. A coldness burst out of BROLY's eyes. The surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted, and all the gang members suddenly felt that they had fallen into a huge ice cave, freezing cold. Frightened, one of the gang members shouted in horror. Fire! Kill him! Abrupt. Countless bullets poured into BROLY's body, and as a result, BROLY's skin was extremely hard, like King Kong, and the bullets hit it directly squeezed and deformed, and could not hurt BROLY at all. Bullets! BROLY smiled mockingly. This thing, even his skin can't be broken, and you still want to deal with him? How is that possible? What the fuck? Several gang members were taken aback. Go and die. BROLY let out a low sigh, his voice like the whisper of hell's death. Rumble. BROLY's body erupted with a huge chi. All the gang members instantly seemed to be hit by a high-speed locomotive, collapsed their chests on the spot, vomited blood wildly and flew out, and died on the spot. BROLY's power is too strong, even if it is just an explosion, it is enough to kill these people. Click. As BROLY's explosive power rippled, the entire Jinhee building began to shake wildly, cracking in all directions, trembling, and wailing, as if it was about to disintegrate at any time. BROLY gathered his breath, glanced at those corpses lightly, and stepped 10 meters to Jinhee, who had fled dozens of meters away. I have to say that Jin is really cunning and alert, and he quickly fled if he found out that something was wrong early, but unfortunately, even if he is strong and escapes quickly, how can he escape BROLY's palm? Where are you going? Jin's 300 or 400 pounds of body was directly lifted up by BROLY's neck. I'm going to find someone to serve you, my lord. Jinhee swallowed his saliva and struggled to squeeze out a kind smile, but his face was big and his eyes were small, and even the kind smile seemed extremely vicious, enough to scare a child. Chapter 003. Jin is not a bottomless man, and the death of his son has turned Jin into a terrible beast with thoughts of retirement, and he is crazy to take revenge on all his enemies. Almost caused World War III, mainly his opponents were all over the world. After calming down, he finally realized that as a king, especially the king of the underworld, he could never get a normal life, and his family wife was a stumbling block to his hegemony. Knowing this, Kim kills his own wife with his own hands. BROLY hated this kind of person from the bottom of his heart. Ask you a question, BROLY said with a smile. My lord, may I ask? Asked Jinhee with a low eyebrow. 2 numbers, 1 and 2, which one do you prefer? I don't like both 1 and 2, Jin swallowed his saliva and weakly said an answer. He felt that this question was a trap, and it was estimated that whichever answer was wrong, so he simply answered the third answer. You're so smart, it's just like I thought. BROLY sneered and pressed Jin's head. Gently press. Click. The entire skull was pressed directly into the chest. After all, there can only be one smart person in this world. BROLY chuckled and casually threw Jin's body on the ground. Next, it's time to find the vault. As a New York gang leader, Jin He's inventory should be quite a lot. He found a few gangsters, forced to find out the whereabouts of the vault, and then punched open the door of the vault that claimed to be the hardest carbide in the world, more than a meter thick. Holding a super bag taller than a person, it contained a lot of money, gold bars, diamonds, and stuffed it into the bag. Then leave Kim Junction building. Soon after, Kim Hee's gang members discovered that Kim was dead and the vault was also broken, and a turmoil began to break out to grab assets and power, and the entire Hell's Kitchen neighborhood fell into chaos. 5 kilometers away, in a huge dining room, BROLY carried the super bag and walked through the door of the restaurant. Find a position, knock a sound, the bag is placed on the ground and makes a dull sound. Waiter, order. Sir, what do you want? The whole menu, all 10 servings. By the way, 100 servings of steak. Hey! Oh what? I have money. Go and order, I'm so hungry. BROLY opened his pocket and revealed piles of dollar bills inside, like a hill, quite spectacular, at least millions of dollars bills. The people around them whispered in an uproar, and they all looked over, their eyes were hot, and there were a few sneaky people with greed in their eyes. BROLY didn't bother with the others because he was watching a wall-mounted TV with news about global earthquakes. Half an hour ago, there was a strange earthquake all over the world, affecting a wide range, ranging from magnitude 1 to 6. According to scientists, the earthquake was triggered by a mysterious explosion in the Pacific Ocean, and it is likely that the country in the east was conducting a nuclear explosion experiment. According to the latest information obtained from the U.S. Department of Defense, all satellites over the Pacific Ocean have been destroyed by mysterious forces, and it is not ruled out that the hands and feet of the east are moved. BROLY watched the female host on TV talking, only to react that when he had just come to Marvel Earth, a careful release of 2 powerful forces caused the Earth to shake and cause a global earthquake. However, BROLY saw that this female host did not leave the eastern countries, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. No matter which world, the US imperialism must promote the theory of the eastern threat. The culprit is Lao Tzu. Have the ability to catch me. At this time, the waiter brought a fragrant steak in front of him. It looks delicious and tender, smells dry and fragrant, and the fragrance burrows into the nostrils, making the already hungry stomach more grumbling. Protested. A whole piece is thrown into the mouth. Delicious. BROLY's eyes lit up, and he ate it in a few strokes. The restaurant continued to serve, and BROLY quickly ate it, and soon there was a large stack of plates on the table. After 20 minutes, the dishes had been folded half a meter high. The surrounding customers shouted monsters in their hearts. It took more than an hour for BROLY to finally fill his stomach and feel a lot more relieved. After eating and drinking, BROLY paid and left, and this meal ate more than $20,000. This belly can be called a gold-swallowing beast. Out of the restaurant, BROLY felt that several figures had been following behind, probably wanting to rob. BROLY chuckled and slipped into an alley. Soon 4 tattooed gangsters came in with sticks. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hurry up and hand over the money in your pocket. BROLY's face turned cold. Yellow-skinned monkey? You white-skinned pigs! Die! BROLY's hand slapped a gangster's head. Click! The entire skull was directly exploded. BROLY frowned, and flicked his blood-stained hand in disgust. A minute later, BROLY left the alley with an extra wad of dollar bills in his hand. $4,000. BROLY couldn't help but sigh that it was too easy to make money in the US imperialism. Soon after, the 4 bodies in the alley were found, and then called the police, and not long after the police car roared to arrive. Seeing the bloody scene of the 4 corpses, the policemen were scared into a cold sweat and quickly sealed off the scene. Over the next few days, BROLY became super rich. Bought a real ID named BROLY. Bought a villa in downtown New York with a big yard and a big swimming pool and in downtown New York. Then bought another sports car and had time to go for a ride. Hired 7 or 8 chefs, both Chinese and Western, to make him a variety of delicious food every day. There are cars, houses, money, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, all of which have been solved. BROLY has officially settled in this world and become an official Marvel Earthling. This invincible day, beauty, and nourishment. BROLY lay on a beach chair by the pool, soaking the sun, drinking the iced fruit tea carefully made for him by the elegant and beautiful chef, and enjoying it. Ding dong! 10,000 Realms Avenue invites you to join the Heavens chat group. A voice sounded in his head, and then a hovering box appeared in front of BROLY's eyes. Poof! BROLY's eyes widened and a mouthful of water spurted out. Wang Defa! What the heck? Heavenly chat group? How could there still be such a thing? Okay. I'd rather see what the hell this chat group is. BROLY is bold and not afraid of any traps at all. The next moment, a QQ group appeared in front of his eyes, exactly the same as the QQ group on Earth, and even the interface did not change. Xianba, LV2 welcome newcomers. Meet me quickly. Forked Man JPG. Ubuckin, LV1 welcome new people to join the group. Funny JPG. Loki, LV2-3 newcomer burst photos, burst 3 measurements. Funny JPG. Batman, LV1 newcomers join the group, remember to send red envelopes, otherwise the chrysanthemum will not be guaranteed. Meet the top 10 bosses. Tony Stark, LV0 what? Level 10 top boss. Lie down and meet the big guy. Holding your thighs can cook, laundry can warm the bed JPG. Uchiha, LV3 level 10 top boss, lying groove, I thought it was the strongest. Shock JPG. System, Xianba has withdrawn a message. System, Loki has withdrawn a message. Xianba, shivering JPG. Loki, shivering JPG. Tony Stark, he withdrawal is useless, screenshot made. Big guy, I'm going to snitch. Xianba, shivering JPG. Loki, shivering JPG. BROLY looked at the list of group members. BROLY, LV10. The others, the strongest are just Loki LV3-4. BROLY Wangtian, sure enough, am I invincible? Chapter 004. BROLY took a look at the chat group and found that it was still a new group of people, with not many members, only 6 people. 6 people, all of whom BROLY had heard of. Xianba should be the bad old man in the storm, Ubuckin should be in the smiling rivers and lakes, Loki? Is it the Marvel Universe? Or is it the evil god of true Norse mythology? Batman, DC Comics character, Uchiha Madara, needless to say the tragedy in Hokage, Tony Stark. Groove. Big. BROLY was stunned, isn't this guy Marvel forcing King Iron Man? BROLY opened Stark's group avatar and found that it was indeed the Forced King, but he seemed to be quite young, and he didn't know if he had become Iron Man. Oh, no. Could this Stark be in the same cosmic space-time as where I am now? BROLY looked at the most conspicuous Stark building in New York in the distance, and if Stark was in the same world as him, it would be fun. BROLY looked at Loki's group avatar again, it was the Loki of Marvel, the weak chicken god who was repeatedly beaten by the Hulk. BROLY typed in the chat group, "Good afternoon, sand sculptures. Big guy fork waist JPG. Send." Instantly, the chat group came alive. Xianba, meet the big guy, I'm Zioba, in the future, the big guy needs me to do something, just order. Lick the dog JPG. Tony Stark, meet the big guy, I'm a little bully, and if the big guy needs me to do anything in the future, just give orders. Lick the dog JPG. Loki, meet the big guy, I'm little Kiki, what does the big guy need me to do in the future? Just give orders. Lick the dog JPG. Batman, meet the big guy, I'm a little bat, and if the big guy needs me to do anything in the future, just give orders. Lick the dog JPG. Uchiha Madara, meet the big guy, I'm Uchiha Madara. BROLY was unable to complain. Sure enough, human beings are repeaters, and the number of words is also water. Only Uchiha wants to make a face. You Buckin, meet the big guy, I am Xiao Yu, swear to be the big guy before and after the saddle, follow the left and right, be born into death, go up the knife mountain and go down the sea of fire, omit 52 idioms. BROLY, you are really different from other demon cheap goods, 666, thumb JPG. The other's eyes were red. Unexpectedly praised by a level 10 boss, jealousy made them unrecognizable. At this time, a red envelope appeared in the group. Xianba, big guy, this is a red envelope for you, a small meaning is not a respect. BROLY subconsciously lightning speed point red envelope. Group system, you received Xianba's personal red envelope and obtained 20 items blood bodhi. Xianba, this blood bodhi can be regarded as a cultivation treasure in my world, but with the strength of the big guy cultivation, these treasures are just ordinary fruits, but fortunately, it is better than fresh and delicious, it has an excellent taste when eating, and it also has the illusion of flame when taking a bite, it is very peculiar, please taste it. BROLY looked at the blood bodhi in his hand. It was about the size of a pigeon's egg, and its body was red and glowing red, as if there was a flame burning inside. One bite down. A liquid like a flame filled the entire mouth with an excellent fragrance. BROLY's eyes lit up. Delicious. Not bad. BROLY in the group, it's good, this fruit is delicious. Xianba is overjoyed, it's good if the big guy likes it. I will plant more in the future, and strive to supply the big guy for a long time. BROLY nodded, I have the heart, there is time, I will go to your world and sit down. The hero is overjoyed, the top boss of level 10 said to come, it's great. When the other group members saw this, they were jealous and red-eyed, lying in the groove, why did they forget to send red envelopes to lick the big guy? Hurry up! The level 10 big guy definitely can't look at the cultivation exercises, weapons, props, money and the like of these little brothers, and it is estimated that fruits and the like will be more suitable, or pets. In this way, a series of red envelopes appeared in the group. BROLY clicked. Then harvest a bunch of fruit. BROLY laughed one by one. Especially Luo, it is not a fruit, it is a spirit fruit, all of them exude a strong aura, and they taste great to eat. Uchiha, I'm sorry guy, my soul is now frozen in the netherworld, I can't move, and I haven't eaten, so I can't send you red envelopes. Group friends, Lao Tai 666, you can still chat when you die. Uchiha, 666 yarns, it's so boring, if it weren't for this group, I would be bored and crazy. BROLY looked at Uchiha's words, he should have been dead, and he had not been reborn by the dirt. At this time, BROLY remembered something. BROLY, I happen to have a Tony Stark in my world, I don't know if it's you. Stark, surprise JPG, there's a Tony Stark there, too. BROLY, there is one, and it is very coquettish, I will take a picture of you to see if it is familiar. Luo used the group photo function to take a picture of the Stark industrial building in the distance and sent it to the group. Stark, Groove, isn't this my building? Could it be that the big guy and I are in the same world? Eat a pound JPG. At this time, Marvel Cinematic World, Earth 199,999, Stark Industrial Building. Tony Stark was absent-mindedly patrolling the various departments of the weapons department, occasionally drinking the Heavens chat group. Suddenly, he paused in his steps, and a look of horror appeared on his face. How is that possible? It's the same world as me. Obady next to him looked at Tony Stark in surprise. Tony, what happened? Tony Stark ignored him and left quickly, leaving a group of department heads looking at each other and a livid-faced Obady. Soon Tony Stark returned to his own office. "Jarvis, open the map of New York for me, 3D. Right away." "Yes, sir." Soon, a virtual 3D map appeared throughout the office, covering the whole of New York, and building after building was simulated on it. Tony looked at the image in the group while checking the 3D map of New York. Soon, he found the angle to take the photo. "Jarvis, this position zooms in." "Yes, here it is." "Is this a villa?" "Yes." "Check the owner information of this villa." "I found out, the owner is BROLY, who checked in 3 days ago." "BROLY. Raleigh." Tony Stark's hands were shaking a little, his heart was beating nearly twice as fast, and his head was dizzy. "Unexpectedly, in the same world as me. A top boss." Chapter 005. "Jarvis, sir, do you need me to check this person's information?" Tony Stark hurriedly stopped. "Don't. What kind of joke, dare to investigate a top boss? Don't want to live?" Tony Stark said positively. "Jarvis, place an order now, help me buy the best fruit in the world, the best drink, I want to give a gift, it will be delivered tomorrow, money doesn't matter, I just want the best." Jarvis: "Yes, sir." "Sir, you seem to value this bulletin BROLY very much, and there is still someone in this world whose identity can cause you to pay so much attention to, sir?" Tony Stark said solemnly. "Jarvis, no one in this world can gain the respect of my genius Tony Stark, no matter how high-ranking and powerful, no matter how noble the status, no. However, this Mr. Bulletin BROLY is a very powerful and great being, and I need to have a good relationship with him, maybe he can help me jump out of this universe." Tony Stark's gaze was full of fanaticism. Jarvis. It was a little confused and didn't understand what Tony Stark meant. The next day. The weather in New York is clear and clear. Raleigh swims in the pool inside the villa. Swimming is a great sport, even for Raleigh. After crazy transformation and crazy improvement of strength, Raleigh will always encounter embarrassing situations that are too strong to control perfectly, such as he is easy to accidentally crush the glass, such as he is easy to smash the dining table. He needs to settle down and digest the huge power after the crazy ascension. Next to the pool, several Western and Chinese chefs, with the help of servants, were busy preparing lunch for Raleigh. Now these chefs, housekeepers, and servants have now deeply seen the horror of Raleigh's food consumption, and one meal can eat a cow, so every morning, lunch, dinner, and supper require them to pay a lot of energy to complete, every day tired into dogs. Fortunately the salary is enough, $100,000 a month. Soon, 10 delicate roast geese were placed in front of Raleigh. Smelling that fragrance, Raleigh couldn't help but growl in his stomach and let out a cry of hunger. Actuate. Eat. 10 roasted goose under the belly and slightly cushioned the belly. At this moment, the beautiful butler came to Raleigh. "Boss, there is a visit outside the door, it's Tony Stark." "Let him in." "Hey." The beautiful butler was shocked, "But Tony Stark, don't you need to go out and greet you?" "No need." Raleigh waved his hand, thinking in his heart to change a female butler, this female housekeeper can't do it. "Okay." Soon, Tony Stark walked quickly into the villa, saw Raleigh in a bathrobe, and immediately walked over in surprise, and then bowed respectfully. "Meet the big guy. This is the unique name of the Heavenly Chat group, and Tony Stark has learned to use it alive. Sit down." Raleigh nodded slightly. Stark glanced at the cooks, and decided that Raleigh should be a person who likes to eat, a foodie, and was overjoyed. "Big guy, this is the fruit I collected from all over the world, and the drink." Tony Stark introduced the things he brought over flatteringly. "This beer is brewed with 10,000 years of pure water melted by the icebergs of the Arctic glaciers, there are only 5 in the world, and the taste is amazing." This is a kind of marine fish eggs collected at 3,000 meters under the sea. After listening to it, BROLY nodded with satisfaction, not bad. When the surrounding cooks, servants, and housekeepers saw this scene, their jaws dropped in shock. Oh my god! Is this still the Tony Stark who is not afraid to drag the sky and even the president does not let go? What's he doing? Is he currying favor with our boss? That enthusiasm is definitely flattering, that's right. That's Tony Stark. So the question is, what exactly is the identity of our boss? What made Stark so stammered? These cooks and servants have completely collapsed their three views and are blind. Stark was excited at this time, he really is in the same world as the big guy, so isn't he the first little brother of the big guy? The other scum in the group is probably broken with envy and jealousy, right? Thinking of this, Stark showed off in the group, ha ha ha, I am in the same world as the big guy, what a fate. Zionba. You buckin. Loki. Batman. Uchiha. Jealousy is beyond recognition. I really want to go through the world and beat up this Stark slut. BROLY glanced at Stark's chest, did not see the reactor furnace. It seems that the plot of Iron Man has not yet opened. Stark is still that unreliable playboy, has not yet become the superhero forced King Iron Man. No wonder it is LV1, even Batman is not comparable. Since I already recognize him as a little brother, as a big man, should I remind him that there will be a crisis waiting for him in the future? Finally, BROLY shook his head and dismissed the idea. That incident, although it was Tony Stark's life and death crisis, was the opportunity for him to be resurrected. Without this incident, perhaps there would have been no later Iron Man. Let it be. Chapter 006. For the next few days, Tony Stark came basically every day, each time bringing a bunch of delicacies flown back from all over the world to Raleigh. The two were idle and bored to chat, and they were also familiar with a lot. But at this time, there were also some strange people outside the villa, and Raleigh could sense a lot of visiting and monitoring eyes. Who is it? And this situation cannot be concealed from Stark, who owns Jarvis. Stark is not a law-abiding person, hacking is commonplace, and soon Jarvis finds out who these people are. Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency? What department came from? Stark looked dazed. Upon hearing this name, Raleigh suddenly appeared. Isn't this SHIELD? Raleigh thought of that brine one-eyed dragon. It should be the brine egg in power now, right? There is also the former director, who seems to be a Hydra person. Forget it, it's none of your business anyway, it's better to watch the play. Just when Raleigh was living a small life leisurely and teasing the newcomers in the group from time to time, SHIELD couldn't sit still after a few days and went straight to the door. The person who came was a female agent Carr, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's face managers. When she arrived, she happened to see Raleigh gulping against a huge leg of roast lamb, a whole kind that gnawed directly. Glancing at the various bones scattered next to Raleigh, piled up into a hill, the corners of Carter's mouth couldn't help twitching. According to the intelligence obtained from recent surveillance, this mysterious man named BROLY is powerful enough to eat nearly a ton of food in a day. She also thought that the intelligence agents who were monitoring had broken their brains, but now it seems that their brains are not broken. Hello, Mr. BROLY. What department do you say you came from? BROLY asked as he ate. It's the Bureau of Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics. What's the land? Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Defense for what? Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Cart gritted his teeth. Attack what? What kind of bureau are you guys? The name is too broken, and it's too far worse than Huaxia's Dragon Group. Raleigh laughed. When he used to read every protagonist who crossed Marvel in the novel and met SHIELD, the first thing he did was to tease the full name of SHIELD. Raleigh simply tried it and found it really interesting. Carr's chest was blocked, a little cranky. At the same time, I was thinking in my heart that when I went back, I must apply to my superiors to change this broken name. Soon Cart forcibly calmed himself down. Mr. BROLY, here's the thing, about your true identity, we want to know, although you have an ID. Well, fake, and you suddenly appeared in the United States, we can't find any information about you before, for all strangers who come to the United States, we need to know. Oh, my true identity, in fact, I am not afraid to tell you, I am Stark, his distant cousin. Stark can testify for me. Raleigh is serious. Carter was tempted to spray Raleigh's head with a mouthful of salt soda. What an eye-opening nonsense, Stark's distant cousin. Stark is our key target of SHIELD, and his family lineage is clear, and he is not as distant as your Asian distant cousin. Carter took a few deep breaths and suppressed the irascible villain at heart. Please sir, don't joke, Stark doesn't have any distant cousins. Raleigh's eyes widened. You don't believe it? I called Stark over and asked him to testify to me. Carter. Soon, Stark arrived on a plane. When he saw Raleigh, he looked respectful. Big guy, tell her, am I your distant cousin? Stark looked at Carter, then at Raleigh, and finally thought about it. The big guy is not my distant cousin, but my distant cousin. Don't dare to recognize your cousin. The level 10 guy recognizes his cousin himself. I'm afraid he can't bear it. It's better to recognize his cousin. Raleigh wondered, is it a distant cousin? Stark nodded seriously, that's right, it's a distant cousin. Raleigh realized, it seems that I remembered wrong, not my cousin, but my cousin. Stark greeted, hello, cousin. Raleigh replied, et. Carter looked at the entire recognition process, and was unable to complain. When you open your eyes and say nonsense, can you give me a little heart? Stark looked at Carr, this beauty, this Mr. BROLY is my distant cousin, you see, this is a certificate from the New York Police Department, I brought it. Stark presented a certificate. Carter glanced at it. Wild dizziness. It was really a certificate from the NYPD. It also smells of ink, new, just printed, hot like that. Just got it from the NYPD, right? No, it should have been sent to Stark by the NYPD himself. As soon as he thought of this, Carter couldn't wait to teach the scum of the New York Police Department a lesson. Carter took a few deep breaths, and finally suppressed the irritability in his heart. Mr. BROLY, then let's talk about your other thing, about your illegal income. Raleigh raised his eyebrows. Wait, what illegal income? Carter, naturally, the money you bought a house and a car, as far as I know, was snatched from the vault of Hell's Kitchen. At this time, Stark jumped out again. How can you stain people's innocence out of thin air? This money is my gift to my distant uncle. I sent hundreds of millions to my cousin. Kateo headed, yes, you have to talk about evidence when you say these things, otherwise I will sue you for slander. Stark followed up, I have a team of lawyers, I will definitely help your cousin win the case. Poof. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. P.S. Caught is harmonized, only caught. Chapter 007. Carter glared at Stark angrily, and wanted to tell Stark, do you know that your dad is one of the founders of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and you are a potential teammate of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and now you are always against our Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Anti-Bone Boy. Carter was a little furious. Stark's eyes lit up at this time, and he realized that Cart turned out to be a beautiful woman. Immediately made a dashing gesture, beauty, have a free appointment at night. Kati took a sip, scumbag. Turned around and left in a huff, glaring at Raleigh and Stark before leaving. After Cart left, Stark's face returned to serious. Big guy, what kind of game is this, do you want to warn them? Stark thinks he has this confidence, in addition to not daring to abuse dogs and cats, he even dares to scold the FBI, CIA, and everything, and are afraid that you don't know the Dragon Set department that ran out of nowhere? BROLY chuckled, it's time to teach a lesson. Stark patted his chest and said confidently, it must satisfy you, big guy. He has already thought of no less than 10 ways to trouble this so-called Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. BROLY smiled in his heart, Stark is in trouble with SHIELD, presumably the brine egg will be a headache. Well, the egg hurts. At this time, the group shook for a moment. Uchiha, ha 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 guys, dear friends, I have been reborn and resurrected by filthy soil. I have been planning a world peace plan for more than 50 years, and finally I am about to carry out the final step, and in the next few days, I will prepare for a thorough big move, unleash unlimited monthly reading, drag the whole world into a dreamland, achieve world peace, and there will be no more strife, no more contradictions, and a happy life for everyone. Today will be the last big battle, big guys and friends, are you interested in coming to watch me and the world as enemies? Xianba, dead life, Ban Yi actually cheated the corpse. You Buchan, enemy of the whole world? Madara, I'm convinced. Loki, Madara gives you 666. Batman, is there really world peace in the world? I'd love to know more about your plans. Tony Stark, the world of utopia, I think, should not exist. BROLY knew the timeline of the Hokage world through these words said by Madara. If the plot is not crooked, Madara will then have a big battle with the entire ninja world, and then Uchiha takes the soil to break through the 6 levels, and then is defeated. Madara seizes the Eye of Reincarnation, breaks through the 6 levels, suppresses the whole scene, and is beaten into a pig's head by Hakimankai, and finally absorbs the divine tree, is black to yin, and finally completes the male-female transformation and becomes Kagaya-hime. Thinking about the process, BROLY sympathized for a second. No, he is now my little brother, how can I help him? BROLY, you should not have met in reality, or take this opportunity to meet together. Xianba, agreed. The first time I saw the big guy in reality, I was a little excited. You Buchan, agreed. The first time I saw the big guy in reality, I was a little excited. Loki, agreed. The first time I saw the big guy in reality, I was a little excited. Batman, agreed. The first time I saw the big guy in reality, I was a little excited. Tony Stark, agreed. The first time I saw the big guy in reality, I was a little excited. Therefore, human beings are repeaters and water injectors. Hokage world. Uchiha looked at the news in the group, and his heart was excited. This is the first time since the establishment of the group that group friends have met in reality, and more importantly, the level 10 boss will also come this time. Uchiha Madara stood on a tall rock, next to a bandaged man, and below, there was an army of ninja realms, more than 100,000 people, densely packed. Humph, wait for you to have a chance to meet the big guy, this is your honor, cheap for you. Uchiha thought arrogantly. At this time, the more than 100,000 ninja realm army below looked at the figure wearing Warring States armor on the giant rock, and they were shocked. Could it be that he? House. Wisdom. Wave. Spot. The third generation of Tokage Oniki gritted his teeth, and at the same time his heart was full of worry. Uchiha is really resurrected. He is strong, can we defeat him? At this moment, Oniki's heart was shaken. The other ordinary ninjas did not recognize the figure on the giant rock as Uchiha, but as soon as that figure appeared, the terrifying momentum emitted was like a tsunami, like the end of the world, and the noisy horror pressed on their hearts. Who is this? What a powerful aura! He. One by one, their faces turned pale, and they looked at the majestic figure of Uchiha in horror, and sweat was constantly bubbling on their foreheads. Uchiha looked at the ninja army below, revealing a look of contempt. Chicken wagger. After I greet the big guy and the group of friends, I will sweep up your garbage. Inside the group, a prompt appears. Uchiha invited you to enter the ninja world, yes/no. The group of friends clicked yes. The next moment, they disappeared into their original world. Chapter 008. Swish. One figure after another appeared next to Uchiha in the ninja world. The hero, burly figure, rough face, exudes domineering air that dominates the world. Tony Stark, suit and tie, with a wicked smile, although poor strength, but extraordinary confidence. Loki, dressed in a horn green robe, is weird. Bucken, a poor leader, dressed relatively low, but fortunately his image is full of points, full of smiles, and gentleness, with a scholarly temperament. If a decent gentleman, it is easy to get people's favor. Batman, dressed in a black bat suit, burly more than the Overlord, the whole person has a dark color, but gives people a righteous and awe-inspiring contrasting temperament, which makes people can't help but look sideways. And the last to enter this world is the most powerful guy, BROLY. BROLY, the top 10 level boss in the group, saw him wearing a bohemian bath towel and a domineering cross drag, although his expression was lazy, but it gave people a mysterious and great illusion. Meet the big guy. The 6 people hurriedly bowed and saluted, respectfully, and did not dare to slacken. BROLY nodded, "You're welcome." His gaze glanced at the bandaged man, Pocket. At this time, the bandaged man was also a Pocket, and when he saw the 6 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, his heart was horrified. Who are these people? Why did it appear all of a sudden? Especially the bath towel man, BROLY. Madara seems to be extremely respectful towards the bath towel man. Who is this person? Why does Madara respect him so much? At this time, Loki, Zyonba, and others also looked at the bandaged man, Pocket, in unison. Who is this person? It shouldn't be in the group, right? Haven't seen it. Banyi, this person is your friend. Madara sneered, this person is just a clown, reincarnated me in the soil, and naively thought that he could control me, ridiculous. BROLY waved his hand, send him on the road, so as not to disturb Yaxing, who is watching the play. Uchiha, back to the big guy, it's easy to kill this person, but this person is just a puppet. In fact, behind him, there is a person hiding far away behind the scenes. The stroppy man, Pocket, looked at Uchiha and said confidently, Madara, although I don't know where you people come from, but the rebirth of filthy soil is improved by me, and you can't get rid of my control. Control? Uchiha laughed when he heard this. Can you also control me by reincarnating in the dirt? You don't know anything about my power. After speaking, Uchiha blatantly moved. Seal. A palm slapped on the bandage man's body. Dirt rebirth has various advantages, but afraid of sealing. Uchiha has mastered a lot of the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Dust escape origin realm stripping technique. The body of the bandage man, Pocket, is a second-generation earth shadow, with the blood of dust escape, but when he wanted to cast dust, he found that he failed, only to remember that this is a split body, and the other half has been sealed, so his dust ability cannot be used at all. At this time, Madara's sealing technique had turned into countless runes, wrapped around the bandage man's entire body, and finally completely sucked into a small round ball and disappeared. At this moment, BROLY's sharp gaze turned eastward. Found him. He was too careless, thinking that remote control could go undetected. BROLY sneered. And a purple-black ball of energy that was constantly scattering lightning formed in his fingertips. 50 kilometers away, in a cave, the real Hood jerked his eyes. The corners of his mouth grinned, revealing a weird smile. Interesting, really interesting. These people, the origin is too mysterious, maybe not people in this world. Maybe I can find good research material from them. He's a science madman. When you encounter something new, you inevitably want to study it. He had already set his sights on Raleigh's group. He had an intuition that if he could kill one of them, or get some information from them, it would surely benefit him for the rest of his life. However, just as he thought so, the body stiffened sharply. I felt an extremely strong crisis rise in vein. He had already cultivated into the snake immortal technique, and his sense of this crisis was far greater than before. Not good. The threat of doom. Just as he was about to evacuate, suddenly a burst of white light illuminated his entire world. Everything is white. And then a big explosion erupted, and he felt that his whole body was torn by a terrifying energy. In just 0.01 seconds, his body was distorted in the infinite white light, and finally turned into grey ash, completely dead. A moment later, the original plain area turned into a giant pit 7 or 8 kilometers in size. On the giant rock, everyone only saw that the Raleigh boss threw a ball of light over, and then a violent explosion of white light erupted dozens of kilometers away, and a mushroom cloud 7 or 8 kilometers in size rose flat. Big Guy 666. Endless admiration. Raleigh sighed, the power is too difficult to control, for fear that if I am not careful, I will raise this place to the ground. Zionba, Big Guy, pass TJPG. You Buckin, Big Guy, pass TJPG. Loki, Big Guy, pass TJPG. Batman, Big Guy, pass TJPG. Tony Stark, Big Guy, pass TJPG. Chapter 009. Below the boulder. Tens of thousands of ninjas looked at Raleigh and his group, terrified. Who are those people who suddenly appeared? That explosion just now, could it be that these people made it? Uchiha seems to be quite respectful to that person. We have to be careful, those people on the other side must not be simple. Onaki, Ai, Iai Luo and other 5 shadows, at this time looked at each other silently, their mood sank to the bottom. A Uchiha spot was enough to make them feel tricky, and now it seems that a more powerful enemy has appeared. Onaki gritted his teeth, no matter what, we have to stop Madara's crazy behavior, even if I fight this old bone, I can't give up. Iai Luo nodded solemnly, that's right, you must not give up. At this time, Uchiha Madara on the giant rock stood up. Dear friends, my stage has been set up, I want to go down and warm up for the next final battle. Tony Stark, come on. Zionba, I'll warm the wine, wait for you to come back. You Buckin, one person against 100,000 people, Meng Xin shivered. Batman, although I don't know if it's really righteous, I have to say that Madara is really heroic. Uchiha arched his hand to Raleigh. I'll go too. Jump and fall to the ground. Facing the army of 100,000 ninja realms alone, his expression was still domineering and confident. Here it comes. All the ninjas tensed their hearts. Uchiha smiled. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Slowly approach the ninja army. Here he is. Many ninjas swallowed their saliva wildly, their throats were dry, and their hearts were afraid. One person alone against 100,000 troops, but the momentum completely overwhelmed the opposite, its demeanor, how powerful and domineering, saw the hero on the giant rock and his heart trembling, his eyes were bright. Stark exclaimed, I have the illusion that Madara alone surrounds them with 100,000 of them. You Buckin, the ninja coalition army in front, you have been surrounded by my Uchiha spot, hurry up and surrender. Batman, this is forced, I give full marks. These guys, everyday chat group flooded, Riot learned a lot. As Uchiha advanced, the battlefield ninja began to retreat unconsciously. He's coming. Onaki shouted in panic, don't look him in the eye. The perception ninjas shouted, be careful. Uchiha's footsteps became faster and faster, and suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed into the ninja army. Kill kill kill. Rush rush. The hand-to-hand combat of Xingyun and flowing water dazzled Xianba and others. Uchiha's combat experience is extremely rich, and he has accumulated from the beginning of the Sengoku period to the Shinobi Village period, and he can't even compare to Yuhi. After a short fight, Uchiha felt that his muscles and bones opened up a lot, so he amplified his moves. Sealed. Fire is extinguished. A 100-meter large pillar of flame sprayed towards the ninja army. Water array. Hundreds of ninjas joined forces to perform the same water defense ninjutsu to face Uchiha's super fire extinguishing. Water and fire collided, and the wind and clouds swirled, causing a huge explosion, and countless water vapors filled the entire battlefield, suddenly becoming confused. On the giant rock, whether it was Xianba, Ubuken, Stark, or Batman, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw this perverted strength. Is this the strength of a level 3 boss? So powerful! Stark is the weakest, just an ordinary person, looking at the Uchiha spot below so powerful, he is very envious in his heart. BROLY told them, this level can only be regarded as an appetizer at most, and there will be more powerful later. BROLY remembers this classic battle, where Uchiha directly dragged 2 oversized meteorites down from the sky with the sky barrier's shocking star. That's the clearance technique. And in the end, the 6 spots seem to have used a move to explode the stars, forming 9 Earth explosion stars as meteorites. Below, although Uchiha tried his skills a little, but the ninjutsu power sent out was very powerful, a dragon yan sang, the entire sky was densely packed with flame bombs, and then bombarded the ninjas below in turn. Subsequently, after playing for a while, Uchiha was attacked by Naruto, and directly opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and a huge Susanoo stood up, more than 30 meters high. What is this? Madara 666. Terrifying. Ubuken and the others, one by one, turned into onlookers, shouting 666. Susanoo is too powerful, majestic, and visually impactful, so as soon as it appeared, it shocked a few weak forces. Next, it was Susanoo who abused the vegetables and abused those ninjas to the point where they were turned upside down, and suffered heavy losses. Luoxian Shuriken. At this time, a very pretentious cry sounded in the battlefield, as if his appearance sounded a BGM. A huge spiral pill with a wind blade formed in the hands of a yellow boy. Roliado glanced at it. This guy should be Naruto Uzumaki, right? Broly still has a certain affection for Naruto, a hot-blooded boy with a strong mouth. However, this guy opened a little strongly, which made Broly's favorability a lot lower. When I watched Hokage, I sympathized with his miserable experience, liked his blood, stubbornness, unyielding, and resistance, but in the end, I found that people are the second generation of Enchuan, and they don't need the sympathy of others at all, and that feeling is as uncomfortable as eating a mouthful of siang. And Uchiha is different. Broly initially hated this villain boss, and then in the end found out that Uchiha was the most attractive person. He is a firm and persistent dreamer, who has grown up in troubled times, struggled to find a way to help the world, gained insight into people's hearts and human nature, personally experienced 3 ninja world wars, and also swollen the face between the pillars. To sum up, in terms of concept, there is a kind of fallen angel taste, being in hell, yearning for the idealism of light, much stronger than Naruto's mouth cannon and open hanging. Chapter 010. Broly still has a certain affection for Naruto, a hot-blooded boy with a strong mouth. However, this guy opened a little strongly, which made Broly's favorability a lot lower. When I watched Hokage, I sympathized with his miserable experience, liked his blood, stubbornness, unyielding, and resistance, but in the end, I found that people are the second generation of Enchuan, and they don't need the sympathy of others at all, and that feeling is as uncomfortable as eating a mouthful of siang. And Uchiha is different. Broly initially hated this villain boss, and then in the end found out that Uchiha was the most attractive person. He is a firm and persistent dreamer, who has grown up in troubled times, struggled to find a way to help the world, gained insight into people's hearts and human nature, personally experienced 3 ninja world wars, and also swollen the face between the pillars. To sum up, in terms of concept, there is a kind of fallen angel taste, being in hell, yearning for the idealism of light, much stronger than Naruto's mouth cannon and open hanging. Just as BROLY was thinking about it, Uchiha's eyes turned into reincarnation eyes, and with a disdainful gaze, he directly absorbed this spiral shuriken with a pretentious aura into his body. What? Absorbed? Naruto was completely dumbfounded. His eyes. Why? It became the eye of reincarnation. Okay, the warm-up is over, thank you for accompanying me to warm up, and also let my group friends have a little more fun. Uchiha jumped onto a boulder and clasped his hands together. As a reward for you, now I will give you to see the world. Send you on your way. Sealed. A huge Susanoo sprang up from him. Then another Susanoo, and 2 Susanoo merged together to form 2 faces. BROLY smiled gently, Madara, he's about to make a big move. Zionba, Tony Stark, Batman, Ubucken, all in one spirit. At this time, they saw the 2 blue giants Susanoo seal along with Uchiha. And then... buzz! The sky suddenly darkened. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of ninjas who had suffered heavy casualties suddenly felt that the sky suddenly became overcast, and they all looked up at the sky. Dang! A ninja's knife fell to the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Really fake? What is that? Is it an extraterrestrial meteorite? At least 1 kilometer in diameter, right? Could it be? Is this the power of God? All the ninjas looked at the sky in unison, their eyes wide. I saw that above the sky of the battlefield, a huge meteorite that covered the sky was falling sharply, and before it reached the ground, a huge coercive pressure appeared out of thin air. Just at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a huge air pressure appeared on the ground, which weighed down everyone's hearts. Vast. Matchless. Zionba, lie in the groove. Ubucken, lie in the groove. Batman, groove. Tony Stark, groove. The 4 people, all stunned, were shocked by Uchiha's big hand. This big move, too, is too big, right? Is this the power of a level 3 boss? BROLY laughed, it's not enough, it's just an appetizer. Everyone was completely stunned, or is it just an appetizer? Burst into tears. Probably we are the legendary War 5 scumbags? And the ninjas on the battlefield are even more unbearable, they are all scared and stupid, and they can't even arouse the fighting spirit. If you can still make a move with Madara just now, but now. Tyrn yarn. Such a big meteorite fell down, people don't know where to bury it. Is this still the ninja world you are familiar with? Is this the power of God? The gap is too big to give birth to any idea of resistance. They didn't know that in fact, on top of that huge meteorite, there was a super large meteorite. This is the power of Uchiha. However, at this time, Onoji of the Will of Stone finally rose up to resist and used the art of light and heavy rock to lose most of the weight of the meteorite, but he did not find that there was an even larger meteorite that fell from the sky and fell on the first meteorite. The earth shakes and the wind rises. A disaster like a natural disaster. Tens of thousands of ninjas below, there is not even a place to hide. And as onlookers, BROLY and the others, BROLY directly used chi to open a huge yuan chi cover, wrapping all the little brothers inside, and the heaven and earth crack outside could not hurt them at all. Zionba looked at the battle below and sighed, Banyi's momentum is really strong and strong, one person alone is 100,000 troops, too domineering, although my Zionba dominates the world and suppresses Shenzhou, but compared to Banyi, the gap is very big. Ubucken and Stark nodded in agreement. That kind of extraordinary domineering made them deeply heartbroken. Next, Madara fought with the 5 shadows all the way, from day to night. A full moon, hanging high in the sky. The curtain of the Hokage endgame has officially opened at this time. BROLY, who was eating melons, looked at the moon and showed a weird smile. Chapter 011. The Fourth Ninja World War is divided into many sub-battlefields and stages, and at present, Zhongcheng is involved in the second stage. The second stage, 5 Cages vs Madara, first half, which is underway, Ai, Tsunade, and Terumi arrive on the battlefield one after another after learning the news of Madara, where Gakage assembles and fights Madara. On the other side, Naruto, Kiribi, Kakashi, and Kai are dealing with Mask Obito, who begins to channel the golem of the outer path and prepares to transform into the 10 Tails. The entire battlefield, chaos, explosions, is no different from the blockbuster. At this time, the onlookers A. Tony Stark and the onlooker B. Batman, 2 technology experts, have launched drones to film all this and prepare to go back as a material. However, it is precisely because the battle is too chaotic, Loki, Xianba and these people do not know the cause and effect, so they are a little dizzy to watch. Loki, no, it's too confusing, we need to find a commentator. Xianba, this proposal is good. Stark, Batman, and Ubuckin nodded one after another. BROLY pointed to the east, there is a general headquarters over there, presumably there should be a leader in charge of intelligence, you can arrest him and be our commentator. Loki obliged, I'll come when I go. BROLY couldn't help but remind, be careful, there are still masters there. Loki laughed, big guy, don't underestimate me, I'm a god. BROLY thought of the Hulk and couldn't help but spit out, the god of the weakest chicken. After 10 minutes, Loki grabbed a ninja and came over, it was Narashika Issa, who was the acting staff officer of the Ninja World Alliance. Narashika Issa was full of confusion in his heart. He was good at the general headquarters to command the battlefield, and did not recruit anyone to mess with anyone. As a result, a strange person broke into the general headquarters, directly sneaked in to knock him unconscious, and appeared here when he woke up. He secretly looked at these people. One wears a bathrobe and slippers, very casual, but faintly the center of everyone. There is also a man who wears a strange bat outfit, Batman, a very domineering man, Xianba, a man who looks good at first glance, Ubuckin, and a cynical-looking son-in-law, Stark. Narashikako was in the enemy camp, but as an intelligence officer, he subconsciously analyzed the identities of these people. Result: he couldn't analyze it. These people are too strangely dressed, and they are very incompatible with the style of the ninja world. This worries him even more. Who are these people? Is it really with Uchiha? Uzionjiu is worried about this big war. Yuba glanced at Narashika Issa, this kid, will he really explain it to us? I'm afraid it won't be bad halfway, right? Or I will use my soul-shifting method and make him obey and use it for me. BROLY shook his head, this person's strength should be no worse than yours, I'm afraid your soul-shifting method is not enough. Loki, aren't you the god of fraud? There must be some way. Loki nodded, I happen to have a spiritual enslavement method that can turn him into my loyal servant. Narashikako heard the conversation between the two and broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Soul-shifting Dafa? Spiritual slavery? Loyal servant? He is the acting staff officer of the Ninja Realm Alliance, shouldering a heavy responsibility. If he is enslaved, will he not become a spy for the enemy? Wait. I can. Narashika Issa shouted, but before the words were finished, Loki pressed a paw on his head, and the divine power of the god of fraud rushed away, and soon Narashikaku changed from a violent struggle to calm, and finally changed to obedience, respectfully calling out to Loki Master. Ubuckin, Stark, and Batman, the 3 scumbags, saw the whole process and exclaimed in unison, 666. Next, Narashika Issa, enslaved, becomes a narrator to answer everyone's questions. Narashika Issa, the battlefield here is Uchiha Madara. Ubuckin's face straightened, it's called Banyi. Narashika Issa, Okay. Now fighting against Madara is the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world. Stark, what is shadow? Narashika-isa, Kage, is the strongest in a ninja village. BROLY saw that everyone was dizzy by the explanation, and simply called Narashika-isa, you better start with the history of the ninja world, pick up the key points. Narashikaku nodded, okay, the ninja world was before the samurai era. Samurai are the main force of this continent, and 6 immortals appeared later, leaving the inheritance of ninjas, and then entered the ninja age. The ninja era is divided into the warring states period, countries, races, regions, strife, and then by Senju Juma. Uchiha Madara led the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan united many ninja families in the ninja world and finally established Konoha village, and other areas also. Established ninja villages. At this time the ninja world began to enter the ninja village era. Narashika-isa is a person with a high IQ, clear thinking, and methodically tells the changes of the times in the ninja world. At present, there are 5 major countries on the continent, namely the 5 major countries of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, and the supreme ruler of each country is the daimyo, and there is a powerful ninja village under these 5 countries, which is recognized as the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, which are Konoha, Sand, Fog, Cloud, and Rock, and the leader of the village is the Shadow, which is basically the most powerful ninja village. Wait, Batman Wayne asked curiously, a country, the strength of the daimyo, or the strength of the ninja village? Stark, I want to ask that too. Both men come from the modern world and are still very sensitive to politics. Narashika-isa said, the strength of the shinobi village is strong, and the daimyo are protected by the shinobi village. Batman. Stark. The daimyo rules the ninja village, and then the ninja village protects the daimyo? What kind of bizarre political structure is this? Even Zionba and Ubuken rolled their eyes, although they were ancients. They also felt that this political structure was absurd. Chapter 012. The big battle below is Madara vs the 5 Kages. These 5 shadows are Tsunade, she is the granddaughter of the original Hokage Senjuju pillar, and then there is Kazekage Iera, a strong man belonging to the new generation, and Lei Kji, he is known as the strongest in physical skills in the ninja world, and he is very powerful in thunder. Narashika-isa's explanation continues. Tsuchikage Onaki, the owner of the blood succession, the strength of Tsuki is very strong, and there is another woman, it is Mizukage Terumi. Suddenly, BROLY asked, she still seems to be single, right? How old is it? Narashikaku was stunned for a moment, It's single. He seems to be 26 years old. BROLY nodded, I just lack a maid to bring me tea and water. Everyone understood in seconds, and heard that the big guy was alone, and there were no women around him, and they all showed meaningful smiles. Zionba suddenly thought of his daughter, big guy, my daughter is another daughter, named Yuruo, 28 years old, I dare not say that the sinking fish is falling geese and the moon is shy flower, but it is also very beautiful, if there is no one around the big guy to take care of the living, I can ask her to serve you. Ubuken patted his head, secretly regretting why he hadn't thought of this, and quickly said, big guy, I also have a daughter, named Yu Lingshan, Nian Fang Erkai. BROLY rolled his eyes, your daughters, all of them are big misses, pampered, and take care of me. Will cooking be good? Will laundry be? Zionba, Ubuken sweated furiously. His own daughter is pampered, the eldest lady has a temper, and is spoiled to the sky, in case playing a little sex angers the big guy, it will be a bad thing. However, Zionba and Ubuken did not dispel the idea, but they were thinking in their hearts that they would cultivate their daughter's ability to take care of others after going back, and strive to sacrifice their daughter to the big guy next time. There is no shame in giving a daughter. It is the honor of the daughter to be able to follow the big guy. At this moment, Uchiha, who was fighting with Wu Ying below, began to get a little impatient and directly made a big move. Tree Realm Birth. Click. Countless cracks appeared on the ground at once, countless shoots rose from the cracks, growing wildly, intertwining with each other, and growing into giant trees in the blink of an eye. A moment later, under the sunlight, a shocking scene appeared in a radius of several miles, giant trees coiled between the sky and the earth, lush branches and leaves, and thick vines growing on the ground. Zionba, 666. Ubuchan, 666. Batman, 666. Tony Stark, 666. The five shadows were suppressed at once. Narashikako was taken aback. Uchiha. Madara can actually go away? And it's also the birth of the tree realm of the first adults. Stark asked, what is Muduan? Narashika-isa, Mudun is a unique ability of the first adults, and it is very powerful. The next battle has been continuing. Uchiha continues to make big moves. The birth of the flower tree world, a bunch of Susanoo, throw it out without money, and abuse the five shadows to die and live. If it were not for Kishimoto to open a blood hanging, it is estimated that they would have hung up earlier. Ubuchan and the others kept shouting, terrifying! Terrifying! Narashika-isa! At this time, on the other side, the battle between Naruto, Kiribi, Kakashi, and Kai vs Masked Man came to an end, and after Naruto and Kakashi combined to attack, the Masked Man was broken by Naruto's spiral pill, and the true face of the Masked Man was revealed: Uchiha Obito. Then, an incomplete ten-tailed body appeared. The huge and noisy power of the ten tails filled the whole world unscrupulously, as if to announce its arrival, and many surviving ninjas in the entire battlefield were frightened on the spot. Ten tails appeared. Narashika was terrified. BROLY and the others turned their attention to Obito and Ten Tails. BROLY felt the power of the Ten Tails. If according to the calculation method of Dragon Ball, it should be 1,000 or thousands of levels, overall, it is garbage. Zionba and the others felt depressed in their hearts, and their bodies trembled with suppression. So powerful! While being shocked in his heart, he couldn't help but look at BROLY and found that the big guy was really the big guy, and he was not moved at all. But think about it, for a level 10 big guy, this power in front of him is estimated to not even be a big guy's fur. Loki looked at the incomplete body Ten Tails in the distance with interest. This power, although it is still a little weak, has already had the prototype of a higher power, which is a bit interesting. Loki, as one of the Norse gods, although he is a weak chicken, his combat power is only level 2 to 3, and he can't even compare with Madara, but he has a deeper and clearer understanding of the level of strength than these heroes, so he can recognize at a glance that the power of the Ten Tails is different from the power Madara is using now. Loyally said with a smile, this should be the power that touched the ceiling of the ninja realm, that is, the power of the 6 Dao immortals, the ancestor of the ninja realm, or it can be said the 6 Dao level. The current Madara should still be at the stage of surpassing the shadow level, but it has not yet entered the 6th level. Loki was convinced. That's what the big guy said. Naradir froze for a long time and muttered, 6 levels. BROLY knows that after Madara absorbs the 10 Tails, he will officially enter the 6th level. I don't know how the chat group will evaluate Madara's strength at that time. Is it level 4? Or is it still level 3? BROLY felt that it might still be level 3. The 6 levels are considered to be the top in the ninja world, but I am afraid that they are not enough to reach level 4. Suddenly, BROLY laughed. In his Yuan Chi induction, a force that was indistinguishable from Uchiha's spot came from a distance, extremely fast. After more than 10 minutes, the 5 shadows had been suppressed, and they also felt this power. Very familiar. A familiarity that penetrates deep into the soul. Between the pillars, you are finally here. Uchiha's whole body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Haha burst out laughing. His lifelong friend, lifelong enemy. 20 kilometers away. 1,000 Hands Pillar, 1,000 Hands Gate, Wave Feng Shuman, Sarutobi Sunko, Orochimaru, Sasuke, are rushing in. That's the power of Madara. There was nostalgia in the eyes between the 1,000-hand pillars. But Senjuma's eyes were full of disgust. That's not right. And two powerful forces. So powerful. The face of the 1,000-hand pillar suddenly became solemn. Those two breaths converged extremely deeply. And he had just discovered that he felt that those two forces were so powerful that they exceeded his imagination. Who are they? When did such a character appear in the ninja world? Suzuki forced the king to snort coldly on the side. No matter how strong it is, I must take revenge this time. 1,000-hand pillars. Chapter 013. Madara stopped his hand, jumped back onto the boulder, and looked into the distance, his eyes full of nostalgia and pleasure. Because the 1,000-handed pillar has arrived. The so-called 5 shadows are just a group of local chickens and dogs, so in his opinion, whether or not to kill these people has no impact on his plan. Although the appearance between the 1,000-hand pillars was not grand or noisy, but his powerful power like the scorching sun radiated the entire battlefield, and all the ninjas cheered together after learning that it was the 1,000-hand pillars coming, and their spirits were lifted. Madara, we're meeting again. Senju stood on a huge rock and looked at Madara. Madara also looked at the Senjuku pillar. The eyes of the two met in the air, bursting out fierce sparks. Sympathetic? Love and kill each other? BROLY shouted in his heart, coming, the most charismatic bunch of guys in Hokage. And Yuba and the others, because they had heard what Narashika Issa said about the grudge between Madara and Senju pillars, so the gazes of the two people who looked at Madara and pillar became different. There is a wave of love in the air. The sour smell of the base. Xianba, although there is ethics, why can the feelings of these two people move me? Stark, respectable. Batman, I suddenly felt that it was also good to have such a friendship. Yubukin, Renren. At this time, the brother control Qian Shao became jealous of the foundation between the pillars and the spots, and snorted coldly to interrupt the spread of the foundation between the two. Big brother, people like Madara, it is a scourge to stay. You were too soft-hearted to let him go before, now you look at him, you are going to destroy the ninja world, this time big brother you must kill him. Madara was interrupted by the basic feelings, very unhappy, glanced at the 1,000 hands. In the past, this kid always liked to nag in front of him, this time simply kill him. 1,000-hand pillar, Madara, come on, let me see how your strength is now. Madara, be careful, I'm not who I used to be. The two didn't say much, everything was silent. War. The two rushed towards each other, and as soon as they made contact, they began to exchange fiercely. At this time, Senju looked at BROLY and the others on the huge rock. You are Madara's helper. It seems that they should not be good people. Stark. Xianba smiled, you are a narrow-minded person at first glance, and you actually say that we are not good people. Interesting. Batman and Yubukin feel very wronged, after all, they think they are good people, they do knighthood and righteousness, and they have done a lot of good things, especially Batman, who has always demanded himself in the name of a hero. Now being told that he is not a good person? What a wrong! Forcing King Suzuki to sneer, since these are all Madara people, then kill them all. After speaking, move quickly and rush towards the huge rock. Yubukin. Xianba. Batman. BROLY glanced at Suzuki Force, this guy is the reincarnation of Indra, and one of the important pawns in this ninja realm's endgame, and there must be 6 immortal hind hands in his body. I don't know if the 6 Dao immortals will appear if I kill this person. Am I counting this as a chessboard? As soon as BROLY thought of this, he couldn't help but jump. The old yin of the 6 immortals has been hiding behind, controlling everything in the ninja world, which is worse than the great filial piety of the heavens and earth, and it must be very interesting to lift his chessboard. At this time, Suzuki had already jumped onto the boulder and slashed directly at BROLY, who was sitting in the front. Go and die. Dregs. At this time, BROLY has long cancelled the vitality hood, and the aura converges all over his body, and because of the problem of psion transformation, the combat effectiveness has turned up hundreds of times and hundreds of times, so if it does not change, the combat effectiveness display is very low. At this time, BROLY seems to be an ordinary person. Only between the 1,000 hand pillars can he slightly feel that there is a ridiculously strong person in BROLY's group. And Sasuke is a proud impulsive ghost, who thinks he is very good, even in the face of the god of the ninja world. The Senjuju pillar still looks I'm hanging arrogant. Don't. Seeing that the Uchiha imp actually ran to provoke the group of mysterious people, he was frightened and wanted to stop it, but was taken advantage of by Uchiha to cut off the arm between the 1,000 hand pillar. Pillars, fight me, don't be distracted. Zyanba, Ubuken, and the others watched Sasuke swing his knife and slash at the BROLY boss, and suddenly showed a disdainful smile. The little ghost head is really bold, and dares to offend the majesty of the big guy. The knife fell, as fast as lightning. However, in BROLY's eyes, it was extremely slow. Don't be so anxious to find death. BROLY sneered and flicked his fingertips lightly. A ray of light instantly penetrated Sasuke's heart, exploding a fist-sized hollow. Sasuke looked down at his chest blankly. The whole person fell to the ground and died completely, and a generation of forced kings came to an end. Sasuke! Orochimaru exclaimed. He had always regarded Sasuke as a forbidden one. On the other side of the Ten Tails battlefield, Naruto's body suddenly trembled, feeling that he had lost something important, and tears couldn't help but flow out. But he didn't know what he had lost. In hell, the 6 Dao immortals suddenly opened their eyes. Sasuke? He's dead? How can it be? He has Indra's fateful power in him, who else can kill him? Uchiha should not have this kind of power, right? Who the hell is it? The 6 immortals are in hell, and there is still a world barrier away from the ninja world, and they have not yet found outsiders such as BROLY. However, Sasuke's death brought great changes to this plan, and he couldn't sit still and decided to go to the ninja world. Chapter 015. Sasuke. Hara no Sakura didn't know when or from what corner it appeared, but when she saw Sasuke's body fall from the boulder, she ran over, holding Sasuke's body and crying. Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki also heard the voice, abandoned the battle with the 10 Tails over there, and rushed over. Seeing Sasuke's body, he immediately cried out in mourning. His bond with Sasuke is very deep, not only his and Sasuke's, but also Asura and Indra's, and now as soon as Sasuke died, Naruto suddenly felt a throbbing pain, an indescribable pain welled up all over his body. Who killed him? Uzumaki Naruto roared, and the whole person instantly ran away, and 9 fiery red tails burst out. Naruto, they killed Sasuke. Hara no Sakura pointed to BROLY and the others on the huge rock, her eyes full of sorrow and hatred. It's you. You guys are with Uchiha. Naruto roared angrily, and the whole person suddenly entered the 9-tailed chakra mode, turning into a bolt of lightning and rushing up the huge rock. Loki stepped forward. Big guy, I don't need you to make a move, I'll come. As the third strongest in the group, weaker than BROLY and Madara, Loki stepped forward, and in his mind, as a god, he could not be defeated by a small ordinary human. Loki stood in front of everyone and faced Naruto. Zyanba, come on Loki guy. Ubuken, come on Loki guy. Batman, come on Loki guy. Tony Stark, come on Loki guy. Wave your arms and cheer on Loki. Loki raised his neck, confidently facing Naruto Uzumaki, who was rushing upwards. Humph, weak human beings, before God. Woohoo! Loki was directly punched in the face by Naruto. The whole face was directly deformed, and then the whole person was beaten hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Zyanba. Ubuken. Batman. Tony Stark. Cheering had his hands stuck in the air, and his mouth was stuck in his throat. The air suddenly went quiet. The corner of Raleigh's mouth twitched, really worthy of being a weak chicken god. At this time, Naruto rushed straight towards Raleigh, who was the leader, and his face was particularly hideous under the background of the scarlet clothes of the nine-tailed chakra. Angry. Raleigh remembers that when Naruto vs Nagato in the original plot, because Hinata was defeated and seriously injured, Naruto's anger was aroused, and in the end Naruto reconciled with Nagato. To this, Raleigh said, "Awesome! And this time, he killed Sasuke. Sasuke, Bond Q, is much more important than Hinata, ordinary teammate. I wonder if Naruto will still laugh at the vendetta?" Raleigh was looking forward to it. However, at this time, Naruto's attack was already close at hand. Spiral Pill. The shot was Naruto's best spiral pill, and it was the oversized kind. Humph! Raleigh snorted softly, and a furious force immediately swept towards Naruto. This force was so great that it was actually a shock of the void, and Naruto was directly shocked and flew back, falling hundreds of meters away before it could stop. Abominable! Wind escape Dehu Spiral Shuriken. Naruto, who was full of anger and hatred in his heart, rushed over again. Holding a huge spiral shuriken in his hand, he shot towards Raleigh with a stirring wind blade. It's still too weak. Raleigh's chi surged violently, except for Xianba, Stark, and others who were specially taken care of by Raleigh. The entire battlefield full of holes emitted a painful twisted sound. The ground is directly sunken by 3 feet. The spatial cracks were constantly flashing, as if they could not withstand this force. And the spiral shuriken in Naruto's hand and the tailed beast coat on the body surface were even more disintegrated at the first time. The battle between Madara and the pillar was also crushed at the first time, and he stopped directly. The domineering 10 tails in the distance originally ravaged the ninja army, but at this moment it directly withered on the spot, as if encountering the personal coercion of a higher life, from the trembling of the bloodline. The entire battlefield, all the ninjas, were pressed to their knees by this powerful force, and they couldn't stand up straight. There was a dead silence. Needle. Landing, audible. Eerily quiet. Uchiha Obito's face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. This is... what power? The eyes are full of disbelief. Raleigh shook his head. I didn't suppress it well all of a sudden, and the force I used was a little big. Xianba, Stark, and others. Uchiha Madara and Senjukuma. Ninjas. 10 tails. Scared to pee. Such a strong force? Even to suppress? Who the hell are you? Raleigh collected his anger and once again regained his transformation into an ordinary person. Everyone in the audience suddenly felt light, weakly fell to the ground, and their whole bodies were already sweating. With a move of Raleigh's hand, an invisible force lifted Naruto up, landed on top of the boulder, and knelt in front of Raleigh. Are you trying to kill me? You killed Sasuke, I naturally want to kill you. Even though Naruto was suppressed, he still glared angrily at Raleigh, and his eyes were full of hatred. Senior, please show mercy to your subordinates. Bo Feng Shuman appeared on the giant rock in a flash, trembling and saluting Raleigh. Just now, Raleigh's strength was really scared into a cold sweat, and he was afraid that Naruto would anger Raleigh and be killed by Raleigh. Raleigh glanced at him with a horizontal eyebrow. Bo Feng Shuman instantly felt that the great terror of life and death was pressed down, and the body of the reincarnated soil was collapsing. Raleigh, don't interrupt when I speak. With the pressure on his palm, he instantly pressed Naruto and the 9 tails to the ground, unable to move. P.S. Today's plot of Xiaohuo is changed, it takes more time, tragic, I come on codeword. I have deleted Xiao Yan's scene and changed it to Loki. Others do not affect reading. Chapter 0-16. Raleigh pressed Naruto to his feet with a downward gaze. You just said that you want to kill me, don't you? Naruto looked at Raleigh dumbfounded. You killed Sasuke, I naturally want to kill you. Loyally laughed, that's right, in front of the enemy, I really want to hold a vendetta, but you have to know, if you kill me and complete your own revenge, then you are still the original Naruto who said that you want to use mutual understanding to resolve the contradictions of the world. The angry Naruto froze at once. The phrase is familiar. That's what Nagato said to Naruto when Konoha was destroyed, and at that time, Naruto chose to forgive Nagato and resolve this hatred. With a playful smile, BROLY wondered how Naruto had chosen this time. Naruto was silent for a long time. I don't know. He thought that after experiencing the last choice, this time he could also calmly and without hesitation choose reconciliation, forgiveness, tolerance. But now, he can't. He felt that there was anger, grievance, hatred, and no matter how he got rid of it, he couldn't shake it off. Sasuke is his best friend, and despite Sasuke's defection to Konoha, he is still adamant that Sasuke is his best friend. Loyally laughed, last time you could choose to forgive Nagato, and this time, why can't you forgive me? Isn't it important that it is Konoha's people? Or is Hinata not important? So you can forgive Nagato? And this time Sasuke is too important for you, so his death, you can't forgive me? Naruto suddenly fell into confusion. Konoha not important? Hinata is not important? Sasuke is more important than Konoha and Hinata? Wave Feng Shuiman looked at Naruto like this, and couldn't sit still. Senior, Shut up. BROLY's breath pressed, and Bo Feng Shuiman knelt in front of BROLY on the spot. You. Naruto saw his father being forced to kneel and became angry again, and the tailed beast coat boiled again. How? Want to kill me stronger? BROLYing laughed. Why embarrass a child so much? Senju Kuma wanted to step forward to save Naruto. Your opponent is me, Mama. Uchiha stood in front of Senju and sneered, that kid is very similar to you, and I also want to know his answer, can he really let go of hatred in the face of hatred? I remember that your brother killed my brother back then, and now I want to think that if my brother had killed your brother back then, I don't know if you would have forgiven me. Senjuju was speechless for a while, he had never thought about this question, thinking of Uchiha Senna, he couldn't help but feel guilty about Madara. I'm sorry, Madara, I didn't think about this aspect at the time. Uchiha snorted coldly, I was also stupid at that time, I forgave you and united with you to establish Konoha. The thousand-hand pillar is even more guilty. Hearing the words on the side, Senju snorted coldly, and secretly said in his heart, Uchiha's people deserve to die. And at this time, on the huge rock, Naruto, who was pressed to the ground by BROLY, clenched his fists, various thoughts struggled in his mind, gritted his teeth at BROLY, you killed Sasuke, I really can't forgive you, all I think about is the urge to kill you, how can I not suppress it? The lecherous fairy said that he believes that the era when people can truly understand each other will come, and later I understood that if you can let go easily, it is not human feelings. BROLY nodded, yes. The enemy of life and death, if you say forget and forget, then you really don't deserve to be Sasuke's friend. Naruto was silent. Yes, if you want revenge, then sorry Jiraiya-sensei. If you don't take revenge, then be sorry Sasuke. For the first time, he felt that the choice was so difficult, even more difficult than the last time Nagato. BROLY, okay, let's talk about Sasuke, this guy shouts and kills us as soon as he comes up, because we are Madara's friends, so he wants to kill us. Then, I killed him, do you think I was at fault? Naruto was completely silent. BROLY continued to ask, he wants to kill me, I want to kill him, do you have a problem with this? Naruto shook his head in pain, tears in his eyes, I can understand everything about you, but even so, I can't forgive you, I can't help but hate you. BROLY smiled and returned to the original question, so are you going to kill me? Naruto was silent for a long time. Everyone around was looking at Naruto. A thousand hands, wave feng shui gate, ape flying sun chop. Numerous ninjas. They all have this question in their minds. If your loved ones and best friends die, can you let go of your hatred? The answer is no. It is absolutely impossible to let go of hatred. They can't do this great state of thought, they just want to have revenge, there is resentment. There's nothing to be confused about. Kill kill kill. Avenge. Batman, Buchan, Stark, and others all have the same idea, and they will definitely not have that kind of virgin idea. And Naruto raised his head at this time, tears flowing. I won't kill you, last time I told senior brother Shangman, since the lecherous immortal believes in me and entrusts me with his hope, then I will try what the lecherous immortal believes, this is my answer. This time, I still answer you with this sentence. So, I'm not going to kill you. Everyone in the audience was shocked when they heard this. Naruto actually chose so. Actually let go of hatred? Chose mutual understanding? Many people can't help but waver in their hearts, when they encounter an enemy, can they also choose to forgive the enemy like Naruto? But the final answer is no. They can't forgive the enemy, they still have revenge. And Uchiha took the soil, at this moment remembered Harano Rin, who was killed by Kakashi's own hands, and lost his mind for a while, struggling and chaotic inside. And at this time, Harano Sakura cried below, Naruto, I won't forgive you, never. Sasuke will die too. Naruto's expression became more and more painful. At this moment, BROLY looked at the eastern sky and smiled meaningfully. 6 Dao Immortals, can't you come out yet? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The entire battlefield, tens of thousands of ninjas, suddenly became in an uproar. 6 Dao Immortals? Ninja ancestor? Isn't he dead? In the eyes of countless people, a sigh came from the eastern sky. An old man, with 2 horns on his head and wearing a 6-hook jade necklace, stepped out of the air. As soon as the 6 immortals appeared, the whole person seemed to become terrifying in an instant, majestic, vast, and sharp. Endless emanations spread, pressing down on the hearts of everyone in the ninja world. A person steps on the void, looking down on the world, and his momentum is unmatched. It is many times stronger than the spot just now, if the spot is the bright moon in the sky. Then the 6 immortals are the glorious scorching sun in the sky, so powerful that people can't resist the suffocation. 6 Dao Immortals. So powerful. Oh my god! The entire battlefield suddenly boiled, and one by one the ninjas cried with joy. The ancestor of the ninja world is here. We are saved. Madara is dead. The 6 Dao Immortals, with their invincible posture, instantly conquered everyone in the entire battlefield. His cold gaze fell on BROLY. This intruder from the other world, you are too arrogant. When BROLY heard this, he seemed to be smiling. Oh? Am I arrogant? You, 6 Dao Immortals, what a thing! The 6 Dao Immortals sneered, I, the ancestor of the ninja realm, the 6 Dao Immortals. Boom! The words of the 6 immortals are not finished. BROLY's figure appeared beside him. One punch directly hit the face of the 6 immortals. Poof! The 6 Dao Immortals vomited blood on the spot. The audience was silent. Everyone, almost crazy on the spot. 6 Dao Immortals, they were beaten so easily. Chapter 017. The 6 Dao Immortals are gone. One punch. The ancestor of the ninja world. Another punch. BROLY hit the 6 immortals, like punching sandbags. The 6 Dao Immortals were horrified to find that he didn't even have the strength to resist, and each punch of BROLY was extremely hard, hitting his bones rattling. Soon, the whole person of the 6 Dao Immortals was beaten all over his body, which was still loyally deliberately releasing water, afraid of killing the 6 Dao Immortals. Make you arrogant? Let you pretend. BROLY stepped on the head of the 6 Dao Immortals and took a sip of disdain. Then he glanced at the tens of thousands of ninjas and sneered. This is your ninja ancestor? Hee hee. Litter. All ninjas, collectively silenced. Swallow saliva. It's scary to pee. This is a six-path immortal. The legendary ancestor of the ninja world. The greatest being in the ninja world. When he first appeared, the chakra was incomparable and irresistible, and he was like an ant in front of him. Result. Was beaten directly by the other party and stepped on his feet. Mean? Invincible? It's all a dead dog. It's going crazy. Xianba and others, incarnated as salted fish, shouted 666. With a kick, BROLY kicked the six immortals back to the feet of the thousand-hand pillar and the others, and returned to the giant rock. Changed back to the casual posture of an ordinary young man wearing a bathrobe. However, at this time, everyone in the entire battlefield had deeply remembered his invincibility, strength, and vastness just now. Can we really win? Completely collapsed in their hearts. And between the thousand hands pillar, the thousand hands gate, the wave feng shui gate, the ape flying sun chopper, the Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone gathered to the side of the six Dao immortals, and Tsunade quickly summoned the slugs to treat the six Dao immortals. The 9 tails and the 8 tails also rushed to the side of the 6 Dao immortals, looking at BROLY's side with hatred and vigilance. BROLY was a little bored and looked at Uchiha Madara. Madara, it seems that the progress is going to speed up. What is your plan? Uchiha, I want to resurrect first. Now in the state of rebirth of the soil, I need the person with the soil to use the reincarnation innate art. In addition, I will absorb the 10 tails and turn into the 10 tails human pillar force. BROLY smiled softly, need my help? Madara, the first one doesn't work. After speaking, the spots were directly sealed. Then Obito in the distance suddenly felt his heart twitch, and the whole person suddenly lost control. He suddenly remembered that his heart had been blackened before, and he had been sealed. Obito! Wave Feng Shuiman and Kakashi shouted, trying to rush over to stop it, but they were swept by Madara and swept the two out. Madara sneered, nodded. Reincarnation innate art. Then Obito was controlled and followed by the same seal. Reincarnation innate art. The next moment, blue light dots fell from the sky and fell into Madara's body. Boom 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 boom. Madara's originally lifeless body began to sound like a drum, the sound of a heart beating. Strong. Full of power. Uchiha smiled happily. This body is like words. It's this kind of. The feeling of blood boiling. Only in this way will the battle be painful. Senjul looked at this scene and sighed, Madara. At the next moment, Madara appeared next to Obito. Obito, as my successor, should you return the Eye of Reincarnation to me? You don't think about it. Obito realized at this moment that all he had done was just making a wedding dress for Madara, and immediately looked at Madara angrily. But his body couldn't move at all, his whole body was controlled, and it was difficult to even move. Madara smiled contemptuously, want to struggle? Useless? Your heart has been planted by me with a spell, and you can't break free. Reach out to Obito's left eye socket, which is where Madara's reincarnation eye is. Stop! The thousand-hand pillar rushed out quickly. Give me back! BROLY's palm swept towards the void, as if slapped between the thousand-hand pillars in the distance, and the thousand-hand pillars were really like being hit by a palm, and the whole person flew back directly upside down like a cannonball, and the whole body crashed through the ground for tens of meters. Big brother! A thousand hands rushed over and dug out between the pillars. At this time, Madara in the distance reached out and slammed into Obito's left eye. Reincarnation is in hand. Installed in the orbit. The whole scene made Stark and others twitch, isn't it too simple and rude? At this time, Baiju also came out of the land. What about the Eye of Reincarnation? Here. Baiju stretched out his palm, and there was a reincarnation eye in his palm. Is it finally here? Madara installed the right eye of the reincarnation eye in the eye, and this next pair of reincarnation eyes arrived. This feeling, I can finally really feel the fun of fighting. Ha ha ha. Madara laughed. He glanced at the 6 Dao immortals, the 1000-hand pillar and the others, but soon looked at the incomplete 10-tailed human pillar force in the distance. At this time, the 10-tailed human pillar force was still worse than the 8-tailed and 9-tailed 2-tailed beasts did not absorb, so it was still a particularly ugly form. Madara flashed and fell on the head of the 10 tails. 6 Dao 10 tails coffin. Suddenly, the entire 10 tails was absorbed into the body by Uchiha like batter, and this time lasted for half a minute. During this process, no one dared to move in the entire battlefield, because a dangerous chi machine shrouded them, as if as long as they moved, they would face disaster. The 6 immortals' faces were blue and swollen, and he was terrified in his heart. He had realized that BROLY's power was far beyond his imagination, and even a level higher than him. His original idea, thinking that he could defeat BROLY and win this battle, is now in big trouble. You can die here. Chapter 018. And at this moment, Uchiha finally finished absorbing the 10 tails. A powerful aura gushed out on Madara's body, filling the heavens and earth, vast. At this time, the spot has completely changed. There was an extra white robe on the body, and the collar, chest, and other edges were covered with black jade. Behind him were 9 pitch-black seeking jade. And in his hand, there is another scepter. The original black hair has also become grey. Rokud Madara. Respectfully. A terrifying force that was more than 10 times stronger than the original Madara radiated the entire battlefield. The Ninja Alliance's face tightened. So powerful. Are we going to lose? The faces of Senjima, Ape Flying Sun, and 5 Shadows are extremely ugly. Finally successfully stepped into the 6 Dao, Luo Li smiled, withdrawing the suppression of Qi, and everyone in the entire battlefield suddenly relaxed their hearts, and the warning sign disappeared. Big guy. Madara returned to the boulder and made a respectful salute to BROLY. Madara was extremely grateful to BROLY in his heart. If it weren't for BROLY's presence, there were 6 immortals, 1000-hand pillars, etc. He estimated that he would not have completed the absorption of the 10 tails so smoothly, let alone stepped into the 6 realm levels. How do you feel now? BROLY asked curiously. It's good, it's strong, I feel like the whole world is different. Madara closed his eyes and sensed the world. He can feel the BROLY boss next to him. The power is as brilliant, magnificent, and endless as the scorching sun. The stronger the strength, the more he will find the strength of the BROLY guy. In addition to the big guy of BROLY, he also felt the power of the 6 immortals, but Madara felt that the power of the 6 immortals was like a candle, and the strength was a little unstable, and Madara felt that he could also defeat the 6 immortals. Looking at the 1000-hand pillar again, he felt that the strength of the 1000-hand pillar was far inferior to his own, and he could defeat him with one hand. As for the others, 1,000 hands? Litter. The rest, all scum. BROLY opened the group list. Although your strength has increased to a higher level, the level is still LV3, so don't be proud. Xianba, Stark and the others also looked at the group at this time and found that Madara was still LV3 level. It seems that the strength gap represented by the group level is even larger than they think. At this time, BROLY had an extra black object in his hand. Madara, look what this thing is. Madara was shocked. Hey Ju. Kuroju shouted, Madara, save me. Madara, big guy, you are. BROLY, just now it was spying on me, and then I caught it. I curiously inquired into its memory and found a secret. It is not your spirit, but the spirit of Kagayadaki. Madara, you've been deceived. Madara was incredulous. How is that possible? Black absolute horror, this person unknowingly probed my memory? Isn't my plan then? Madara's plan has reached the final step, and as Madara's boss, he naturally doesn't want Madara to be deceived and become a container for Deki Kagaya. So BROLY simply caught the Black Jew. To put it bluntly, black is a spiritual thing. It just so happens that the chi of the Dragon Ball is also cultivated by the essence and gods, and the energy is countless times higher than the high end of the ninja world. And it is natural to catch a black absolute hand. This black is also bold enough, thinking that he can really hide and no one finds out, so he peeks at BROLY and these people from the other world. And then BROLY grabbed it easily. With the identity of Heijei, BROLY told all the truth about Heijei in one go. From its memory, I found something about you. He tampered with the contents of the stone tablet of Nanga Shrine to inform you of the plan for Infinite Moon reading. In fact, the purpose of Infinite Moon reading is not some world peace, but to summon the sealed Daikuni Kagaya on the moon. Through this ninjutsu Daikuni Kagaya can be completely revived in your body. Pedal. Madara's face changed wildly, and he took several steps back. Infinite monthly reading turned out to be this purpose. Uchiha, have actually become pawns. Uchiha, who has always been arrogant, is difficult to accept at this moment. But he knew BROLY couldn't lie to him. So, it's true. Thinking that he had almost fallen for Heiju's trick and become a container for Daitongmyo Kagaya, Madara couldn't help but be angry. Heiju, you. Heiju shouted, no, he lied, I am your spiritual embodiment, I don't know any Deki Kagaya. Madara, you have to trust me. Madara sneered, you still want to lie to me? BROLY said at this time, Madara, your ideal is peace, everyone in the world can live happily, in fact, this is difficult to achieve, everyone has his own desires, money, power, women. It is precisely because of this desire that human beings can continue to progress. However, now that the structure of the ninja world has completely fallen outdated, Madara can reform the ninja world and achieve a certain sense of peace. Madara was at a loss for a while. Please advise the big guy. BROLY smiled slightly. First of all, I think the existence of this daimyo system is very unreasonable. Not only do they not help the ninja world, but they are like blood-sucking insects that parasitize in the ninja world and continue to suck blood, so I think it is possible to abolish the daimyo system and replace it with the ninja village system. Madara's eyes lit up. This one can. BROLY said again, there are also ninjas, the current ninjas in the ninja world, born to kill. This is also very unreasonable. Ninjas can fully exert the attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, build roads and bridges, prosper commerce, strengthen regional economic circulation, build homes, build water conservancy, transform wasteland, grow more food, so that everyone can have food. Your so-called first, second, and third ninja world wars, to put it bluntly, are not competing for resources. When you use ninjas in construction, will there be a shortage of resources? Madara was stunned all of a sudden. In his cognition, ninjas are used to fight and kill, and he never thought that ninjas could be used to build roads and bridges, build water conservancy and other things. However, the words of the big guy BROLY are very reasonable, which makes Madara have a feeling that all three views are shattered. Luo Li sneered, regarding the ninja village, I think it must be eliminated. As long as there is a ninja village, there will be a conflict of interests, then there will be a fight and even a war, then there is no way to talk about the so-called peace. In my opinion, both the daimyo system and the ninja village are cancerous tumors in the ninja world. Spot nodded, deeply agreed. Thank you for the pointers. I know what I'm supposed to do. Uchiha arched his hand to the group of friends, and then turned into a shooting star and fell in front of the 6 Dao immortals, the 1,000-hand pillars, the 5 shadows and the others. I, Uchiha Madara, have something to announce today. The surging power of Uchiha swept towards the Ninja Realm Alliance. Tens of thousands of ninjas, sinking in unison. From today onwards, I, Uchiha Madara will work to achieve peace in the ninja world, and the first step is to abolish the daimyo system and the ninja village system. and establish a unified centralized state in the ninja world. As soon as the words fell, the entire battlefield was completely fried. What? Abolish the daimyo system? Is Uchiha mad? Great contrarian! Great contrarian! Dare to point directly at the daimyo, that is the supreme venerable existence. Also, Uchiha actually said that he would abolish the shinobi village. Didn't he mean to destroy our Konoha? I, Yunren, am absolutely not convinced. And the thousand-hand pillar, 5 shadows, and others changed color one after another. This is to dig the roots of the ninja world. Madara, are you serious? You're crazy, right? Senju endured his anger and was extremely disappointed with Madara for the first time. Madara snorted coldly arrogantly, crazy? No, I didn't, the big guy is right, the daimyo and the ninja village are all cancers of the ninja world. Thousand-hand pillar sighed, Madara, it seems that you are really crazy. Since this is the case, then don't blame me for doing something to you. Qian Shao mocked his face, big brother, they all say that this person Uchiha is a madman, you just don't listen. Chapter 020. Madara always had more patience with the Senju pillar, I now understand that the daimyo does not contribute to the ninja world in the slightest, but is greedy and immoral, so the daimyo must be abolished, and the ninja village, which is just a village that appeared for killing, should also be abolished. Thousand-hand pillar said disappointedly, Madara, you are really crazy. Madara shook his head, no, I'm not crazy, it's that I see more than you, see farther than you, I want to create a centralized country, the monarch exists to improve the happy life of the people, not to exploit the people, and the ninja does not need to kill for the fight of the major ninja villages, but is used to build water conservancy, build bridges and pave roads, open up land and farm. I call this kind of ninja construction ninja, not killing ninja. This is the future direction of the ninja world. Senjima snorted coldly at this time, I don't believe this sentence to say that a monarch exists for the happy life of the people. If you Uchiha really becomes a monarch, I am afraid you will be a cruel tyrant. Onaki shouted angrily, Madara, stop misleading the public, we will never allow you to do this. The third generation of Lei Ying Ai also mocked and sneered, Uchiha Ban, everything you said is just a delusion, it is impossible to achieve, you just want to coax us to give up resistance. Shui Ying Zaomei's face was expressionless, Madara, Hugh is going to talk nonsense, we will not agree to such a heartless thing. Uchiha laughed, and the terrifying fluctuations instantly spread out around Uchiha spot, Chakra's power surged wildly, and everyone's hearts suddenly tightened. Ha ha ha! Do you rubbish think I'm here to discuss with you? No, I'm here to inform you. Whoever objects, give it to me. Die! At this moment, Uchiha is very arrogant, with a shocking domineering. BROLY smiled, Uchiha spotted, just in line with his heart. Not domineering spots, is that still spots? It's no different from a dog, and now Madara is beginning to regain his own personal charm. Suddenly, BROLY looked at the location where the 6 Dao immortals had just been. Only to find out 6 Dao immortals slipped away. It is estimated that seeing that the situation is not right, he quickly slipped away. What he didn't know was how afraid and panicked the 6 Dao immortals were about him, so he secretly fled while everyone's attention was on Uchiha's body. Ninja World. A new battle has once again begun. It is still Uchiha 1 vs tens of thousands. This time, the battle scene was more exaggerated and violent than the previous battle. The Uchiha spot, who comprehended the power of the 6 paths and absorbed the 10 tails, is not what it used to be, and he could have fought with him a few back and forth 5 shadows, and was directly crushed by Uchiha Madara and was either killed or seriously injured. Everywhere Uchiha went, landslides cracked, volcanoes erupted, and ninjas were killed and injured. Avatar Buddha on top. The Thousand Hands pillar shouted loudly and made one of his most powerful moves, but in the face of Uchiha's Dao Jade, he seemed so powerless. Between the pillars, you are too weak. Becoming a 6th-level Uchiha spot is not at all something that can be defeated between the 1,000-hand pillars. Not to mention that the filthy earth reincarnation body between the 1,000-hand pillars cannot be restored once touched by the power of the 6 paths of the Uchiha spot. Soon, the Senju pillar was beaten to pieces, and the immortal chakra was also sucked away, making Uchiha more powerful. As for Senju, Uchiha hated his croaking the most, and directly nailed him to the ground with a black rod. And the combination of Kakashi, Naruto, and Wave Feng Shuman, Uchiha is not a person with little combat experience like Obito, and after knowing Kakashi's ability to write chakra, he crippled the 3 in a wave. And Kai finally opened the 8th door of the 8-door dungeon at this time, opening the most burning climax of this battle, and forcefully injured Uchiha Ban, but he also hung up directly on the spot. Madara used the power of the 6 paths to recover quickly, and the rest of the ninjas were just chickens and dogs. Clean up the venue with ease. In the end, Madara absorbed Naruto's 9 tails, as well as the 8-tailed bull ghost, pushing his strength to a higher level. Glancing at the battlefield, he found that the 6 immortals were gone, and couldn't help but snort coldly. Sooner or later, I will find him to settle the score. BROLY looked at the ninja alliance that had been completely defeated. Hokage's side, it's finally over. No, there is another aftermath. BROLY looked up at the moon hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. There is one more that has not been solved. Forget it, I'll help you solve it, it's always a hindrance. After speaking, a purple-black energy bullet the size of a basketball flashing with lightning appeared on BROLY's fingertips. As soon as the energy bomb appeared, everyone felt a heavy pressure. The ground is directly recessed into a piece. The space was constantly trembling, as if it was about to crack at any time. Inexplicable fluctuations instantly swept through the entire battlefield, and all the mountains, rivers within a radius of 100 miles were shaking, as if the sky was about to collapse. BROLY shook his head and smiled. This planet is still too fragile, this little energy can't withstand it. A flick of a finger. The energy bomb instantly turned into a storm, rushed into space, and expanded continuously in the process. A moment later, the moon in space flashed a violent white light. The white light was 100 times more dazzling than the scorching sun, shining on the entire ninja world in the white expanse. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. After the white light dissipated, when everyone in the ninja world looked up at the moon, they found that moon gone. The entire battlefield, deathly silence. All eyes were on the godlike figure on the huge rock. Keep it in mind. Carved into the soul. It is estimated that I will never forget the scene when this figure easily destroyed the moon with one move. Perhaps soon, this legend will be spread throughout the ninja world, more mysterious, powerful, and majestic than the 6 Dao immortals. Batman, Ubuken, Zionba, Stark, and others also slowed their heartbeats in unison, and their hearts shook. This is the power of the big guy, no, maybe less than 1 in 10,000. The heart has been completely conquered. Mother, Heijio witnessed the death of his mother, and suddenly the whole person lost his soul, feeling that even the meaning of survival did not exist. Avenge? Heiju glanced at BROLY. Forget it, there is no hope of revenge. And at this moment, various places in the ninja world. Quiet and peaceful Konoha village. The Yunin village shrouded in thunderclouds. Sand Shinobi village in the middle of the desert. The village of Mist Shinobi on the island. Major countries. Major cities. Everyone looked up at the sky. Glazed eyes. The moon, it seems. Gone. At this time, the culprit BROLY stood up from the huge rock and patted the non-existent dust on his body. After the fight, go home for dinner. Waving his hand, he threw the black jeopardy to Madara. Return. Suddenly, everyone on the giant rock disappeared in unison. Chapter 021. BROLY didn't know how Madara dealt with Heiju, but he quickly received Madara's red envelope. Group message, Madara sent you a red envelope. BROLY clicks collect. You get a tailed beast, the 9 llamas. Madara, this is half of the 9 tails from the body of the wave feng shui gate. BROLY, thanks. Madara, it's my honor to do things for the big guys. The next moment, a half-human tall fiery red fox appeared beside BROLY, with 9 tails waving in the air. Which is it? The 9 tails had been locked up in the 10 tails body since Madara was extracted from the body of the wave feng shui gate, and now he suddenly found himself in another place. Look around, high-rise buildings, completely different from the ninja world. It keenly felt that this was not the ninja world. And the people around are so weak. In the future, you will be my pet. At this time, BROLY's voice sounded in its ears. Pets? Weak human beings dare to ask me as a pet. The 9th llama sneered and turned around to prepare to teach this fish-lipped human a lesson. However, when it looked back and saw the face of the smiling person, its hideous face suddenly collapsed. Isn't this the god killer? Even the 6 Dao immortals were scared away. How are you? The 9 llamas took a few steps back in fright. Yes, that's me. Welcome to Minecraft. BROLY touched the head of the 9 llamas. The 9 llamas wanted to resist, but found that their heads could not move, they were imprisoned, and they could only let the other party touch them, and they were worried in their hearts, for fear that their heads would be caught by him. Although the 9 llamas are energy bodies, they are also substantive. BROLY touched its head, its hair flowing and smooth, very comfortable to the touch. 9 llamas, are you male or female? Humph, female. 9 llamas, in the future, you will be responsible for selling Mo, and be my pet in peace, you know. I want to die. There are a lot of good food here, a lot of games to play, TV series, movies to watch, much more interesting than the ninja world, soon you will like it here. I prefer a free life. Oh, forget you've always been controlled. The 9 llamas showed an expression of wanting to die, and they were unlovable. Think about its life is really tragic enough. After being created by the 6 immortals, it was named a disaster by humans, and then enslaved by people, among which Uchiha was the most ruthless, not only calling it an animal, but also controlling its will, let alone freedom, not even dignity. Have you thought it through? Or be my pet, sell Mo. Either I'll send you back and be devoured by the 10 tails. Letting the proud one sell the cute is really damaging to the majesty of the strongest tailed beast. Hey? Disagree? Loyoli's hand pressed down, like a giant hand to press the 9 llamas to the ground, and a murderous intent emerged. The 9 llamas' heart jumped, feeling a great terror of death. Quickly put on a very cute look. BROLY, learn how to bark. The 9 llamas blushed, meow. BROLY, learn how to bark. The 9 llamas wanted to die. Woohoo! BROLY was satisfied at this time. Okay, I'll sell cute like this in the future. The 9 llamas shrugged their heads, unlovable. At this time, the housekeeper, cook, servant, and others were recalled by BROLY and returned to the villa to prepare dinner for BROLY. After seeing the 9 llamas, his eyes immediately lit up. Wow, is this a fox? So beautiful. 9 tails? Is it a mutant variety? We have the legend of the 9-tailed fox in Huaxia, which is a very powerful demon. The 9 llamas looked at these people with disdain. Fish-lipped humans. Everyone was flabbergasted. Oh my god, this fox can actually speak. It's amazing. These people were horrified in their hearts, and at the same time curious about the identity of the boss BROLY, even if they knew Tony Stark, now even Yukai. Who the hell is the boss? I don't know, but it must have come from an extraordinary background. While preparing dinner for BROLY, these people secretly looked at the 9 llamas. Soon Stark came to the villa. Big guy, I want to cultivate. BROLY was shocked. Stark wants to cultivate? Not being Iron Man anymore? However, he quickly reacted, and now Stark is still an ordinary person, and after experiencing the ninja world visit, he has seen Madara's strength, so it is not surprising that the idea of cultivation arises. Big guy, I'm just level 0 in the group, I want to become stronger. Stark is a proud man, he doesn't want to be a level 0 bottom member in the group all the time, so he decides to cultivate. BROLY was non-committal and analyzed, it's okay to cultivate, but what do you want to cultivate? What I cultivate is chi, to put it bluntly, it is the energy in the body, you have too much indulgence, your body is floating, it should be quite difficult. In addition, Madara's ninjutsu is also the energy produced by the combination of cells and spirit in the body, which is similar to chi. In addition, there are Xianba and Ubukan who practice martial arts, which requires the cultural heritage of Huaxia, and it is estimated that it is quite difficult for you as a foreigner. Stark didn't die, what about Loki? BROLY, Loki is a god, the body is a god body, and it's not like you. Stark? Feelings are my weakest. BROLY, you can go the route of Batman Wayne, he's physically strong, but he's more tech-dependent. Technology, that's exactly what you're good at. Technology, Stark momentarily lost his mind. A plan that had not been put into practice for a long time sounded in his mind. Steel armor. He had been thinking about this for a few years, and he had also done a preliminary steel armor design, but it was stalled due to the problem of energy supply. I see, thank you guy. Stark by she. Suddenly, Stark saw the cute version of the 9 llamas next to BROLY. The 9 llamas. I remember it seemed to be chakra aggregates. Wouldn't this solve the energy problem of steel armor? The 9 llamas were full of Cold War, and felt a malice looming over him. Catwoo. Boy, what do you want to do? What a bad idea to fight. His hair stood on end, and he looked at Stark warily. Stark, how are you doing with my energy? The 9 llamas jumped to his feet in anger. You bad boy, I'll scratch you, tickle you. Pounced on Stark. Opening the bow left and right is a small fist fat beating. Stark screamed and was quickly beaten into a pig's head. P.S. Flowers rose from 1,600 to 2,000, how about 5? Chapter 022. The recruitment of the 9 tails fails, and Stark turns into a pig's head. After the 9 llamas beat Stark, he was in a good mood, and the depression of being petted dissipated a lot. BROLY looked at poor Stark and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. He suddenly thought of magic, Doctor Strange. Oh no, it's Doctor Strange, he is a doctor himself, because his talent is too high, he was accepted as an apprentice by Guyi, and finally inherited as the new Supreme Mage. So BROLY suggested, maybe you can try it at Karmataj in the Himalayas, where there are magicians. Magician. Stark's eyes lit up. If he learned magic, could he solve energy from the perspective of magic? How should I find it? You just go, this is the temple of the magician, and the controller is the supreme mage Guyi, you don't need to look for it, if you are suitable, he will naturally take the initiative to include you in the door wall. What if he can't find me? BROLY smiled, you don't need to worry about this, his power you can't imagine, knowing the past and future, having an exceptionally powerful psychic ability, can read any human mind or implant memories, and the ability is not affected by distance, basically the entire earth is within his ability. In a way, he is the god of the earth. 1. Your presence, he can certainly see. Stark was flabbergasted, such an exaggeration. But he quickly thought of another question. Big guy, I don't know your strength, who is stronger than that ancient mage? Loyally laughed, if it is her current strength, it should be regarded as level 4 or 5, if it is him in the future, it is difficult to say, maybe it can reach level 8 and level 9. Stark shut up abruptly. It's only level 4 or 5. And the big guy is level 10, and the gap between the two sides is too big. Stark was secretly shocked by the terrifying strength of the BROLY boss, and he really couldn't imagine it with his poor imagination, and even the god level covering an entire planet was only level 4. I don't know how terrifying the real strength of the big guy is. Stark wanted to ask, but he thought about it, afraid that he would be frightened. Okay, then after I return from the Middle East, I will stop by Comitage. If I can learn magic, then I can solve some of the problems of my steel armor. BROLY was stunned. Middle East. Stark nodded, yes, sell arms to those people in the Middle East, the Jericho missile, a very powerful submother missile. BROLY's gaze suddenly became strange. Isn't this the beginning of Iron Man 1? But this is also good, this is the opportunity for Stark's transformation, and after this disaster, he will be Iron Man. That's right, big guy. Stark suddenly thought of something. Recently, the government and the military held a party, and by the way, there were many beautiful women. I don't know if the big guy is interested. The last time Stark heard the big guy say that he wanted to recruit that Ninja World Water Shadow as a maid, I think there is still a demand for men and women in this regard, and there are many beautiful women at the drinking party. Maybe you can use this to please the big guy. Drinking party. Although BROLY is already a peak figure in the Dragon Ball world, he has always been fighting, training, and he has really not participated in any drinking parties. Well, I haven't been to any drinking party yet. Just to experience it. Guaranteed to satisfy the big guy, there are many beautiful women in it. Stark flashed a smile that a man could understand. BROLY watched Stark leave, thinking that this drinking party should be the one at the beginning of the original plot of Iron Man 1. If there is a system, there should be a prompt like this. Ding! You participated in history, reward XXX. Think of it this way, substitution sense of leverage. Time flickered, and the day of the cocktail party arrived. BROLY drove his sports car to a private luxury club hotel, which is dedicated to the rich, more private, and the services enough to dwarf the so-called top hotels outside. As soon as BROLY got out of the car, Stark greeted him happily. Big guy, you're here. Then I saw the 9-tailed 9 llamas, or the mini-Q version form. As soon as BROLY stretched out his hand, the 9 llamas jumped into BROLY's arms. You're here too. Stark subconsciously protected his face. His handsome face was beaten into a pig's head by the 9 tails a few days ago, and he still remembers it vividly. Now my face hurts a little. Fish-lipped humans. The 9 llamas snorted coldly. Pop. BROLY, who is stupid? The 9 llamas instantly flattered, it's my fish lips, it's my fish lips. That's pretty much it. BROLY touched the 9 llamas' comfortable hair and walked into the clubhouse hotel under Stark's lead. Many people along the way couldn't help but be surprised when they saw this situation. Who is that handsome man in casual clothes? Who is this person? Tony Stark was so polite to him? Tony Stark is notoriously defiant, always above the top. What kind of ability does this man have? Hiss, look at it, the pet in his arms. My God, 9 tails. What kind of animal is this? BROLY walked all the way, causing a lot of discussion, especially Stark's respectful attitude, and the peculiar form of the 9 tails, of course. And BROLY's lazy and handsome temperament, which is very attention-grabbing. As time went by, the atmosphere gradually became lively, and soon, the award ceremony began. This cocktail party was hosted by the government and the military. Basically all of them are political and business giants, of course, most of them are business giants, and they are all the kind that has a good relationship with the military. As for the purpose of the award, to put it bluntly, it is to sum up the past, and whoever has made a greater contribution to the government and military will be rewarded. For example, Person of the Year Award, Charity of the Year Award, Corporate Contribution Award. It represents an attitude of the government, the military. This is honor. Just look at the expressions of those who received the award, and they all smiled like hot dogs. It's boring. Stark looked at the people above with a look of disdain. Big guy, go, Do you want to go to the casino below? At this time, Raleigh saw a person and was stunned for a moment. Iconic big horse face. Who is this? Not Doctor Strange. No, now he should not be Doctor Strange, but Doctor Strange. Raleigh said to Stark, "You go first, I'll go later." Could it be that the big guy has taken a fancy to a beautiful woman? Stark gave a lewd smile and said, "Then I won't bother." The two parted ways. Raleigh walked towards the man in the corner of the awards ceremony. P.S. Ask for flowers. 400 plus one more. Chapter 023. Strand, Doctor Strange, a famous surgeon, was invited to participate in this award reception, and Raleigh felt a little strange. Raleigh actually does not know that the profession of American doctors belongs to the senior class in the American society, and Doctor Strange's surgical strength is very strong, belonging to the world-renowned top surgeons, because a certain technology is favored by the US military, so he was invited here, and is also one of the candidates for the award. "Hello," Raleigh held the mini 9 llamas and sat down next to Strange. "You're that friend of that stinky fart king?" Strange looked curiously at the 9 tails in Raleigh's hand. "If the king of stinky farts you say is Stark, then I am." "Meet you, my name is Raleigh." "My name is Strange." Strange pointed to the 9 tails. "I'm curious, are the 9 tails of your fox transplanted? It's kind of incredible that this technology already exists." The 9 llamas were angry and grinned at Strange. "Stupid human, my 9th llama's tail is born." "Oh my god, it still talks!" Strange exclaimed. "If you're humiliating me, watch out for me beating you into a pig's head." In the past few days, the 9 tails have gradually become familiar with the world, and they are also fascinated by the internet, knowing that those celebrities are most afraid of being beaten into pigs' heads. What an interesting little animal. Strange thought that the 9 tails was just laughing, but he was full of curiosity about the 9 tails because of occupational diseases, and even had the urge to catch the 9 tails for dissection. Raleigh asked at this time, "Why are you here?" Strange, "I was invited to a project that was selected, but now it seems that I have no hope of winning." Raleigh, "Why?" Strange showed a mocking smile. "Did you see those soldiers? I was just a life-saving doctor, but in their opinion, the arms dealers were more popular with them." Raleigh suddenly said, "It seems to be true." However, he also heard a trace of sour taste from Strange's words, and it seemed that he was a little envious and jealous, which also explained why in the middle and late Marvel, Strange would not treat Iron Man very well, and it turned out that a grudge was formed here. To be precise, it was Strange himself who felt it, because Stark at this time did not put Strange in his eyes at all. At this time, it is finally the important moment of the highest honor award. This is the biggest jackpot of the night. A video is playing on stage. Tony Stark, a dreamer, genius, patriot, from his youth, as the son of legendary weapon developer Howard Stark, quickly attracted attention with his extraordinary ingenuity. It was Stark's resume. That glorious resume is enough to tell everyone that this is the so-called peak winner, born at the top, extremely talented, and the achievements created are also looked up to by countless people. Then, Raleigh saw a black soldier walk up to the podium, holding the highest honor of the time, the crystal. If Raleigh remembers correctly, this person should be Colonel Rhodes, the second person to wear the mark, and he has a good relationship with Stark. As a military liaison with Stark Industries, I have the privilege of working with this true patriot, who is my mentor and friend, gentlemen and ladies, and I am honored to present this highest honor to Mr. Tony Stark. Stark? Stark? Colonel Rhodes looked a little embarrassed, because Stark's seat was empty, and the trophy winner was not present when the highest honorary award was presented. The air suddenly went quiet. Fortunately, Colonel Rhodes is a black man, so no matter how embarrassing he is, others can't see it. The scene was chaotic, and many people were holding back their laughter. Fortunately, Obey quickly walked to the podium. Colonel Rhodes' face finally looked a little better. Wow, what a beautiful trophy, thank you Colonel, thank you all, it's awesome. Of course, I'm not Tony Stark, he's not as old as I am, Obadiah laughed to himself, causing a burst of laughter below. If I were Tony Stark, I would tell you that I feel honored and very happy to accept such an honor. Everyone knows that Tony's greatest strength is also his biggest weakness, his work that wastes sleep and food. Strange sneered, very unconvinced. Raleigh also sneered. Forget to eat and work without sleep? It seems that Stark is now gambling with beautiful women in the casino below. At this moment, Raleigh's eyes lit up. A big beauty with fiery red hair and evening dress revealing deep ravines swayed over. What a beauty! Raleigh immediately recognized this woman, the most beautiful and sensual flower of Shield. Black Widow. Natasha. Hello, sir, may I sit here? The red-haired beauty walked up to Raleigh and stretched her posture, revealing extremely wonderful curves. Raleigh immediately understood Natasha's purpose. The corners of the mouth turned up. This is looking for me to spy on intelligence, right? So should I accept it, or accept it? P.S. Scarlet's Lost in Tokyo, the opening scene has always been fresh in my memory. Chapter 024. Black Widow. Natasha can be regarded as the most beautiful character in Marvel movies, and her popularity is also very high. And her actor Scarlet also became popular because of this role, entering the first line Star Coffee, how popular is it? At the 2011 Golden Globe Awards, when Scarlett John was walking the red carpet, Durant, one of the best stars in the NBA, couldn't help but tweet, "Scarlett, I want to drink your bath water." This shows her asterisk charm. And what impressed her more deeply was that Scarlett made a movie Lost in Tokyo when she was young, and the opening shot was a shot lying on the bed, which was imaginative. But it's a pity that by the time of the Avengers 4 stage, actor Scarlett is already difficult to keep her youth. Thinking about it, Raleigh looked at Black Widow. Natasha's gaze a little distracted. "Sir, what's wrong?" Natasha looked at Raleigh's expression, and she was secretly proud in her heart, but she really couldn't escape Natasha's charm. This time, Natasha was pretending to be a guest and deliberately approached Raleigh in order to probe Raleigh's intelligence. After all, Stark and Raleigh have been a little close recently, and Raleigh has had a strange pet in the past few days, the nine-tailed fox, which is not a simple thing. Therefore, Shield sent the most beautiful beauty, Natasha, to approach Raleigh. And what is Natasha most proud of? Beauty. Loyally said with a smile, "It's nothing, but I didn't expect to meet a beautiful woman like a fairy in the drinking party, it's such an honor." Fairy. Fairy is the name of the Huaxia side, which means very, very beautiful big beauty. Sir is really humorous, Natasha laughed wildly, and somewhere it was shaking and dizzying. "Sir, you are so interesting, I don't know if I can make friends with you." "Okay." Raleigh said delighted. "The sheep delivered to the door are sweet and delicious, not for nothing. My name is Natasha Romanoff. My name is BROLY." Strange looked a little unbearable from the side, and quickly left. Without Strange, Raleigh and Scarlett talked more harmoniously. "Wow, Mr. Raleigh, is your pet a fox?" "Yes, cute. It's so cute, can I hug it?" "It shouldn't work, it's a woman, and I don't like to be held by women." The Nine Tails made a grinning motion, striking Natasha. "It's a pity, it's really cute." Natasha pretended to be disappointed, and then asked, "Mr. Raleigh, I really like it, I wonder where you got it." "Pick up the trash." Raleigh came with his mouth open. "Picked up garbage? Please, when you lie, can you find a more reliable lie?" Natasha gritted her teeth in her heart, opening her teeth and dancing her claws. At this moment, Stark returned to the hall, with a beautiful woman around him. Oh, such a beautiful beauty, big guy, you are blessed tonight. Raleigh, you just got the award, and you ended up gambling. Stark shrugged, this kind of boring thing, it's better to go and find a few beautiful women to play with. Well, don't bother the big guy, I'll go too. Stark put his arm around the two beauties and left. Natasha looked at BROLY with admiration. God, you still know Tony Stark, he still calls you a big guy, what is your relationship? BROLY smiled mysteriously, want to understand? Natasha nodded repeatedly, yes. BROLY, there's a room upstairs, let's go talk. Natasha was stunned, was she so anxious? I haven't set up any information yet, hey. However, in order to reveal BROLY's secret, Natasha can only sacrifice her life to feed the tiger. Soon, the two came to the upper floor of the clubhouse under many ambiguous eyes, found an empty room, rolled in, and locked the door. Mr. BROLY, I'm curious about your relationship with that Tony Stark and can tell. Boom. Before she finished speaking, Natasha was directly slammed into the wall by BROLY. And then, bully forward. BROLY seemed extremely excited and positive, no hurry, I'll tell you later. Natasha frowned. I didn't get any information, and you want to eat my tofu? When Natasha messed with it. As an extremely capable agent, Natasha began to resist. Result. Natasha was shocked to find that BROLY's strength was far superior to her, and she could not resist BROLY's powerful force being pinned against the wall, unable to move. BROLY's movements are also getting wilder and more primitive. Natasha's face turned cold, her fist clenched, and the ring in her hand popped out a short needle less than 2 millimeters. Plunge into BROLY's back. The anesthetic that had long been stored inside was injected directly into BROLY's body. Ah, what? BROLY pretended to exclaim and twisted his back. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief and then sneered. This anesthetic is specially made, although the amount is only 1 milligram, but it is enough to anesthetize an elephant. One person injects it, 1 minute to see the effect, and the effect is enough to last for 1 full day. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Natasha's smile widened. 30 seconds. Natasha's smile faded. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Woohoo! Natasha almost cried. This is completely different from the plan. I didn't get any information, hey. Chapter 025. Natasha's heart was broken, originally thinking that her strength was strong, plus various special equipment, enough to protect herself from being violated by BROLY. Result. BROLY's strength far exceeded her imagination, and the powerful force directly suppressed her. Knock. The desktop shakes. Knock knock. The ground shook. Knock knock. A shock on the floor. BROLY buried her head in hard work. Natasha thought that since she couldn't resist, she would try to enjoy it, and then she was sent to the peak of her life. As a result, BROLY refused to let go, and stunned Natasha again and again. Natasha was refreshed, but her whole body was squeezed dry, and she didn't have the strength to move her fingers. When Natasha woke up again, it was the afternoon of the next day, and 14 hours had passed. Open your eyes and see. What about the BROLY people? Why not there? Play me and run? Then Natasha saw the bedside with a wad of dollars and a piece of paper on it, which said, Ms. Natasha, you did well last night, thank you, so I added a little more money to you, thank you for your work. Squeak. Natasha's face twisted with anger, and her hands were pinched blue. That bastard actually thought she was a tertiary industry servant. Give back the money. I fuck. Scumbag. Toot toot. At this time, the mobile phone is constantly vibrating. Natasha struggled to get up, still weak, and took the phone, and there were already more than 20 missed calls on it. Caller, Fury. It was the SHIELD director who called. Connect the phone. Hey, Natasha said weakly. You, Fury recognized the weirdness of Natasha's voice. I'll be right back, Natasha said. The words are more cryptic, but the meaning is clearly expressed. An hour later, Natasha returned to SHIELD and arrived at Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury was startled when he saw Natasha's pale face. "Are you all right?" "It's okay, it's just a bit consuming," Natasha said weakly. "Last night, 7 or 8 times in a row, they were all squeezed dry. How can the face be good?" "How was the contact last night?" Nick Fury asked. "That guy is very cunning and didn't dig up any useful information, but it is clear that the other party has a lot of research on Chinese culture, and it should be Chinese, not Korean, Japanese." Natasha almost gritted her teeth as she spoke. This is the biggest loss she has suffered since Black Widow entered the industry, and it is simply a shame in life. Nick Fury kind of wants to complain, "What kind of gain is this? Then I'll go back, I'm going to sleep." Natasha yawned. "Do you want me to follow up on this with someone else?" Nick Fury suggested. "No need." Natasha was like a fried cat, "I must get it back. I don't believe I can't figure this guy." Villa Raleigh. This meal, good food. Raleigh clenched his teeth and cocked Erlang's legs, very pleasant. Last night was really refreshing, Natasha's taste was really good, melted in the mouth, the taste was timeless, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and Raleigh was also a pleasure. At the end, he left a note that killed Natasha. "It's beautiful when you think about it." The group message vibrates. "Tony Stark, big guy, that girl was good yesterday, the best girl I've ever seen, is it cool?" Raleigh, "It's cool. You buckin'. Xianba, I feel like you're driving, and I already have proof." Raleigh, "I think this woman is not simple, it is estimated that she is an agent or something, deliberately contacting me and trying to set my intelligence." Xianba, "Why didn't such a woman kill directly?" Raleigh, "Tony Stark. Tony Stark, brother BA, you are too rough, women are used to hurt." Xianba, "Aren't women a bath tool? Still hurting?" Batman, "You buckin'." Raleigh, "Tony Stark. Uchiha, women are just drags, so I don't look for women." End of topic. Raleigh at Tony at this time, "Where are you now?" Tony, "In the Middle East, it's so hot here, it's good to have cold wine, and air conditioning, otherwise it's going to die of heat." Raleigh, "You're in the car." Tony, "Yes, I just tried my Jericho missile, the power is good, the other party said to purchase 100, and it was a large amount of money into the account." Tony, "Video Avi." In the video, a missile is launched into the air, and then it splits countless sub-missiles and explodes on the opposite mountain, booming a carpet like bombing, a puff of sand and dust rolled up. Tony, "I'm in the car right now, take a picture of you guys, photo PNG." In this photo, Tony is taking a picture with 2 soldiers. Rolly Khan paused, estimating that he was about to be attacked by missiles. Sure enough, 10 seconds later. Tony, "Oh shit, I was bombed, the big guy saved me." Tony, "Oh my god, those soldiers are dead." Tony, "I was bombed." Tony, "Big guy, I'm going to die." After a series of messages, Tony went quiet. The group exploded at once. Loki, "Tony is dead." Xianba, "It's a pity, the first person in the group to hang up." You buckin', a minute of silence for Tony's friends. Raleigh, "Don't talk nonsense, it's not dead, the group avatar is still lit." Madara, "I've been in hell for a while, and I'm fine, so everyone relax." Big guy, "I've been integrating the major forces in the ninja world recently, and I'm a little powerless. Last time you proposed to go to your world for further study, I think go now, can I?" Raleigh, "Okay, come here." Madara, "I'll go right over." On the streets of New York, in a small alley. Suddenly, there was a spatial fluctuation, and then an extra figure appeared in the alley, wearing a royal god robe, with an indescribable domineering aura in his eyebrows. The world. After Madara came to this world, he couldn't help but look around curiously. Towers high into the sky. Vehicles walking on the road. A big street screen that constantly plays various videos. At this moment. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey. It's you, hurry up and hand over the money, otherwise don't blame us for being unkind. 4 yellow-haired punks walked into the alley, brandishing clubs and threatening. Uchiha. Threaten me? I haven't been threatened by anyone for 60 or 70 years, but now I'm threatened by 2 weak chickens. It's so fresh. Uchiha grinned, with a bloody cold light. Chapter 0-26. In the alleys of New York, if you can't meet punks, it means that you haven't been to New York. That's what it says in the movie. Anyway, in various movies, there will be punks in the streets and alleys of New York. And this time, these punks were very unlucky. They met the killing god Uchiha, and the people who died in his injuries were not 10,000 but thousands, and the real sense of killing was like numbness. Then, a few punks were tragic. When the siren sounded and the police came to the scene, they saw the scene of their heads pressed into their chests. The police recorded, "This is the second heartbreaking head-crushing murder, suspected to be the same murderer as the previous head-crushing murder case." BROLY? Madara shouted in the group, "Big guy, I have come to your world, but the position seems to be wrong." BROLY, wait a minute, I'll see. BROLY was in the villa, and the gas gradually spread throughout the entire city of New York. Found it. According to the power system of Dragon Ball, everyone will exude chi, which is an energy generated by the spirit of the human body. And everyone's chi is unique. Uchiha's strength is undoubtedly strong, so the chi on his body will also appear particularly powerful. He was like a giant light bulb in the darkness, and BROLY easily found his place. Fingers pressed to the center of the eyebrow. Teleport. This is a skill learned from the Monkey King, which can only be learned by people with pure hearts, and it just so happens that BROLY's character in Dragon Ball Super is innocent and kind, so he learned it. The next moment, BROLY disappeared into the villa, and then appeared on the streets of New York. Uchiha felt his shoulder being held down by a hand, then disappeared in place, and after a moment the scenery changed and came to another place. "This is my place, and you'll be staying here during this time." Uchiha just shook his head. He was brought over by the BROLY boss. What amazing abilities! There is also a little envy, how good it would be if the big guy could teach him. Suddenly, Uchiha's eyes must be. Hey! This is the Nine Tails. How does it feel like? Fat? At this time, the Nine Tails are holding Jiro's legs, grasping a gamepad in his paws, and playing a fighting game against the big TV screen. Next to the Nine Tails, a servant girl was spoiling to deliver fruits and roasted meat to the Nine Tails. Her eyes were shining, and she was probably cute. The Nine Tails eat while playing a game. It's been a wonderful day. As long as it performs well in front of BROLY and does its job of selling cute as a pet, it has a lot of fun games, a lot of good movies, a lot of good food, and the service of a beautiful little sister in the rest of the time. In these days, the Nine Tails have forgotten the tragic time in the ninja world, either being sealed or being shouted and killed, which is too hard. The Nine Tails pinched his belly. Well, fattened. Fallen off. Hey! Suddenly the Nine Tails had a bad cold. The cold hair stood up, looking back, frightened. Wow, a big jump. How did Uchiha Ban's big killing god come here? Groove. The Nine Tails grinned and made a fierce gesture. Why are you here? Uchiha, it seems that you are having a good life. You should thank me. Nine Tails. It makes sense, and it doesn't know how to refute it for a while. After visiting the villa, Uchiha officially moved in here. And as for how to use modern things, the maid of the villa would slowly teach him. At this time, the second Golden Flower Card special agent came to the villa, Mr. BROLY, to tell you the unfortunate news. your nephew is missing. Raleigh's face was blank. When did I have a nephew? Carter. Crazy inside, didn't you say that it was an uncle-nephew relationship with Stark last time? Now I forgot, can you be so perfunctory to me? Carter, Tony Stark is missing. Raleigh waved his hand and said without care, oh, you said Tony, it's okay, he'll be back soon. Carter asked, how are you sure he'll come back? Raleigh ran the train with his mouth full, officially introduced, I am the 18th generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master inheritance disciple of the Celestial Empire, good at public opinion, looking at the wind and water, dividing the mountains and rowing, voyeurs, magic and clever calculations, iron mouth straight breaking, professional repair of nuclear submarines, reactors, nuclear warhead refurbishment, polishing, waxing, recycling second-hand aircraft carriers, cleaning aircraft carrier oil tanks, space shuttle cleaning and maintenance for 3 filters, high-altitude operations cleaning satellite surface dust, wholesale bombers, all kinds of nuclear warheads, large quantities from excellent, invoices, delivery within 3 months, give 2 years of free maintenance and aircraft mirrors, and undertake train tire repairs. Carter. On the SHIELD side, Nick Fury instructed his subordinates, check the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master immediately, and check the source of this sentence that Raleigh said. Soon his subordinates came back to report, the inheritance of the Heavenly Master of Huaxia Dragon Tiger Mountain has always been relatively mysterious, and no key news has been found on the internet, but that sentence is a sentence that is widely circulated in Huaxia. When Nick Fury heard this, he could be sure that this Raleigh must be a Chinese person, and it was even very likely that he was a spy sent by Huaxia. It seems that Natasha is going to speed up the action. And this side of the villa. Raleigh looked at the figure of cart leaving, and his mind turned. This SHIELD dangling in front of him every day is a trouble, and it must be solved. Extinguish? This is easy, but after the extinction, the various things that happen in Marvel later are not fun without SHIELD. That under control? Raleigh, Madara, I heard that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has an ability called Bitenjin, I don't know if you have heard of it. Madara nodded, I just have one in my hand, I got it from Baiju, big guy you want it. Raleigh, how often can I control it? Madara, with my current strength, once a year is not a problem. Loyally laughed, well, you help me control a person and let him obey us. Madara, who? Raleigh showed a dark smile, that president of the Black Palace. Madara, good. Washington, inside the Black Palace, the president who was working shivered. Chapter 027. Where am I? When Tony Stark wakes up from the long darkness, he finds himself lying in a dark cave. Don't move, your body is not well. Who are you? My name is Ethan. At this time, Tony Stark recalled that he was bombed and wanted to struggle, but then found that something stuck to his chest and subconsciously wanted to tear it off. Ethan hurriedly stopped, don't move, you were injured by shrapnel, and a lot of fine metal was sucked into your blood. You are now caught, this is the base of a gang of terrorists. Tony Stark didn't care, it's okay, someone will come to my rescue soon. Ethan, those of yours shouldn't have found here that quickly. Tony Stark smiled confidently, my big guy can. Tony opens the QQ group. Tony, big guy, save me, I was caught by terrorists. You buckin', wow, Tony, you're not dead, I'm worried for nothing. Xianba, Xiao you lied again, yesterday seems to be the most gloating about you. At this time, Raleigh also appeared, send me a position. Tony, send location information. Raleigh, right there. Your chi is too weak. And then, as soon as Tony Stark blinked, an extra figure appeared in the cave. No, 2 figures. Madara yet. Tony Stark glanced at the figure wearing a modern suit trousers, the domineering president, Who else could it be if it wasn't Uchiha? BROLY looked at the cave. It was wet, and it seemed that the environment was not good. And Ethan next to him was completely dumbfounded. My jaw dropped. Where did these two come from? Tunnel? Ethan searched the ground carefully, but did not see any holes. A confused look. BROLY glanced at Tony. Yes, the same as the original plot, shrapnel, chest. Madara, it seems that you are seriously injured, give you treatment. After speaking, the hand pressed on Tony Stark's chest, and a white Jew entered Stark's body, continuously absorbing the metal shrapnel on Stark's body in a strange way, and at the same time Baiju's huge life force was instilled in, and the wounds on Stark's chest were all healed and scabbed. Madara withdrew his hand. Okay. Tony Stark's methods against Madara are no longer strange. After all, the last time the Naruto World Ninja World fought all kinds of domineering and unreasonable world-destroying moves, what is it to treat a person? However, it scared Ethan not lightly, and he looked like a ghost. Okay, let's go. BROLY had a bad smile in his eyes. Tony Stark was delighted. I don't want to stay in this place again. By the way, can this Ethan be taken away together? BROLY, go. The next moment, BROLY and Uchiha disappeared into the cave. Stark? Look left and look right. Look up and down. Groove. Why am I still in the cave? But the big guy and Madara are gone? 10,000 grass and mud horses ran wild in Tony Stark's heart, trampling back and forth 10,000 times, 10,000 times. Tony quickly opened the group. Big guy, you forgot me when you left. BROLY, hey? I don't have enough energy, so it's only enough to be spotted. Tony, staring at the dog JPG, the energy of the gods is not enough. Big guy, you easily dry the moon, still this energy. BROLY, I tell you, Tony Stark, who does not experience blacksmithing, is Stark without a soul. Tony, I don't understand. BROLY, you'll understand later, come on, we'll wait for the day you come out. Tony. Wong burst into tears. BROLY smiled heartily. Tony Stark, who doesn't experience blacksmithing, or Iron Man. You must know that there is an ending Easter egg in Avengers 4, which is a sound of cave blacksmithing, only sound, no image, but it has attracted countless Marvel fans to flow down and wait for this iron. Perhaps, this iron strike sound is the tempering process of Tony Stark from a no-minded, playboy tempered into an Iron Man with a warm heart. So, Stark, hit your iron well, otherwise Marvel fans will be disappointed. Back then, BROLY was also a fan of Tony. He was an ordinary person, without the powerful body of the Hulk, without the mutation of Spider-Man, he was comparable to the gods with a mortal body. Close the mask and light up your eyes, so that everyone's blood will warm up. But what about the people in the armor? Tony Stark, Iron Man, playboy, genius scientist, philanthropist, billionaire. Still a lonely person, lonely. But then it wasn't, and then he had Pepper and a lot of friends. He was happy, but he didn't say. It just took a lot of effort to equip every new friend. In Avengers 1, Captain America says that he will never know how to sacrifice for others. He stubbornly says that he is right, turns around and rushes into space with a nuclear bomb. BROLY felt pregnant for a while, and then appeared in the sky above the Black Palace with Uchiha. Outside the cave, a terrorist Malahan looked at the surveillance and thought he was dazzled. Just now he saw two people appear in the cave where Stark was being held. Rubbed his eyes, played the video backwards, and the result was a nourishment. The entire monitoring room suddenly exploded with a circuit spark, and the video was completely reimbursed. He did not dare to snub and immediately reported upward. Soon the terrorist leader rushed into the cave, and then saw Tony Stark and Ethan intact in the cave, and there was no one else at all. Snap! The terrorist leader slapped Morahan in the face, swollen like a balloon. Next time you dare to report like this, send you to meet Allah. Morahan burst into tears. I obviously saw it, right? Is there a hole in the ground? He searched the cave several times aggrievedly, but Mao could not find it. Chapter 028. Time flickered, and a week passed. Tony Stark was in the cave and finally understood what Raleigh meant by blacksmithing. He's really iron. At this time, the establishment time of the chat group officially reached 1 month. On this day, the group suddenly had an extra message. Group message: the Heavenly Chat group has been established for a month, and now all members can be elected as administrators, responsible for the management of the chat group in the future. Each person has 1 vote, and the person with the most votes is promoted to administrator. Xianba, administrator? Needless to say, it must be Raleigh boss. Tony Stark, I'm working iron, don't bother me, right now my mark is a little slow. Loki, I choose Raleigh boss. Batman, only Raleigh can convince the crowd. Uchiha, I'm a die-hard supporter of Raleigh boss. You Buchan, support the big guy Raleigh. Raleigh, oh, I'm so tired of lifting Tony, I'll vote for him and give him some comfort. Friends. Tony Stark, paralyzed tears JPG, am I thankful? Still don't thank you. Group message, ding. After the group election, group member Raleigh was officially promoted to administrator. Please see the group information for specific permissions. Raleigh glanced at the group information, and probably understood that the power of group management is no different from the permission dog of the QQ group. Group message, ding. Group management has emerged, groups have opened new features, invited new members, and received 5 opportunities to invite new members. Group message, Group Management Raleigh, you have 5 opportunities to invite new members, please cherish it. Raleigh's eyes lit up. Can I invite group members? This is good, there are only a few people in the group, and it is not interesting to pour water every day. At this time, the members of the group were also excited. Xianba, wow, is there finally a new member joining? It seems that my bully brother is going to pretend to be forced. You Buchan, I hope that a 0-level group member will let me bully. Batman. Uchiha, recently read Marx Principle and Capital, and realized that I was wrong before. Addicted to reading JPG. Tony Stark, I'm a blacksmith, who am I afraid of? Seeing that the group members were so active and excited, Raleigh did not delay and began to activate the invitation function. Ding! You turn on the group member invitation function, you consume 1 invitation function. Search dimension. The search was successful. You searched for Shi's Hixuan, from the legend of the Double Dragon of the Great Tang, strength level 2. Yes/no send an invitation. Raleigh was stunned. Shi's Hixuan? That is, the evil king? This is a nice guy and can't miss it. Raleigh immediately clicked yes. Group message, the group management invited Shi's Hixuan to join the group. Loki, Mo is new, everyone give me quiet. You Buchan, woohoo, it's actually level 2, and it's a big guy. Why not come a weak scum? At this time, in the Great Tang Double Dragon world, Shi's Hixuan was sitting in the Zen room, his face stunned. His brain was infused with a strange message. He was invited into something called a group. Shi's Hixuan's eyes suddenly became cold. Could it be the ghosts of the group of bald donkeys in the Buddha Gate? Or is it Sahang Jingzai? Or is it Yin Kui that wishes you in? Shi's Hixuan snorted coldly at that group, full of disdain. Shi's Hixuan, Shi's Hixuan, the Holy Gate Evil King, are waiting for the night, and dare to be presumptuous in front of my Shi's Hixuan. Xianba looked at it, this newcomer was so presumptuous. It seems that my bully brother can't sit back and watch, so he sent a message, at supper? Hehe, Shi's Hixuan is it, there is a kind of come, I Xianba let you live 5 breaths and count me as losing. Shi's Hixuan, Xianba? Who are you? Forget it, Shi's Hixuan, the overlord of the evil sect, the wisdom and talent of martial arts, the crown of the world, turned his hands to subvert the great Sui, overturned his hands to disrupt the outside world, determined to unify the two factions and 6 paths that were divided, and revitalized the Holy Gate. And Yu Xianba, I have never heard this name, presumably it is a little brat, but your hero has such great guts. Very good, you managed to attract my attention. Xianba. Nima, it's quite tall to speak. No, my hero can't lose to this Mensin, I must show my heroic momentum. Xianba, she's Hixuan, you listen to me, Xianba, the first strong man in Shenzhou, the gang leader of the largest gang in the world, 800,000 people under his hand, the golden scale is a thing in the pool, a dragon that changes in the storm. Order the world, don't dare not obey. Yushi's Hixuan, what a shit evil king, in my opinion, is a fart. She's Hixuan, shaft, today's words, you should regret it. She's Hixuan was in the Zen room, like a monk sitting quietly, but the killing intent in his eyes was condensed like ice. In the world, there are such arrogant people. My evil king She's Hixuan, apart from Ningdayakai, who is not afraid. This hegemonic name, I have never heard of it, dare to be so arrogant. I will kill you. And at this moment, an invitation suddenly appeared. Group message, the hero wants to invite you to a duel, whether you agree or not, because the duel is an invitation for the other party, so the location is up to you. When She's Hixuan heard it, although he didn't understand, he was difficult to contain the killing intent, and directly clicked yes. Please choose a duel location. Chang'an City. She's Hixuan sneered. Hero, you must die. What he didn't know was that the heroes of the Fenjiun world also sneered. She's Hixuan. Dare to mess with my bully brother. Look, I don't beat you out of. Chapter 029. You buckin, ahaha, duel, okay, now there is a drama. Madara, study socialism hard. Loki, how did this duel feature trigger? Xianba, I don't know, it's just that just now I really wanted to teach this She's Hixuan a lesson, and then this pop-up window appeared. BROLY, I read the group information, and the duel function is triggered when both sides want to fight each other. Everyone immediately understood. BROLY, anyway, it's boring, everyone might as well take advantage of the duel between Zioba and She's Hixuan to go to She's Hixuan's world to play. You buckin, agree, go. Loki, agree, go. Batman, agree, go. Uchiha, I want to study. BROLY, it is useless to read dead books, read 10,000 books and travel thousands of miles, She's Hixuan's world will have different things, when the time comes, theory will be combined with practice, and there may be new gains. Madara, this proposal, it seems good, I went. Tony Stark, wanted to cry. She's Hixuan was a little confused at this time. What do you mean? Come to my world? However, She's Hixuan immediately sneered, humph, these bald donkeys seem to have discovered my weakness in schizophrenia, and the illusion art developed is also good, but who am I? She's Hixuan. How can illusion stump me? However, what She's Hixuan didn't know was that at this time, the people in the group had already entered the world of the Double Dragon legend of the Great Tang, and they had directly arrived at the place of the duel Chang'an. Chang'an. Mountains and rivers, thousands of miles of country, the city of the 9 gates, do not see the imperial capital strong, an understanding of the Son of Heaven. A collection of cultural relics, the imperial capital of thousands of autumns. Chang'an is located on the south bank of the Wei River in the Guanzhong Plain, known as the 800-li Qin River, where the Zhou, Qin, Han, Western Jin dynasties, former Zhao, former Qin, later Qin, Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang were all located. The south is the southern mountain in the middle of the Qinling mountain range, with heavy mountains and steep mountains, which has become a natural barrier to the south. To the north, there are Yaishan Mountain, Huanglong Mountain, Saga Mountain, Liangshan Mountain, and other mountain systems that form a continuous Baishan mountain system, facing the Qinling Mountains. On the large fertile plain carved out of these mountain boundaries, Chang'an City is dominated by it, and the waters of Jing, Wei, Liao, Ba, Qi, and waterlogging surround it like strings of crystal shimmering and tassels floating, forming a situation of 8 waters around Chang'an. These rivers are like bloodlines, which not only provide Chang'an with abundant water sources, but also make Chang'an full of vitality. Since the ancient imperial state, Chang'an has been favored by successive monarchs since ancient times due to various strategic and economic advantages. And today, Chang'an has welcomed several visitors from other worlds. This is Chang'an. Luo Li looked at this bustling, lively street, and couldn't help but be in a trance, as if he had returned to Shangtang. As a celestial empire person, I will always have a complicated feeling here. When Uchiha saw such a prosperous place, he couldn't help but be surprised. What is this place? Why can ancient times be so prosperous? In the era of Uchiha's time, the population was sparse, and it is estimated that the total population of the ninja world was not enough to have the population of a city in Chang'an City. No wonder he was shocked to see such a super city. Yu Buchan began to popularize science at this time, gushing endlessly. He read a lot of books, he was very precious about history, and soon introduced Chang'an to Uchiha. When Uchiha heard what the tide of all nations, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's incredible. The more he read, the more Uchiha felt his former ignorance, and then the more he was in awe of knowledge, and he was full of respect for Chang'an, a behemoth that integrates culture, economy, and politics. Ignoring Madara's amazement, BROLY began to tour Chang'an and experience the most prosperous metropolis in the ancient world. Soon he had some more delicacies in his hands. Eat, eat, eat. At this time, a female voice came. Senior sister, look quickly, that man can eat it, he. BROLY looked over and his eyes lit up. Over there was a barefoot man in white with a bell on his feet, laughing with a demagogic eccentric charm. At first glance, BROLY thought it was more beautiful than most of the women he had ever seen. White clothes and bare feet. Could it be a? At this time, an angry snort sounded next to him. Look what, watch out for me gouging out your eyes. BROLY looked over and just saw a grim-faced young man looking at him, his gaze like a poisonous snake. BROLY was happy. Himself was threatened. Interesting. Sure enough, he has been practicing very well recently, and he has bound all his qi in his body, just like an ordinary person. BROLY looked at the shady young man playfully. What do I see? It's about me. The yin young man was furious. Boy, look for death. After speaking, he flew directly over, dragging an illusory grey shadow behind him, extremely fast. This gloomy young man is the master of the Demon Gate. He is evil by nature, likes to play with women, although he is a generation higher than the Wanwen, but he has always coveted the beauty of the Wanwen. That's why I hate it the most when others appreciate the beauty of Wanwen. Who do you mess with? Don't mess with me. Go and die. Bien Buletin threw himself in front of BROLY, and his right hand turned into a ghost claw, gloomy, and tore it off BROLY. Gee garbage. BROLY shook his head, and a finger came first, and pointed at the side of the body. And then, Bien Buletin instantly turned into countless dust, drifting in the air. Chapter 030. Wan is now a confused tree on the confused fruit. She just went shopping in Chang'an City, and she didn't recruit anyone, but as a result, her uncle ran over to provoke a man, and then the man lost her uncle. Yes, it's gone, it's like magic. Then, he was caught by the man. What, let me be your handmaid? No, definitely not. I, Wan Wen, the future head of the Yin Kui sect, the first day of the Demon Gate is a beautiful girl, you dare to be your maid? Ah, fierce. Dragon roaring fierce Meng JPG. What heavenly demon sleeve, what heavenly demon true strength, what heavenly demon force field came out, but it hit the man, but the mud cow entered the sea and disappeared. Then, the revolt was suppressed. BROLY was in a happy mood after teasing this eccentric little witch. And Bai Ching behind her was in a complicated mood at this time. While she was caught and was caught, she must not have a good end, but on the other hand, she felt that she was humiliated. She was such a beautiful person, the man didn't even look at himself. What does it mean? Think I'm ugly? Don't care, tell master first. No, I'm telling master later. Bai Ching was excited in her heart, the position of the future head of the Yin Kuei sect is mine. BROLY continued to walk forward with Wan Wen, eating whatever he wanted to eat, and then asking Wan Wan to give money, and Wan Wan wanted to escape every time, but I don't know why soon BROLY appeared in front of her, and then spanked her to show a lesson. And it's still in full view. She is the next head of the Yin Kuei sect. Being spanked in front of everyone's eyes is simply a shame to death. If I am seen by that woman surnamed Shi of Sahang Jingzai, it is estimated that I will laugh at me for the rest of my life. Therefore, Wan Wan did not dare to resist at all. If you can't escape by force, then get through the cute. Wan Wan took a deep breath and used the great method of Mo, but the result was still a failure. Just when BROLY strolled around for more than 20 minutes, Xianba finally finished the affairs on the other side of Fenjian and came directly to Chang'an City. She's Hixuan, get out of here for me. She's Hixuan, get out of here for me. She's Hixuan, get out of here for me. A sound full of true qi covered the entire Chang'an City, the sound shook all over the wild, and the ground was shaking, as if trembling for the appearance of the sound. The whole city, ordinary people or weak people, felt a pain in their ears, as if a voice vibrated back and forth in their eardrums. And those with profound skills have changed color, the stronger they are, the more they can feel the monstrous power of the hegemon. And Wan Wen is no exception, secretly frightened in her heart when such a terrifying master appeared in Chang'an City. And listening to that, it was obvious that the target was directly aimed at the most terrifying powerhouse of the Holy Gate, Shi's Hixuan. Who is this person? What is the grudge with Shi's Hixuan? It's finally about to start. BROLY pulled his attention back from a roast leg of lamb and smiled. Finally. Wan Wan's eyes rolled around. Could it be that this person has something to do with that person? It seems that Shi's Hixuan is in trouble this time, but unfortunately I can't inform master now, otherwise this is definitely a good opportunity to kill Shi's Hixuan. Go. BROLY got up and left the roast sheep restaurant. Guest officer, we haven't settled the bill yet. Xiao Er quickly ran out, looked at the pile of sheep bones on the table, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. This is my maid, let her settle the bill. BROLY pointed at Wan Wen. I have no money. Wan Wan gritted her teeth and raised her beautiful face, as if she was not angry. Oh, then press you here, wash the dishes and clean up, and leave when the debt is paid. Washing dishes? Cleaning? Wan Wan's eyes are about to pop out. Wan Wan, a beautiful girl, actually let me wash the dishes and clean up? I'm fierce. However, Wan Wan still gave money, and then obediently followed BROLY, because she knew that if she did not follow, then BROLY would definitely find her in the next moment, and then beat her in front of everyone. Soon BROLY came to the palace gate of Chang'an City, outside the long street. It's vast, at least the size of a football field, just like a ring, just for duels. And in the center of the square, stands a burly figure. Exactly the hegemon. A purple and black brocade dragon robe stretched out, like a peerless overlord. The dragon is Pan and Tiger, and the domineering Ling Ran. That breath was so vast, that she couldn't help but be frightened. BROLY took the arm of the woman and jumped on the top of the city gate, which is the highest place around the square, just overlooking the entire square, and the location is the most superior. Watch the play. BROLY didn't know where to come from, took out a large bag of melon seeds, and began to knock up. Tony, I can't go, you guys help me start a live broadcast. BROLY, oh, I almost forgot about you, now I'll open it for you. Soon, Tony, who was working as a blacksmith in the cave, saw the hero in the square through the group video. It's impossible to strike iron, I'd better shout 666 to Brother BA. Not long after BROLY came, Ban and Ubuckin also came quickly, and after seeing BROLY, they also went up to the roof of the city gate and sat with BROLY. Madara looked at Wan in surprise, who is this woman? BROLY, when this woman saw me, she was deeply impressed by my charm and must be my handmaid. Wan. Madara nodded, it is her honor to be the maid of the big guy. Ubuckin sighed, it's a pity that my daughter is naughty by nature, and she really doesn't dare to recommend it to the big guy, and she missed a big opportunity. Wan. Look at these two people like an neurotic. BROLY, Madara, how do you feel here? Madara said, it's a very prosperous place, it's amazing, but there are also many problems, I'll come back when I have time. Then, a puff of smoke appeared on the roof, and Loki quietly appeared and landed on the roof. After a while, Batman Wayne also came to the roof, with the bat suit also on the roof. He is not the same Batman when he fought with Superman, the strength is only the bottom of level 2, and it is difficult to go to the gate. At this time, one after another, experts also arrived here. The mysterious man versus Shi's Hixuan, this kind of top-level battle in the Great Tang, people who practice martial arts will naturally not miss it. Buddhism, Jiaxiang, wisdom, Taoism, and emptiness, the four holy monks came. Sahang Jingzai, Shifei Xian also came. Ning Dodge, also came. Yuchahong of Dugu Valve also came. BROLY also saw Datang Double Dragon. There is also the Demon Gate Zhuyuan. Luo Li was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the decisive battle between Xianba and Shi's Hixuan would attract so many great Tang masters. However, BROLY also keenly felt that his group of people were being gathered by countless lights. As a person who practices martial arts, he is naturally proud one by one, and the roof of the city gate occupied by BROLY and others has naturally become the target of many people. BROLY smiled softly. Chapter 031. Master, it's that person who caught senior sister. On a roof on the east side of the square, the masters of the Yin Kui sect occupied this place, and Bai Qing'er said to Zhu Yuan. Are you sure that that person killed Bian Buletin with one move? Zhu Yuan had suspicion in her eyes. To be precise, it was directly turned into a pile of dust by senior Uncle Bian, and I don't know how the other party did it. It seems that this group of mysterious people cannot be underestimated. Zhu Yuan pressed the idea of saving her beloved. At this moment, Zhu Yuan saw Shifei Xian leading the four masters of the Buddhist gate towards the group of mysterious people. Eyes lit up. Just let this annoying Buddha gate test the depth of the other party. Zhu Yuan had a small calculation in her heart. On BROLY's side, he also found that Shifei Xian and the others were coming to his side. BROLY, it seems that these people are coming to find trouble. Madara, it seems that you are going to make a move later, and the hero must recharge his strength against Shi's Hixuan, and he can't consume it here. Madara smiled confidently, a few level 2, hand to hand. Emotions surged on the sidelines. That man is called Xianba? With this group of people? This person named Madara seems to be very confident, is it very strong? Loki took the initiative at this time. I am also a level 3, I can also help get one. BROLY glanced at Loki, your own strength, don't you have a point in your heart? Throughout the countless battles, have you ever won that one? Loki already felt that kind of contempt from BROLY. Squat corner grievance JPG. At this time, Shifei Xian and the four great gods and monks had already arrived under the city gate, jumped and landed a few meters away from the roof. The two sides faced off. Ubuckin's eyes lit up, these people's strength seemed to be good. After Banyi crippled these people, he would torture them himself and take out their cultivation secrets. Shi Feixian faintly looked at Wan Wen, constantly guessing in her heart, not knowing what Wan had to do with these mysterious people. Shi Feixian, dear benefactors, what do you have to do with the Yin Kuei sect? BROLY, it doesn't matter. Shi Feixian, then why is this Yin Kuei sect demon girl with you? Of course, I don't mean anything else, but this Yin Kuei sect is a demon sect, and it is cunning by nature, and I am afraid that one of you will be accidentally deceived by the other party. Luo Li glanced at Shi Feixian, and the corner of his mouth chuckled, starting today, she will be my maid. Concubine Shi Xian was stunned for a moment. Maid. I can't help but take a look at my old rival Wan Wen, who has always been proud and talented. When was she willing to become someone else's handmaid? This person must be lying. Then, it is certain that the Yin Kuei sect must be related to a few mysterious people. At this moment, the four great holy monks next to him were already a little impatient. Amitabha! The Daoxin monk shouted a Buddhist trumpet with a look of compassion. Benefactors, this girl is a demon girl of the Yin Kuei sect, the demon of the demon gate. Please draw a line with her, put down the butcher knife, and become a Buddha on the ground. Yu Buchan, Wayne, and Wan roared in their heads. Because this letter is every word, accompanied by the power of mantra, with the Buddha Zen meaning. And the supreme demonic power, every word seems to be crashing into their heads and bodies, shaking them so that they only want to gag, extremely uncomfortable. Humph, what a despicable monk! Ban Lang snorted, and a thunder sound instantly overwhelmed Daoxin's voice, helping Wan, Yu Buchan, and Wayne to free themselves. The faces of Shi Feixian and the four great holy monks changed, and they looked at Madara vigilantly. BROLY, Madara, quick victory, so as not to disturb the duel between Xianba and Shi's Hixuan. Madara arched, good. Reincarnation eye, open. The four holy monks saw that Madara's eyes were changing, and then the alaya in their hearts was frantically alarming, reminding them that this was very dangerous in front of them. And Shi Feixian's Sahang sword classic's sword heart is also frantically alarming. Be careful, there is something wrong with this person. The empty mouth is spoken. He has a problem with his eyes. Jiaxiang's face turned pale. Sure enough, it's a demon. Today I'm angry at King Kong, get rid of this demon. Wisdom said a Buddhist trumpet. Donor, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the ground. The spot that opened the eye of reincarnation once again returned to its former domineering, looking at these ants with his eyes high. That ninja killing god is back. You should be honored. In order to avoid moving too much, let me use more strength against you. A move of the hand. Will Tomb. Originally, it was an ability that could only be activated after the 6 modes were turned on, but after this period of cultivation of the mind, well-read, and absorbing the essence of the other world, Madara's strength quietly became stronger, and his mind began to keep up with the realm level. As for the Will Tomb, he no longer needs to open the 6 modes, he can use it directly. Michi Shin waved his wand, and as soon as the wand lowering method came out, a kind of Vajra Zen intention expanded, hitting Uchiha Madara. And the other 3 holy monks. Jump up! And then actually rushed directly to Raleigh. They all discovered that Raleigh was the core of this mysterious group, and it seemed that the strength was still very poor, so they immediately chose Raleigh as the target. Catch the thief first. Wait until they capture Raleigh, and then threaten Uchiha with Raleigh's life, the person who is mortal to them. Uchiha's face changed. Abominable. These people dare to disturb the big guy, this is hitting him in the face. Madara's anger made the 4 holy monks even more sure that their strategy was right, so they attacked Raleigh faster. Daoxin laughed, want to save him? It's late. Swing the Zen staff and smash it at Uchiha. He doesn't need to defeat Uchiha, he just needs to stop Uchiha. After waiting for Raleigh to be caught, then Uchiha will no longer be a threat. Thinking of this, Daoxin showed a fierce smile. Save. When Madara heard this, his face showed mockery, the big guy needs me to save him. Did you get something wrong? When concubine Shi heard this, and then looked at Wan Wen's sinister smile, she was suddenly shocked, thought of something, and quickly shouted. Be careful! He has a problem. However, it was too late. Hey, why do you always like to come and give heads to people? BROLY's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Jiaxiang, wisdom, and empty faces changed, and Alaya completely exploded. And he couldn't withstand the crisis at all. King Kong is not a bad body. Buddha Gate Golden Bell Hood. Strands of gold appeared on their bodies, while a golden bell appeared outside, shrouding and protecting them. Then they saw a transparent fist, gradually enlarging it. This is fist. Jiaxiang, wisdom, and emptiness appeared in the minds of this word. Then the Admiralty is shattered. Severe pain in the lower back. Boom. The three sounds became one in a row, which was extremely harsh. The three holy monks, like rags, were hit by that solid fist wind, directly piercing a huge blood hole. Gag. Poof. The three holy monks vomited blood on the spot. Then lie on the roof, blood gurgling out. How can it be so strong? Consciousness gradually disappears. Keep your eyes open, and you won't be blind. P.S. I have a lot of words in my chapters, more than 2,000 words. This chapter 2455 is more than the 1500-word conscience of some novels. Chapter 032. Michi-shin was waving a Zen staff to knock on Uchiha's brain case, but when he heard the voice, he looked back at his three companions, and he was almost frightened. Frightened, he fled quickly, and did not even dare to raise the thought of revenge. Meru. Fly in the air, very fast. Can you go? Madara snorted coldly. He was very annoyed, and naturally showed no mercy. The two shadows of the wheel to Uchiha Ba hit Daoxin hundreds of times in an instant, and when Madara stopped, Daoxin had completely become a pool of rotten meat. Quiet! The needle can be heard on the ground. All the people in the martial arts were completely frightened. That's the four holy monks. That's the highest Buddhist monk. That is the top 10 powerhouses in the world of Great Tang martial arts. Just died? Zhu Yuan was shocked, cold sweat came out. Just now fortunately he did not have the impulse to go up and snatch back his beloved disciple, otherwise it would not be the four holy monks who died, but himself. On the other side, Cao Zhong and Su Xiling were also scared. Ling Xiao, who is that person? So powerful? The world has never heard of such a strong person. Is it already at the same level as Master Ning Dodge? Although the two are double dragons, their strength has also improved by leaps and bounds, but they have not yet touched the level of Ning Dodge, so they misunderstand that the strength of BROLY, Ban, and others is one level with Ning Dodge. On another roof more than 30 meters away from Shuanglong, Li Shimin was occupying a place with his Tian's mansion, and when he saw the four great holy monks die tragically on the spot, the paper fan in his hand clicked off. Li Shimin knew that this Buddha sect was an ally on his side, and now that the four holy monks were dead, the strength of his side would be greatly reduced. On Dugu Valve's side, Yu Chihong's face was tense and terrified, and his hands were trembling. What a powerful force! Luo Li looked at Shifei Xian and seemed to smile. Wan Wen, this person should be your opponent, right? Wan Wan held back the horror in her heart, and cunningly respected, back to the master. Her name is Shifei Xian, the person of Sahang Jingzai, my nemesis. Master, don't you know how disgusting their Sahang Jingzai is? Sahang Jingzai is known as the leader of the White Dao. There are so few people in the entire sect. Each generation of disciples is specially selected to be brilliant in the world, circling among countless handsome talents in the world, fascinated by them, such as the heavenly Dao Songke of the year, and the evil King Shi's Hixuan of my holy gate were once their ministers. And this Shifei Xian is the holy daughter of Sahang Jingzai of this generation. I don't know where I got Heshabai, so Sahang Jingzai is going to represent the heavenly chosen emperor and the elected emperor on behalf of all the people, and decide who will be the founding emperor of the next dynasty. Yu Buchan, who was an ancient, was surprised when he heard this founding emperor, can they still choose? It's ridiculous. Luo Li sneered, the nunnery established by a nun in the district does not concentrate on eating the fasting prayer, and arrogantly acts as the chosen emperor of heaven, and the imperial throne that dominates all the people actually allows a group of nuns to decide. It's funny. Shifei Xian wanted to argue. But Wan Wan interrupted Shifei Xian's argument one step faster. The master is right, these nuns are extremely arrogant. Wan Wan laughed like a little fox and clapped and shouted. BROLY, since you call me master, the title is so decided, and you will officially become my maid in the future. Wan Wan was dumbfounded. Hey! Shouting in my heart, no, you misunderstood, I just want to provoke the relationship between you and Shifei Xian to deliberately lick your master, I don't really want to treat you as a master. BROLY smiled darkly, I always don't want to force others to be difficult, but since you already recognize me as the master, then from today onwards, I will be your master. She wanted to cry, I want to explain, but I don't know how to say it. Can't you say I'm just sowing discord, right? In that way, it is estimated that the 4 great holy monks will be their own end. The eccentric was also out of step at this time, shrugging her head, yes, master. Luo Li answered, very satisfied, since you recognize me as the master, then give you a big gift. Big gift. Wan Wan finally got a little more energetic. Luo Li pointed at Shifei Xian, since you said that she is your opponent, do you want to arrest her and become your slave girl? How do you want to bully just like that? Wan Wan's eyes lit up, this is good. Shifei Xian is always against her, and the Holy Gate and Sahang Jingzai have always been incompatible. If Sahang Jingzai holy female Shifei Xian is trained to be her own female slave, then... He. The smile of the bunchful gradually metamorphosed. Shifei Xian's face changed greatly at this moment, Senior. You misunderstood, Sahang Jingzai is not what this demon girl said, we Sahang Jingzai have always taken it as our duty to choose the most suitable son of heaven. BROLY scoffed, he was not unaware of the virtues of this Sahang Jingzai. BROLY was impatient and grabbed his hand emptily. Shifei Xian's face changed drastically, and she immediately made a decision, and fled directly to escape. However, soon she realized that something was wrong, her body threw out, but it was backwards, a force grabbed her, but she couldn't move, dragged her back. Boom! Shifei Xian rolled directly to the feet of Wan Wen. Poke and poke. With a thunderous momentum, Wan Wan clicked a few times on Shifei Xian's body, and the heavenly demon True Qi poured in, completely controlling Shifei Xian's internal force. Shifei Xian, I didn't expect you to fall into my hands. You will be my slave girl from now on. Wan Wan leaned in and laughed proudly. Immeasurable Tianzun. At this moment, a voice like the sound of heaven and earth instantly hit Wan Wan's heart. A Taoist priest suddenly appeared on the roof. Ning Dodge. The world's #1 master. Nin Dodge bowed to BROLY. Senior, please spare senior concubine Xian. Chapter 033. Luo Li looked at Ning Daokai with interest, you let me spare Shifei Xian. Why? Ning Daokai looked solemn, just give me Ning Daokai a face. BROLY. Give you face? How old are you? Just because you are a Taoist or Wuze? The strongest person named Taoism, but always gives Buddhism a dog? Ning Daokai didn't know what BROLY was thinking, exactly, what Shifei Xian represents is Sahang Jingzai in Buddhism, the power is not small, although the predecessor is strong, but the so-called 2 fists are difficult to fight with 4 hands, or try to make enemies. Ning Daokai swore in a tone that I think about you. In his opinion, these 2 people are not very powerful, BROLY and Madara's breath is too powerful, and the reason why they can kill the 4 holy monks should be that they used some mysterious exotic means. He has also seen many people in foreign lands, and the martial arts used are mysterious, unpreventable, and can defeat the strong if they can't be prevented. Therefore, Ningdeakai felt that his strength was not inferior to these 2, or that he was stronger. This is the confidence of the world's #1 master. What did you just say? Enemies? 2 fists and 4 hands? BROLY laughed. And behind him, Madara, Ubukan, Batman, and Loki all laughed. Especially Ubukan and the others, looking at Ningdeakai with stupid eyes. Poor fellow, you never know what strength we have, and I'm afraid to scare you to death when I say it. Ningdeakai's face turned blue. What does this mockery mean? Mocking me as the #1 master in the world? I call you senior, am I really good-tempered? Ningdeakai's face was livid, and he snorted angrily, it seems that you are not ready to give face. Madara snorted coldly, what are you? Ningdeakai said coldly, it seems that you are lonely and unheard, listen up, I am a scattered person Ningdeakai, the world's #1 master, the well-deserved martial arts supreme, you people in foreign lands, don't think that with some secret means you can consider yourself invincible in the world. Sanran Ning dodges strength. You guys have nothing. Woo. It's really annoying. Before he finished speaking, BROLY became impatient, slapped the void and slapped Ningdeakai's face. All the martial arts masters present clearly saw Ningdeakai's face under this slap, slowly deformed, then dented, and then hula. Ningdeakai turned into a whirlwind gyroscope and was knocked out 100 meters away and smashed into a tavern. Hissing! 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 Whether it was Yu Chahong, Zhu Yuanyin Kui sect, or Cao Zhong Su Xiling, the Demon Gate Master, Li Shimintian's mansion. All the eyes that were completely stunned and gasped. That's Ning Dodge. The world's #1 master. Actually slapped away. Look at BROLY again, still smashing melon seeds gracefully, as if he hadn't made a move at all. At this time, BROLY was also impatient and directly shouted at the hero on the ground. Xianba, Shi's Hixuan hasn't come yet, just teleport him over. Yes, big guy. The hero saluted respectfully, then activated the dual summoning function. This is one of the functions of group dueling, if anyone refuses to duel, directly use this function to pull him over, and if he does not duel, he has to duel. And the people around were completely stunned. This strong man who duel with Shi's Hixuan was actually with the people on the roof. And it sounds like he is very respectful to the person on the roof. Su Xiling, Zhong Xiao, it seems that we can't save Shi Fairy. Cao Zhong's eyes lit up, Ling Xiao, we can worship him as a teacher. On the other side, the great Zen temple. The evil king/great virtue saint monk Shi's Hixuan was delving into the spiritual Dafa, and that illusion had been in his mind, making him very angry. These bald donkeys, one day, my Shi's Hixuan will make them look good. At this time, Shi's Hixuan still thought that this was an illusion, not a reality. At this moment, a burst of power came from the void, and before Shi's Hixuan could react, he was suddenly dragged up, and then appeared on a huge square in the next second. Isn't this Chang'an? Shi's Hixuan was dumbfounded. Under the stunned tree, Shi's Hixuan looked confused. At this time, the people around him also became in an uproar. Shi's Hixuan. Is it really him? Isn't that right, he's wearing a monk's robe? Is it a monk? Shi's Hixuan is a monk. Who in the martial arts does not know the name of Shi's Hixuan? That is the #1 master of the Demon Gate, amazing, prestigious, and many people in martial arts are in awe of him. But this one in front of you, wearing a monk's robe, he is a monk. What the heck? Shi's Hixuan. When Zhu Yuan saw the monk, she immediately recognized that it was Shi's Hixuan's, and hatred suddenly surged up, and her fists were clenched purple. Xianba looked at Shi's Hixuan and sneered disdainfully, "Humph, Shi's Hixuan, I didn't expect you to be a fearless person, and you didn't even dare to come to a duel. Where did the guts in the group go? Shi's Hixuan was stunned. You are hero? Xianba showed his body and was domineering. Humph, this seat is Xianba. Shi's Hixuan was so clever and talented. After thinking about it, he quickly cleared things up. What group is real, and the hero is also real, and now, he promised this hero's duel. Xianba, Shi's Hixuan, do you remember what you said? Call me a brat, and say I've managed to get your attention. Ha ha ha, just by your words, my hero will not let you go. The laughter of the hero with rich skill turned into a domineering sound wave, which shocked the blood of the surrounding martial arts people, and the heart was shocked. This person is so strong. Shi's Hixuan was also shocked. He is also a rare master in the world, but this person is not lower than himself. Shi's Hixuan, you listen to me, if it weren't for the group not allowing cannibalism, you would already be dead. But the death penalty can be avoided, the living crime is inevitable, and when I finish beating you, you will throw away the title of shit evil king for me, and obediently be my little brother, understand? Shi's Hixuan sneered, if I win, you will lick my shoes, and change your Xianba's name to Shi's Hixuan's son. Son. Xianba suddenly exploded in anger. Find death. Kill. The two didn't talk nonsense anymore and started fighting directly. Heavenly Frost Fist. As soon as Xianba made a move, the wind and clouds changed color, and the wind and frost rolled and attacked Shi's Hixuan. Immortal Seal. Shi's Hixuan did not show weakness, and between the shots, yin and yang were mutually beneficial, turning into a strange force that swept towards the hegemon. Aha! BROLY yawned, a little bored. His eyes looked at Ningdaekai, but he found that Ningdaekai had disappeared. And he didn't know when he had escaped. Chapter 034. On the square of Chang'an Long Street, an event that all martial arts people will remember for a lifetime is happening. The dignified evil king Shi's Hixuan was violently beaten. Dead life. I saw a burly tyrant riding on Shi's Hixuan's body. Punch. A punch in Shi's Hixuan's face. Do you dare to be arrogant? Yes? Punch. Aren't you going to call me daddy? Punch. Call or not? Keep punching. Don't tell me to keep beating. Punch after punch, beating Shi's Hixuan all over the ground. Just 2 minutes ago, the duel between Xianba and Shi's Hixuan began, and then Xianba showed extremely domineering skills, directly beating the evil king as a sandbag. The evil king Shi's Hixuan was so miserable, he was beaten like a sandbag by the hero, swinging back and forth, and it was difficult to even fight back. There is still a gap between the Fenjiun world and the Great Tang world, so it is natural that the strength of the hegemon is stronger than Shi's Hixuan. Xianba grinned, his mood was called a cheerful awe, his fists flew. Weren't you arrogant when you started? Didn't you call me a shaft? Didn't you say I should call you daddy? You're giving me high now, defeating me. I decided, I took this son of yours. Quick, call my dad. Looking at the evil king's blue face and swollen nose, Xianba was as cool as drinking cold iced watermelon water in the summer, so cool that it exploded. However, the evil king Shi's Hixuan was also arrogant, and he still gritted his teeth to resist. Shi's Hixuan, the evil king, how can I call you dad? The duel is over. Then there were 3 prompts. Group News, Xianba defeated Shi's Hixuan. Group News, Xianba won the title Shi's Hixuan's father, and the time lasted for 3 months. Group News, Shi's Hixuan won the title son of Xianba, and the time lasted for 3 months. Xianba looked at it and was in a refreshing mood. When Shi's Hixuan saw it, he almost exploded in anger. I almost wanted to leave the group. After the battle, Xianba got up from Shi's Hixuan, laughed loudly, and was happy. The male Decepticon glared, son, don't hurry up yet. Shi's Hixuan jumped like thunder, and he wanted to kill Xianba on the spot, but he knew the strength of him and Xianba, and provoked Xianba and was estimated to be beaten violently in the end. However, Shizhixuan also had a murderous heart in his heart, and secretly decided, when I become strong in the future, I must take revenge and kill this tyrant. Xianba urged impatiently, don't hurry up to worship the pier. The big guy has been waiting there for a long time. Shizhixuan only remembered that there was also a level 10 big guy in the group, he was only level 2, think that the hero was only level 2 and had already beaten himself without the power to fight back, what is the concept of level 10? Thinking of this, Shizhixuan calmed down, people had to bow their heads under the eaves, the eldest husband could flex and stretch, as a person in the demon gate, he did not lack this smoothness. Xianba took Shizhixuan and landed on the roof of the city gate. Shizhixuan bowed to Luoli, Junior Shizhixuan, meet the big guy. BROLY bowed his head slightly, since it is your blessing to be able to join this group, I know that you must be full of resentment towards Xianba, but you have to remember, even if you want to take revenge on him in the future, there can be no cannibalism. Which is why Xianba did not kill you, understand? This is a warning. How could BROLY not see the hatred in Shizhixuan's heart? So give him a vaccination. If Shizhixuan is disobedient by then let him die. Shizhixuan bowed his head, and finally helpless, obey the order, big guy. And at this time, the surrounding martial arts people had been completely shocked, that evil king, actually with that group of mysterious people? Who the hell is this group of people? Why are they so powerful? Zhu Yuyin's fists clenched, she found that her chances of revenge were even slimmer, but it was not without good news, her apprentice was caught by the other party as a maid, and also captured the holy daughter of Sahang Jingzai's group of mean women, which made Zhu Yuyin's heart very happy. Li Shimin, Dugu Valve. The Demon Gate and others were worried, not knowing what kind of changes the arrival of this mysterious person would bring to the world, especially Li Shimin, without the support of Sahang Jingzai, Buddha Gate and Ningdayakai, his strength was greatly reduced. 2 days later. What happened in Chang'an swept around like a storm. Kill the 4 great holy monks of the Buddha Gate, slap the world's first Ningdayakai with one palm, suppress the evil king Shizhixuan, and capture the Sahang Jingzai holy princess Xian as a slave girl. No matter which one, it was enough to frighten countless people in the martial arts, let alone 5. The entire martial arts rivers and lakes are sensational. Luoyang. Pure Zen Buddhism. At this time, the news of the death of the 4 holy monks spread back to the Jingnian Zen sect, causing an uproar in the temple. Anger, hatred, anger, and excited. Emptiness is the Zen master, abbot, of Zen Buddhism, and now that he is dead, it is natural to elect a new abbot. However, Jingnian Zen Buddhism is not the kind of temple that has no desire, and it is full of greed and delusion. Therefore, the master of this sect will naturally not be so easy to choose. Many highly respected monks are coveting that position. If the other 3 holy monks are not dead, they have no chance, but the other 3 holy monks are dead, then all the high monks have a chance. The debate over who should be the Zen master is becoming more and more intense. Soon, there was a proposal that received widespread support from the monks. Whoever can avenge the 4 holy monks and revive the prestige of Zen Buddhism will be qualified to become a Zen master. This proposal has been supported by many people. At this time, the information on the death of the 4 great holy monks was not complete, they only knew that a group of people had killed the empty 4, but they did not know the process of killing, because only the 4 great holy monks were present at that time, and there was no Buddha in addition to it. And Sahang Jingzai couldn't wait for the Buddha Gate to charge and help them save Shifei Xian, and Li Shimin had the same idea, so he didn't pass on specific information. Therefore, the entire Jingnian Zen sect thought that the opponent who killed the void was not strong, and they could definitely take revenge with so many masters of the Jingnian Zen sect. Whoever kills that group of mysterious people will be the Zen master. Revenge. The monks of the whole temple screamed one by one. If the heavenly monk, first ancestor, knew I don't know if he would have crawled out of the coffin in anger. At this moment, a group of people from BROLY had already arrived outside the gate of the Jingnian Zen mountain. They want to destroy the Jingnian Zen sect. By the way, copy all the cultivation exercises of the Jingnian Zen sect, although their highest level is only level 2, but it is also enough for Yu Buchan and the level 1 Meng Xin cultivation of the group in the future, and it can also be helpful to level 2 masters like Xianba and Shi's Hixuan. Chapter 035. Pure Zen Buddhism. That is, the temple where the 4 holy monks are located. It is located in the southern suburbs of Suilwoyang, and the temple buildings add up to thousands of buildings, like a small city, with 7 halls in the middle and a small bronze hall with a width and depth of 3 zhang and a half zhang high, which was once used to collect heshi bai. Except for the bronze hall, all buildings are covered with 3-colored glazed tiles. The color is like new. In front of the copper hall is a vast 100 zhang, made of white stone, surrounded by a white stone carved fence platform square, in the center of which is enshrined a bronze statue of Manju Sri Bodhisattva riding a golden lion. Next to the niche there are 3 Buddhas such as Medicine Master, Shakya, and Mita. Colorful plastic gold ornaments, quite magnificent, except for the 4 stone step entrances, evenly distributed 500 arhats, all cast in gold and bronze, all of them lifelike. 2 words, rich. 4 words, rich to the enemy. BROLY, Madara, Loki, Xianba, Shi's Hixuan, Yu Buchan, Wayne. There were also maids and slave girls, and a group of people stood outside the mountain gate, looking at these hundreds of buildings and luxurious Buddha statues, a little surprised. Xianba, the leader of the world society, was a little stunned. A place to eat fasting Buddha is even more luxurious than my world society. Are these monks real monks? Yu Buchan's face showed disgust. These monks do not produce one by one, they only know that eating and praying Buddha is of no help to the people, but they can be so rich. It seems that the Buddha mentioned in the ancient books is a demon, and there is no mistake. After Shi's Hixuan was beaten by the hero, the evil king's personality suppressed the saint monk's personality, and he was extremely disgusted and repulsed by the Buddha gate. Loki and Batman, the 2 crooked nuts, do not understand Buddhism deeply, but according to the audience, they do not have a good impression of this pure meditation Zen. Shi Fei Xian's face was pale, and Chu Chu was pitiful. Please show mercy to the seniors. Buddhism has always paid attention to accumulating virtue and doing good. Accumulate virtue and do good? Gee, the sarcastic meaning of Wan Wan was very obvious, and said to BROLY, Master, the people in the Buddhist sect eat and pray to the Buddha every day, and they don't need to worry about their livelihood, and the fields of the temple are also cultivated by the sand under the people, and it is natural that they are outside the land, so they never need to pay taxes. The pilgrims' incense oil money paved the entire temple into a white jade square. Occasionally giving porridge is Buddhism's compassion, and it is as hypocritical as Sahang Jingzai. Shi Fei Xian defended on the side, we, Sahang Jingzai, are not hypocritical, we are for the sake of the world. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped impatiently by BROLY. Virgin, disgusting. BROLY commanded, Loki, Xianba, Shi's Hixuan, Wayne, you guys go, Madara will press you on the side. Loki was dissatisfied, I can also crush the formation, how can I say that I am also a god? Madara said truthfully, I think you are still a little weak. Loki pierced the heart, Madara. Even more heart-wrenching was Yu Buchan. This battle, Yu Buchan was not even qualified to participate in the battle. Wan Wan raised her hand excitedly. I also want to go, I also want to go, I have long wanted to kill this group of smelly monks. Let's get started. With BROLY's order, Xianba took the lead and rushed towards the mountain gate. Pai Yun Pom. Boom. The huge mountain gate collapsed directly. My hero is coming, Zen Zen miscellaneous people, give me out to die. The sound boomed, and the leaves were shaken to the ground. Soon, the Zen friar was ready. Countless monks with thick copper sticks rushed out, at least more than 2,000 people. For a while, it was vast and spectacular. Yu Buchan looked at the corners of his mouth twitching. Compared with this pure Neon Zen Buddhism, the Shaolin Temple, the first sect in the world in his own world, is a younger brother. No, it should be said grandchildren. Luo Li snorted coldly, this pure Zen sect is a cancer. I became even more determined to destroy the idea of pure meditation and Zen Buddhism. Who is it? Dare to spread wild in the Zen Buddhism? A burly monk holding a Zen staff, imposing and majestic, King Kong angry, stood in front of 2,000 warrior monks, facing the tyrant. It is the empty junior brother, stupid. Remember, my name is Xianba. Call me Brother Ba, spare your life. 3 points to the vitality. As soon as the hero makes a move, it is the strongest killing move. A huge round ball with a majestic momentum, rumbled into the high monk, and the floor tiles flew cracked everywhere it passed, and the wind pierced the face. Disheveled. It only took 0.5 seconds to be a fool, and instantly turned into a bloody person, and the 3-point return to the vitality continued to crash into the crowd of martial monks. Blood rained down and limbs flew everywhere. The corners of Shi's Hixuan's mouth twitched. This move he had never seen. It was obvious that Xianba did not exert his full strength when he dueled with himself. An hour later, the entire Jing Neon Zen Buddhism was completely turned into an azure field, and blood flowed like a river. The entire temple, up and down, except for a few hundred monks who were afraid to escape, was destroyed. The monks who escaped were already terrified, let alone take revenge, and it was too naive to think that at the beginning they said that they would avenge the holy monks in vain. Next, it's time for harvest. Yu Buchan couldn't wait to push open the scripture cabinet, revealing the piles of bookshelves inside, densely packed, estimated to be tens of thousands of books. Group message, detected ownerless martial arts cheats, is it uploaded to the group space? BROLY, upload it. Soon, there were more than 12,000 cheats and Dharma books in the group space at once. Yu Buchan's saliva flowed, this time developed, what Zixia divine skill, what Huashan sword technique, can be thrown away, here just pick a random book can surpass those garbage martial arts secrets of the Huashan school. And Heshi Bai. BROLY's figure flickered and landed in the bronze hall in the center. The bronze hall has 2 bronze doors 3 meters high, estimated to weigh several tons. Needless to say, what was inside the bronze hall must be Heshibai, because Xianba, Shi's Hixuan and the others killed people too quickly, and Heshibai simply didn't have time to take it. BROLY pushed open the bronze giant door and saw Heshibai inside. If BROLY remembers correctly, this and Shibi have a special power that can affect the spirit and body. And according to the setting of the legend of the double dragon of the Great Tang, this thing can wash the muscles. Grab it with one hand. Start with. Heshibai exudes a crystal clear brilliance, a force wants to drill into BROLY's body, but unfortunately BROLY's skin is too thick to drill through. For BROLY's power, these forces are low-level energy, too many impurities. The jade seal of the kingdom is rubbish to BROLY, but it is indeed a good thing for others, especially those with relatively weak cultivation. Yu Buchan, Wan Wen, Shi's Hixuan. BROLY threw the jade seal to them. To you. Chapter 036. 5 days later. Emperor Dofeng was completely reduced to ruins, and Sahang Jingzai was wiped out. BROLY stepped on the ruins. It's been a long time since I'd been here, let's go back. Xianba, although this world is relatively weak, many exercises are still very useful to me. I want to go back to retreat and perfect my 3-point return to vitality. Yu Buchan, well, I've been away for so long, I don't know what kind of chaos the Huashan sect has become. This time, to say that the biggest gain was Yu Buchan, who absorbed 1/3 of Heshibai's power, washed his muscles, read many cheats, and asked Xianba and Shi's Hixuan for a lot of advice, so that his strength was greatly improved. Madara arched his hand, big guy, I want to go directly to the ninja world, this trip has gained a lot, maybe I have found the direction to transform the ninja world. BROLY nodded, and then disappeared into the Emperor Peak with Wan Wen. One by one, the others also disappeared in place and returned to the original world. In the end, only Xianba remained, looking at Shi's Hixuan. Son, Dad, I'm leaving, practice well, and then duel in 3 months, I still want to be your father. Shi's Hixuan's face suddenly turned livid. Xianba laughed and disappeared into the Emperor Peak. Ah, Xianba, you are dead. Marvel Universe. Master, this is your world. As soon as she came to this world, she couldn't help but look at the villa compound curiously, and then saw the high-rise buildings in New York outside and a plane flying by, and she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. She has made a lot of psychological preparations, but after coming to this world, she is still shocked. This is no less than the legendary immortal world, right? However, she is eccentric and can quickly accept new knowledge, so BROLY chooses her as his personal maid. Just get used to it in the future. I'll find a maid to teach you to learn for a while, and when you get familiar with it, you will come and serve me. Yes, Master. Wan Wan completely let go of the arrogance of the Holy Lady of the Demon Gate, and was happy and sincerely obeyed as BROLY's personal maid. At this time, BROLY's hand grabbed the void, and the 9-tailed fox who was playing the game in the hall was caught in BROLY's hand. Petting the cat. His hand stroked the smooth fur of the 9-tailed fox. BROLY is a bit of a cat-petting addiction now. Although this cat has 9 tails. Wan Wan's eyes lit up at this moment. Wow, is this a fox? 9-tailed fox? BROLY, 9-tailed fox? Sort of. The 9 llamas huffed and said fiercely, let me go, my game is not about to clear the level. Desperately struggling. Don't worry, I'm not here during this time, has something happened? BROLY asked. Humph, a few thieves ran to steal something, and I beat them up and threw them out. The 9 llamas said disdainfully. It should be S.H.I.E.L.D. BROLY thought. You seem to be fat. BROLY lifted the hair of the 9 llama's neck up, and then poked its bulging belly. Eat more, exercise less. Taking advantage of BROLY's lack of attention, the 9 llamas escaped the palm of his hand, rushed into the hall, and continued to grab the gamepad and play. BROLY's eyes were sucked by the 9 llamas, but yes, Wan Wen's age at this time is estimated to be 17 or 18, maybe younger, and the heart of some girls. It is naturally difficult to resist this cute animal. BROLY reminded, you can think that she is just a little pet, oh, she is still very powerful. How powerful? BROLY, much stronger than the Hegemons. It's even stronger than Brother BA. Wan Wan wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, and roared in her heart, God, even a pet is stronger than me, what the hell? Thoroughly convinced. When BROLY returned to the villa, Nick Fury of SHIELD knew it for the first time. During this time, SHIELD also sent agents to secretly run into BROLY's villa to search for intelligence information. As a result, he was beaten by a fox's paw. What the heck? Every agent is a master that SHIELD has worked hard to cultivate, and he was beaten by a fox to the point of no return. Who the hell is this guy? How can even pets be so powerful? Nick Fury collected his mood and found Natasha again. BROLY, he's back, remember your mission, come on. Natasha smiled confidently, don't worry, I will succeed this time. This time, she has a killer app. Natasha touched her stomach. Half an hour later, Natasha arrived outside the villa. Let's start with a beautiful makeup. Then brewing emotions. Ring the doorbell and meet BROLY. Watch my acting explode. As soon as Natasha saw BROLY, she cried aggrievedly, you irresponsible man, a scumbag. Tears flowed down, sincere and touching. Natasha gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Natasha, actor, awesome. Now, as long as it is a man, it will also be conquered by his own tears, right? who knew that BROLY was not moved, and he looked disgusted. Didn't I already give you money? Are you too little? Natasha gritted her teeth. I don't want money. The harmony part has been omitted here, it's really not connected. Natasha saw that this trick would not work, and there was another trick. Natasha covered her stomach, pretending to be pregnant, crying bitterly, my poor little baby, not yet born, your father doesn't want you, your father is so vicious. Touching and heart-wrenching. Natasha, actor, awesome. Even if you are a scumbag, when you face a small life, you will be soft-hearted, right? BROLY confused. What the? Pregnant? Luo used chi to probe Natasha's body. How strong BROLY's strength is, the chi swept over, Natasha's whole body is well understood, this Natasha is indeed pregnant, and there is a baby embryo in the place where life is conceived. But this is not his seed at all. Rather, it is the seed of ordinary humans. His seed is a scion, and his breath is completely different from the seed of ordinary people. Moreover, this follicle is not Natasha anymore. That is, this is artificial insemination, and it is all someone else's. This Black Widow is also ruthless enough, for a little information, she doesn't even let go of her fertility. Awesome! BROLY could only double-click 666 for Black Widow. Chapter 037. BROLY sneered, pregnant? Humph, you think you can fool me? If I don't go anymore, I'm going to be rough. Natasha was angry, I'm not leaving, this is your child, I don't believe you are so ruthless. BROLY, whoops, throw her out for me. No matter how powerful Natasha is, she is just an ordinary person, how can she be compared with the great Tang Master Wan Wen, 3 times 5 divided by 2 and subdued by Wan Wen. Throw. Black Widow was thrown out of the villa. Wan Wan was a little curious, Master, in case this woman is really pregnant, then. BROLY sneered, she is naturally pregnant. Wan Wan looked at BROLY in shock, Master, you. BROLY, don't think too much, the seed of pregnancy is not mine, but someone else, and the mother is not her, but someone else. Wan Wan is at a loss. What do you mean? Confused by BROLY. After Natasha was thrown out of the villa, she was so angry that her teeth itched, she touched her stomach, her plan was frustrated, and she had sacrificed so much that she didn't even get to BROLY, and she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Shall I shed him/her? Natasha touched her stomach. For a moment, he hesitated. Or flow it now and dissociate yourself from BROLY. Either give birth to the child and entangle with BROLY. Natasha was hesitant. At this moment, the phone dinged, it was a text message. I want the child, give birth to TA, and I will raise it in the future. BROLY. After reading it, Natasha immediately laughed proudly, haha, spare you BROLY cunning like a ghost, and drink my Natasha's foot wash. On the other side, BROLY finished sending a text message and showed the smile of an old fox, Natasha, when you give birth to a child, I will abandon my wife and son, and I will be angry with you. Thinking of the scene where Natasha came to entangle herself after hard work to give birth to a child, and then was debunked by herself, BROLY couldn't help but laugh. Although he is strong and destroys the universe easily, this kind of intrigue of ordinary people is still quite interesting. BROLY felt that his mind was much more rounded and his control over his physical strength was stronger. Since coming to Marvel, it seems that the strength has grown faster. What is going on? Could it be that there were too many battles before? And now quiet down and undergo a sharp change of mind? This is very similar to what the Angel Weiss called the power of the heart. Fast forward another month, and BROLY seemed to have forgotten what he hadn't done, but he didn't care. Middle East. Terrorist bases. Finally finished. Stark tinked for a month, and finally pounded the first generation of the mark out. Next, it's time to assemble and put it on. When I'm done, I can kill this rebel base. Stark had been here for too long and didn't want to stay any longer. However, it was this crisis that gave him a new transformation. He is no longer the playboy who is nothing but his brain, and now Tony Stark has been reborn. At this time, the terrorists finally sensed that something was wrong with Tony Stark, and they asked Tony Stark to build the Jericho missile, but it was clanging the iron. Damn, Tony Stark tricked us. The terrorist leader, angry, rushes with a group of his men to the cave where Tony Stark is being held. Ethan has been helping Tony Stark look at the wind, and through the gap. He saw the terrorists outside coming with great momentum, and his face suddenly changed. Stark, hurry up, they seem to have found out. Hell, I'm a little close. Tony Stark wore armor with difficulty, and this first generation of Mark was very bloated and bulky because of its humble conditions and many immaturity. Boom! The door was violently slammed open by a terrorist leader. Looking inside the cave, it was pitch black and I saw nothing. The terrorist leader roared, "Tony Stark, come out or you will die." In the corner of Stark's abandoned debris pile, the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. It's over, it's only halfway through, and the mark can't be used yet. Hurry up and call the group. Big guy, hurry up and come to help, I'm going to die. BROLY, what about your mark? Tony Stark cried, it's too late to get dressed. Madara, don't be afraid, I left a backhand on you, you just need to shout, Madara is awesome, the backhand will come out to help you. Tony Stark was already panicked and quickly shouted, Madara is awesome. The terrorists were dumbfounded when they heard the voice. Madara is awesome? What do you mean? However, they also found Stark's location by the sound and slowly walked over with their guns. At this time, Tony Stark finally saw Madara's backhand, and saw a pale and terrifying ghost flowing out of his body, and then turned into a human form. White. Something unique to the ninja world. When they last met, Madara had planted white spores in Tony Stark's body, on the one hand to stabilize Stark's injury, and on the other hand to save Stark in a time of crisis. What the hell? Stark didn't expect to have such a terrifying thing in him. And Ethan next to him was also dumbfounded, looking away from Stark with a look of a monster. As a weapon of war, Baiju kills decisively, and after turning into a human form, he quickly turns his arm into a blade, taking advantage of the darkness to rush towards the terrorists. As soon as he rushed in, he frightened the terrorists. What is this thing? Allah on! Demon! Abrupt! The terrorists shot in fear, bullets strafing, but the speed of the white was very fast, like a phantom. SHH. One by one, a line of blood appeared on the neck of the terrorists, blood spilled out, and then completely died. The terrorist leader is more powerful, but he is not a white opponent, and he is cut in half by dividing 3 by 2. The cave was emptied in an instant, in less than 10 seconds. Tony Stark, Madara. Cattle. Force. Ethan was also dumbfounded. Taking advantage of this time, Stark quickly put on the mark. Initiate. The energy ring in the chest lit up. Mark, the first generation, out on the march. Iron Man, officially born. Chapter 038. Just as Tony Stark started the mark generation, there was movement in the group. Group message: congratulations to Tony Stark for successfully upgrading and entering level LV1. Group message: Tony Stark has received a new title, Iron Man. The group, which had been quiet for a morning, became lively, and everyone appeared one after another. Stark, ha ha ha, I've finally leveled up. I finally understood the words of the big guy, I have found my own path. Xianba, congratulations to the Tony brothers for their upgrade. You Buchan, it's already caught up with me, it seems that I want to cheer. Loki, Iron Man? Is it because of the Iron Strike that this title appeared? She's Hixuan, God strikes iron. Shizhixuan has now been completely integrated into the group. After all, there is a broader world than the Great Tang. Shizhixuan is an ambitious person. The small fish pond of the Great Tang he has reached the top, naturally wants to jump out of the small fish pond and go to the bigger world. With a learning and humble attitude, he also chatted well with other members of the crowd, and of course he inevitably learned some group talk. Stark, I don't know why, I think this title of Iron Man was born for me. I like this title very much, and I will be called Iron Man in the future. At this time, BROLY stood above the terrorist base, standing in the void, holding the nine tails, and occasionally stroking it. The nine tails showed a fawning expression. It was now in love with this world, some to play, some to eat, 10,000 times 100 million times better than the world of the ninja world, so it had given up its pride and tried to please BROLY so as not to be sent back to the ninja world. BROLY looked down at the group as he looked at the group. Stark was still in the water, and he had no idea of coming out at all. BROLY is full of black lines. Aren't you afraid that terrorists will blow up the cave and bury you inside? BROLY, don't get out of the water, or you'll swim back to New York by yourself. Stark was so frightened that he quickly shouted, don't big guy, wait for me. I'll get out right away. Immediately after. Boom. There was an explosion at the base, and then Tony Stark rushed out dressed in Mark. Countless bullets, flying stones. Ring bell. The defense of the Mark generation is still very strong, and it is nothing at all to be shot by bullets. And Tony Stark's counterattack is very sharp. One terrorist after another died here in an instant. Because the terrorists have been killed by Tony, the command of the terrorists is chaotic. Some terrorists escape, some rush to kill, some hesitate, in short, chaos. Abrupt. Boom. After more than 20 minutes of knowing, the terrorist base finally quieted down. The escaped terrorists were eliminated, and the rest were not killed by Tony Stark. Tony Stark looked at the reactor in his chest, and there was not much energy left, and he was suddenly happy. BROLY floated down from the air and landed beside him. Big guy. Seeing BROLY, Tony Stark immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This life can be regarded as picked up. BROLY put his hand on Stark's shoulder. Go back. Stark shouted urgently, wait, big guy, there's another person. BROLY. Stark took off the almost abandoned Mark, returned to the cave, and soon walked out with a man. Big guy. This is Ethan, I've been helping me finish the Mark all this time. Big guy helped me bring him back to New York. Stark chuckled. Ethan had seen BROLY and knew that BROLY was an unfathomable person, so he did not dare to snub, and quickly saluted BROLY. BROLY waved his hand, not caring. Gone. Swoosh. The next moment, BROLY took Tony Stark and Ethan back to the roof of the Stark building. The rest of the thing, you take care of it yourself. I went first. BROLY waved. Thank you, big guy. Next time I have a party and invite the big guy to join you. Tony Stark had the smiling face of an old chicken. Fuck off. Am I such a person? BROLY had a black line on his face. BROLY disappeared on the roof. Stark's face immediately turned cold. Next, I want to find out who is the murderer who betrayed me. He is a smart man, whether he was ambushed or the last time he blew up his Stark industrial missile, he told him that there are inner ghosts in Stark Industries. Unfortunately, the terrorist leader was killed in vain, and there was no way to arrest him for interrogation. Stark descended from the roof to his office. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis reacted immediately. Sir, you're back. The voice was a little shaky, like human excitement, which showed how intelligent Jarvis was. Jarvis, long time no see. Tony Stark smiled. Sir, it seems that you are not in a good state, you need to take a bath and get some sleep. Call Potts. By the way, don't let others know. And help me arrange Ethan's identity so that he can work at Stark in the future, ordered Tony Stark. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Pepper Potts rushed in and was pleasantly surprised to see Stark. "What's wrong? Red eyes? Worry about me?" Stark teased. Pepper said with red eyes, "I just don't want to change jobs. I'm back now, you can rest assured." The two hugged together. Ethan was fed a bite of dog food. Chapter 039. "Tony, you're back." The bald-head Obadi saw Tony Stark standing in front of him decently, shouted in surprise. His eyes were uncertain, but he quickly hid it, pretending to be excited. "Great, you're back. Stark Industries stock has been saved." Tony Stark smiled bitterly. "If it weren't for the big guy, I guess I would have died there." He did not doubt Obadiah. After all, Obadiah was a veteran of his father's time, he was highly respected, and he usually took great care of Tony Stark. Obadi's heart moved. Big guy? Could it be that BROLY, whom Tony often visits? This rollying Obadi is naturally no stranger. After all, everyone who approaches Tony Stark will investigate clearly. Obadi said enthusiastically, "That Mr. BROLY saved you. If this is the case, then I have to thank him well, and I will visit him when I have time to thank him personally." Tony hesitated. "I'm afraid he likes purity." Obadi shook his head. "You have to go, you are the pillar of our Stark group, he saved you, I must come to the door to thank you." Seeing Obadi so enthusiastic, Tony Stark was not easy to refuse, and at the same time his heart was slightly moved. However, Tony Stark had not yet noticed the haze and murderous intent flashing in Obadi's eyes at this time, and various plans to kill BROLY were in his mind. It just so happens that he has a lot of hole cards in his hand. At this time, Shield also received the news of Stark's return, and he was confused. How did Stark come back? Plane? Why didn't Shield receive any news at all? Nick Fury is caught up in all kinds of intrigues and tricks, and feels that there is a black hand behind the scenes. Tony Stark's reputation in the United States was unquestionable, and the day after his return, reporters who received the news rushed to the Stark building to interview Tony Stark. Soon Tony Stark held a press conference and announced an important news in the eyes of hundreds of reporters. "This time in distress in the Middle East made me reflect a lot. Did I really do it right before? I announce. Stark Industries is about to close its weapons research department." Stark cut to the chase. In an instant, the entire press conference scene was silent, and then the frying pan. "What is the nature of Stark Industries?" "Military-industrial complex. That is, military weapons are the core sector of Stark Industries." And now, Tony Stark actually said that he would close the weapons research department. So is Stark Industries still that military giant? It can be said that it exists in name only. Stark is crazy. This is not to bury Stark Industries. Without the weapons department, is that still Stark Industries? It's really big news this time. Obadi below, his face also changed drastically, and he quickly walked onto the stage. Stark said sadly, "After this incident, I realized how wrong I was in what I did before, so, this time I was serious," and a week later, the weapons department completely disappeared from Stark Industries. "Wait," Obadi grabbed the microphone, "don't worry too much about what you just said, this press conference, we want to say that Tony has returned." But the reporters didn't bother with him. "Obadi? What people? I don't know. We only know Tony Stark." Obadi is worthy of being an old fritters, and despite all kinds of anger, malice, and hatred in his heart, his face is still like a spring breeze, and said to the reporter, "You can see that Tony's body is very healthy, but his thoughts have not turned for a while. I believe that soon he will be able to contribute his outstanding scientific talent to Stark Industries." Unfortunately, the reporter simply ignored him. All the reporters' targets followed Tony Stark as he was leaving, and soon the press conference scene was empty. Obadi looked at the empty hall, and his heart was also empty. Is the Stark industry he has fought for all his life going to be destroyed by this hateful Tony Stark? No. He absolutely does not allow it. Tony Stark must die. By the way, and that Raleigh, too, must die. No, Tony is still useful to me, I can't die yet. Then, kill this nosy Raleigh. Obadiah's face was gloomy and murderous. Obadiah went back to his home, turned on his phone that he had not used and made a call. Ah! Raleigh sneezed and stroked the cat. Recently, he always feels that he has not done something, but he always can't remember, and the thief is not happy. Recently, Wan has been trying to absorb all kinds of modern knowledge, and her learning speed is very fast. She is worthy of being a saint of the Yin Kuei sect, and her brain is flexible enough. Well, in addition to studying mathematics, physics, and the like. No, she was nibbling on a junior high school math textbook, scratching her head and scratching her cheeks, obviously stumped, and really cute. Wan Wen, cut a watermelon for me. Yes, master. Wan threw the math textbook more than 10 meters away, cheered, sneaked into the kitchen refrigerator, cut the watermelon for Raleigh, and came to Raleigh with a sound. Master, please enjoy. A watermelon, cut out of flowers, is plated like a work of art. Raleigh threw a mouthful of chilled watermelon into his mouth, refreshing from mouth to stomach. I looked at the group and chatted lively. Tony, I shut down my company's weapons department, and I'm going to focus on developing my mark next. Batman, curious, how to solve the energy problem. Tony, I built a small arc reactor out of 1.6 grams of palladium, with an energy output of 3 billion joules per second. Batman, so powerful, can you give me a copy of the technical information? With this, I can transform my bat suit. Batman knows his ability, too weak, if not for his IQ far beyond those villains, all kinds of plans before the battle ABCD, it is estimated that he would have been left with scum. And if there is an arc reactor, then his combat effectiveness can definitely soar. Tony, technology is not for sale, but I can give you custom armor, my mark is very powerful. Batman, thank you then. Holding the big guy thick legs JPG. The corner of Raleigh's mouth twitched, he thought of Batman abandoning the Batmobile, the Batsuit, should wear the Iron Man suit, that picture. Isn't this another Iron Man? The name Batman is estimated to be a pill. You Buchan, weakly asked, can you give me a set too? Tony, no problem. Raleigh had a black line on his face. You Buchan, what do you want Mark for? Do you want to be Iron Man and single out Shaolin Wudang? Your painting style is not right, hey. Chapter 040. The night is dark and windy. 3 large black cars drove slowly in the direction of Villa Raleigh. On the black car, there were more than a dozen strong men, all with cold faces, like cold-blooded soldiers returning from the battlefield. This is a bunch of terrorists. Gang of the 10 Commandments. That is, the terrorist organization that cooperated with Obadiah, its leader is Mandarin, a powerful human being. This time you're targeting someone named Raleigh. He's the culprit behind saving Tony Stark, so you're going to kill him. Obadiah's cold voice came from the phone. The leader of the 10 Commandments gang smiled confidently, and the scars on his face made his smile particularly hideous. Please rest assured, you know the strength of our 10 Commandments gang, and you will definitely not be disappointed. As one of the most important combat teams of the Mandarin, it has also been strengthened by the Mandarin. They are very strong in combat and rich in experience, the so-called Delta Special Forces, they pick 10 of them. I'm waiting for your good news. Obadiah smiled satisfactorily and shook the red wine in his glass pleasantly. Tony Stark has just returned from the Middle East. The military, the government and others will have a lot of eyes focused on Tony. Obadiah is not convenient to start, but this what Raleigh, a transparent person, no one will pay attention if he kills. Tonight, it's your time to die. In the dark night, there was a wild laugh. The black vehicle slowly stopped outside Villa Raleigh. The sound was exceptionally quiet and did not alarm anyone. The door opens. One by one, strong soldiers got out of the car, quietly and silently. No monitoring. Without any means of alert. After fiddling with the computer, the technical soldier reported to the leader of the Ten Commandments gang. "It's really careless," the leader of the Ten Commandments gang sneered, waved his hand gently, and a gang quickly used a means to open the door of the villa. "Yes. It's so easy. Then put him in sleep." The leader of the Ten Commandments gang suddenly felt that he had brought so many people here. Could it be regarded as a stirring of the masses? What a waste! There is a situation. 300 meters away, an ordinary residential house, who has been monitoring the SHIELD agents of Villa BROLY 24 hours a day, also discovered the group of people of the Ten Commandments gang at this moment. A few agents quickly took their places, some fiddling with computers, some holding telescopes, and some making phone calls. "Who are those? I can't see it, it's all masked. These people don't look like military men, but like well-trained gangsters. Do you want to kill that Raleigh? Do you want to remind the other party? Don't remind first, report the situation first, and then ask for the next action." Bell bell bell. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury received the following intelligence that someone was going to kill Raleigh, and quickly gave instructions. "Don't be reminded, keep monitoring, and then record everything." Nick Fury finished his order, showing an old fox smile, never finding a chance to test Raleigh, and now the opportunity is sent to the door, and he doesn't need to do it. "Just let me see, what kind of hole cards do you have?" "In the villa." Raleigh opened his eyes and showed a smile. "It's fun. It finally adds a little fun to my day." And in the other room, Wan also woke up. How can she say that she is also a martial arts master? Any wind and grass will wake her up, not to mention that these people all have a strong bloody smell and murderous aura. Wan is particularly sensitive to this thing. Wan got out of bed barefoot, put on a layer of scarf, and quietly walked out of the bedroom while it was black. And downstairs, in the hall, the 60-plus-inch TV screen is flashing LOL battle matches. "Death is like the wind, always with me." The new internet addict teenager Nine Llamas is controlling Uchiha's nine-tailed father Sauron, and is constantly harvesting the heads of his enemies. Ninth brother is mighty. Nine brothers 666. Ninth brother, I want to give you a baby, Ben Sien. Ninth brother, God of Sauron. Under the pursuit and shouting of 666 by a group of teammates, the claws of the slightly chubby Nine Llamas turned into afterimages, and Sauron even met God to kill God and Buddha to kill Buddha, and it exploded. Time is advancing step by step, and seeing that the last tower is about to fall, victory is at hand. Suddenly, "Don't move!" A man in a black combat suit jumped out. The muzzle of the black hole was pointed at the Nine Llamas. The Nine Llamas were stunned and looked at the Ten Commandments gang fighters. The Ten Commandments gang warrior froze and looked at the Nine Llamas. The Nine Llamas. Gang of the Ten Commandments warrior. The two faces were confused. Nine Llamas, who is this guy? Ten Commandments warrior, what the fuck, what is this thing? Stust for several seconds. At this time, LOL pop-up prompt. I'm King Arthur's nine-tailed dad who killed Uchiha. The Nine Llamas were stunned. I was killed? I was killed. I was killed. A wave of anger surged out of my heart. That's the anger from an internet addict teenager being disturbed by the game. Chapter 041. Ogunna, a warrior of the Ten Commandments, is dumbfounded. He was the first to enter the villa, and then saw a man hiding behind a tall sofa playing LOL. This is a great opportunity. Ogunna is overjoyed. He only needs to sneak around from the side, point a gun at the gamer and suddenly and kill. Head +1. Battle merit +1. It's just for nothing. With such excitement, Ogunna quietly bypassed it. He saw it. Ha ha ha. Hey. Not true. What the fuck? What is this? Gunna almost didn't open his eyes, he actually saw a fox holding a keyboard, playing LOL. Allah on. What kind of monster is this? Then, he saw that the fox exploded and let out a low roar at him. Suddenly, he felt a chill stand upright, and danger was shrouded in danger. Yikes! His eyes widened. The fox crashed into his arms. Click! The sternum is broken. How can it be? My body, which had been strengthened once by Mandarin, and bones that were several times stronger than ordinary people, were actually broken. Phew! The 10 Commandments helped Gunna turn into a roar and hit the load-bearing wall of the villa. Boom! The villa shook, and the bones of Gunna's whole body clicked, his body seemed to explode, and blood spurted outward from every pore on his body. Gunna's eyes were dead, as if to tell his grief and indignation. What a foul! How can a fox be so powerful? The leader of the 10 Commandments gang didn't know what was going on inside, but when he saw a loud shock, he knew that he couldn't assassinate quietly. Since that's the case, let's kill it. Kill me! The leader of the 10 Commandments gang waved his hand, and the soldiers of the 10 Commandments gang rushed in. And then, a flash of red light flashed. With a roar full of anger, as well as a strong smell of blood, an endless coercion and stinging. These warriors are all elite, have been killed, and have been strengthened by Mandarin, so their sense of danger is many times sharper than ordinary people. However, even the most acute sense of danger is not comparable to the speed of killing. Brush brush brush! That red shadow was like lightning, and the claws turned into tens of centimeters long, and with each claw down, the 10 Commandments gang warriors were torn into countless pieces on the spot. 1, 2, 3. It's so ferocious. Dodge. Avoid. Oh my god, what is this? Suddenly. Then they were even more horrified to find that these bullets had no effect on the red monster at all, and could not hurt each other at all. In less than a moment, 6 or 7 10 Commandments gang soldiers, the corpses were shattered. Monster! Monster! Allah on! The surviving 10 Commandments warriors were so frightened that they retreated outside the villa. At this time, they finally saw the monster like 1 meter high fox. 7, 8, 9 tails. Devil! Several 10 Commandments gang fighters shouted in horror. In the distance, agents of SHIELD, who were watching this side, saw this scene and swallowed their saliva. Was that the last time you beat me? That's right, that's it. The scratches on my face are what it left behind. What's going on with its body? Many times bigger than usual? What kind of monster is this? SHIELD agents hurriedly recorded everything in the distance. In the villa, the 9 llamas enlarged part of his body, surging red lingered around it, and Chakra was boiling. It croaked its teeth and was extremely angry at this gang of people who inexplicably appeared to disturb it and play games and kill it. Interrupt me game. Unforgivable. Kill. The leader of the 10 Commandments gang shouted and led the crowd to shoot wildly at the 9 llamas with guns. Unfortunately, the existence of the 9 llamas was not at all understandable to them, and the bullet had been dissolved by the red chakra outside before it got close. Swish! The tail instantly extended, turning into a spear and piercing into the body of the 10 Commandments gang soldiers, piercing out from behind. All kill! All kill! What shit reinforcement, but garbage. BROLY looked at the messy villa, shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he was leaving for a while. Call Stark and ask him to clean up the aftermath and clean up the villa by the way. Where to stay next? BROLY thought for a moment, as if Stark's seaside cliff villa in Los Angeles was nice. Well, let's go live over there. Soon, BROLY took Wanwen and the 9 llamas, swooped, and instantly moved to Stark's seaside villa, which happened to be when Stark was studying Mark II in the villa. "Welcome, Mr. Raleigh." Jarvis's voice rang out. "I have heard of Mr. Raleigh for a long time, and I finally saw it today." "Hello, Jarvis." Raleigh still has a good impression of this artificial intelligence butler. At this time, Tony Stark walked out quickly, pleasantly surprised. "Welcome to the arrival of the big guy. I have arranged the room, just live here with peace of mind during this time." "Whoops, and the 9 llamas. No need to be polite with me." The little pepper behind Tony Stark looked at Raleigh. "Wan Wen, the 9 llamas, especially the 9 llamas, fierce and cute, looking cute." She had long known that Tony had made a very powerful friend, and Tony was so respectful and arrogant, which made her always curious, and today she finally saw the real face. Raleigh said to Tony, "You check the traces of the boss of the 10 Commandments gang. I don't disdain the little one, but I am still very interested in teaching him a lesson." "Tony, the 10 Commandments gang tonight? I found out that the kidnapping in the Middle East was carried out by the 10 Commandments." "Raleigh, you have to be careful." Raleigh naturally knows that Obadiah colluded with the 10 Commandments gang, but Obadiah is the first enemy of Tony Stark's Iron Man superhero path, and without Obadiah, there would be no classic sentence, "I am Iron Man." So, leave Obadiah to Tony Stark. Of course, how can Raleigh's anger be spared, then go directly to the boss of the 10 Commandments gang, Mandarin. Manda is not the War 5 scumbag puppet in Iron Man 3, but a real powerful supervillain, very powerful. Mandarin is a character in the Marvel Comics Iron Man and Iron Man's greatest nemesis, claiming to be a descendant of Genghis Khan. As for his abilities, most of them have 10 rings on his 10 fingers. The name of the 10 Commandments is derived from this. 10 rings, with different powers, what white light gravity, what matter recombination, what dark force field. In short, it's very perverted. P.S. Today is 5 more, one of which makes up for yesterday's lack. There will still be something tomorrow, I don't know if I can change it 4 times. But I'll come on. P.S. In addition, about Mandarin, it is actually a distortion of the Eastern power, anyway, in these Marvel comics. Most of the characters involved in Chinese are evil and dark. Chapter 042. Villa Raleigh. Nick Fury, that is, the brine egghead, looked around the villa. It was already destroyed, the corpse was on the ground, and the blood was dry. The NYPD was soon replaced by SHIELD. Is this caused by Raleigh's fox pet? Nick Fury was a little surprised, although he knew that Raleigh could not be an ordinary person, but one of his pets was also so powerful, which was a bit outrageous, right? Report Chief, it has already been checked, these people are members of the 10 Commandments gang. The gang of the 10 Commandments? Mandarin that? That's right, they all have tattoos of the 10 Commandments on their arms, and we found that these people are not ordinary fighters, but enhanced special fighters. The agent in charge of inspecting the scene was clearly an experienced man, and it felt wrong to pull the body. Mandarin. The 10 Commandments gang. Why did you find Raleigh? Nick Fury connected many things in his heart, probably speculating that Tony Stark's sudden rescue should have something to do with Raleigh. It seems that someone else will have to be sent to test Raleigh. Natasha's trick obviously won't work. In another city, Natasha sneezed and walked out of the hospital abortion room with a pale face. Natasha reacted later, her child has nothing to do with Raleigh. Even if Raleigh is born and wants to have a paternity test, then he will be blind, not only cannot set the wolf, but also have a son burden in vain. Natasha, who figured it out, went to the hospital without saying a word and shed more than a month's worth of embryos. Think about this month, silly, Natasha is so angry. Nourish. In the basement renovation workshop of the Tony Stark building, Raleigh watched Stark continue to conduct research on Mark II. With the experience in the cave, Tony Stark has accumulated many ideas to perfect the Mark II generation, and now has enough equipment and materials to realize those ideas, so he can guarantee that the combat power of the Mark II generation is 10 times stronger than the Mark generation. Okay. It's finally all done, now it's time for a test flight. Tony exclaimed excitedly. It's an exciting time. Jarvis, start. Yes, sir. Tony stood in the center, and the huge robotic arm would break free from the encirclement and begin assembling the armor towards him. Starting from the feet, then spreading over the upper body, then covering the helmet, the silver armor is constantly assembled on Tony under the control of Jarvis, full of sci-fi beauty. The next step is to micro-debug the flight data of the aircraft and collect data. Start testing, test power 2.5. Sir, we have to come step by step. Jarvis, you're too timid. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As Tony counted down, the palm thrusters began to open, ejecting plasma flames, followed by a loud bang. Touch. Ah! Tony Stark hit the wall directly and screamed. This time the test power dropped to 2.0. 3, 2, 1. Begin. This time, Mark II slowly rose. Tony slowly lifted off into the air, stabilizing his body, and soon he was not satisfied and began to increase the power. Boom! Mark II smashed the glass at once, flew outside, and began to fly freely. Woohoo! Tony shouted as he soared freely through the air. BROLY chuckled. When he learned to dance the air art back then, he was also so high, flying for a whole day, circling the barren star hundreds of times, and having fun. At this time, Tony Stark's adventurous spirit came out again, and he flew to an altitude of more than 20,000 meters, wanting to test the limits of Mark II. Warning! Warn! The flight altitude is 28,600 meters, the flight speed is Mach 2.37, and the initial icing phenomenon on the outside may cause damage to the warframe. Please reduce the altitude immediately. Then, Tony Stark continued to fly up. And then, Tony Stark pounced on the street. Mark II was functionally impaired, and fell from the sky. Tony Stark screamed constantly. BROLY had no intention of saving people. You can control it, you have to believe in yourself. In the end, Tony Stark still controlled Mark II and flew back crookedly. It scares me to death. I thought I was going to die. Tony looked at BROLY with resentment. But it's exciting too, isn't it? BROLY laughed. Haha, it's really fun. Tony's bones are still engraved with the gene of adventure. Over the next few days, Tony Stark continued to improve the Mark II while naming the new Mark III, solving the problem of icing while perfecting various drive components. At the same time, Tony Stark forced the king to show his characteristics, spraying the silver-white Mark III with 2 colors of gold and red, which is cooler than the second generation. Another test flight and it was perfect. Big guy, go, drink and celebrate. Tony Stark was triumphant, and with a step that his 6 relatives did not recognize, he went to get the wine. Just then, Jarvis's voice sounded. Mr. Raleigh, I have found the trace of Mandarin. Where? In northern Siberia. Send me the coordinates. Raleigh sneered and finally found you. Northern Siberia. The cold wind howled. Lord Man suddenly felt a deep malice, and his cold hair stood on end. Chapter 043. Mandarin? Found him? Tony Stark also shifted his attention from the cool Mark III at this time. Mandarin, the 10 Commandments gang, after Jarvis's investigation, has determined that this organization kidnapped him and almost killed himself. So as soon as Tony heard Mandarin, he immediately aroused hatred in his heart. Big guy, are you going to teach this Mandarin a lesson? Take me with you. Tony looked at Raleigh with longing in his eyes. Good. Raleigh did not refuse. At this time, Tony Stark had 3 generations of Mark, and he already had a certain ability to protect himself, although Mandarin's strength was strong, but it was enough to resist Mandarin's attack. Raleigh knows very little about the information of Mandarin. After all, he has not read comics, only movies, and the Mandarin in the movie Iron Man 3 is a comic actor. It should be a puppet, not a real Mandarin, so he doesn't know what ability Mandarin has, but he knows that the other party's strength comes from the 10 rings on his hands. As for the specific name and effect of each ring, BROLY only knows 2 or 3 of them, which were listed when watching movie fans discuss the plot, and BROLY didn't bother to remember at all. However, no matter what abilities the other party has, no matter whether Mandarin is stronger than most Earth bosses, this is just as garbage for BROLY, who destroyed the universe with a snap of his fingers. However, on the other hand, this man is an online game superb boss, and you can get 10 artifacts, 10 precepts, by pushing this boss. Presumably, those in the group should be very interested in this ring. As a big guy, how can I also work for the welfare of my little brother who shouts 666 to himself all day? Go you! BROLY randomly sensed the Siberian region, then carried Tony, who wore Mark III, and disappeared into the villa. The next moment, they appeared in a field of ice and snow. North Siberia. A land that is surrounded by frozen snowflakes all year round. The environment is harsh, there are few human tracks, and even few animals. Jarvis experienced Raleigh's teleportation for the first time, and he almost didn't crash, and the amount of computation was simply beyond the scope of his knowledge reserve. Jarvis, where was the last place where Lord Manchu appeared? Raleigh has never seen Mandarin and does not know Mandarin's chi, so he can't accurately locate it, and can only rely on Jarvis's intelligence. The snow fell, and Raleigh felt a little cold. When Raleigh does not break out of combat power, he will be cold, it will be hot, it will hurt. If combat power breaks out, jumping into the sun to take a bath is a minor problem. And the reason is that Raleigh's control of chi has become extremely profound, tightly constraining the power of destroying the universe to the innermost, such as Kakarot and Vegeta. The coordinates of the last appearance of the Mandarin are XXX, XXX. Then a projection was projected in front of Raleigh, showing a map of the entire northern Siberia, as well as the location between Raleigh and Manchu. Raleigh closed his eyes and searched for that location. Soon, he found a chi that was even stronger than ordinary people. It should be him. Swoosh! Raleigh and Tony disappeared in place. The next moment, it appeared above a snowy mountain. This snow-capped mountain, about 1,000 meters high, is full of ice, ravines, undulating mountains, wind, and snow. And countless cedar forests at the foot of the mountain, covering the mountainside. He's right here? But this mountain is so big, how to find it? Tony Stark said with a sad face. This mountain is indeed very large, undulating, and it is already a small mountain range. Raleigh, you stand farther away. Tony Stark knew that the Raleigh boss was going to make a big move, and quickly drove Mark III generations away. Further afield. Tony Stark flew 1 kilometer away. Further afield. Fly out 2 kilometers away. Further afield. Fly out 3 kilometers away. Raleigh is full of black lines, can you fly farther ahead? Forget it, don't care, wait for you to suffer. At this time, Tony Stark had already opened the group video. Tony, all the old iron sleep, you are paralyzed, get up high, the big guy is going to perform a stunt, the old iron don't blink. The chat group immediately became lively. Loki, sit and wait for the big guy to pretend. You buckin, although I am a salted fish, my skill in shouting 666 is still very high. Xianba, son, come out quickly. She's Hixuan, grandson. Gritting teeth JPG. Xianba, proudly JPG, look at the group name. The group was a mess. However, most eyes are on the group live video, where Raleigh stands on the top of a snowy mountain. Raleigh was struggling to hold his breath. It's holding back. Not a burst. He is afraid that the power he sent out is too strong and will detonate the earth, then it will be embarrassing. After all, this world does not have Dragon Ball is very Sheneng, it is impossible to restore the earth casually, otherwise the earth is faceless. Mobilizing a trace of chi, he rushed out of his body. Boom! A crazy aura swept through him, and the cyan aura burst out, lingering around him, and the wind was like a tide, rolling away. The invisible chi field suddenly opened, as if Mount Tai was crushing the top and shrouded the snowy mountain. The entire mountain peak, shaken by this fluctuation, shook violently. Boom! The snowy mountains began to collapse violently, and huge cracks suddenly spread from the snowy mountains in all directions, like shattered glass. The chi waves that lingered around Raleigh became more violent and furious, and countless large stones were shaken into the air, forming a 5-kilometer diameter super-large rebel ring around Raleigh's body. Half of the entire snowy mountain was shattered, becoming a rebel ring around Raleigh. At this moment, Raleigh, who is in the center of the rebel ring, is like a god king. And Tony, who wore the third generation of Mark and forced his anger, did not know at this moment that the aftermath of Raleigh's chi was shocked to fly a few kilometers away. The powerful defensive power of the third generation of Mark, which is completely useless at this moment, is frantically alarming. Big Guy 666. Tony Stark completely recognized the fact of salted fish, joined Buchan's camp, and shouted 666. And Lord Man, who was cultivating the 10 Commandments in a cave in the snow mountain, suddenly felt that the sky was dawning at this moment. Look up! What about mountains? Why is it gone? P.S. Well, it's late, sorry. Chapter 044. Wu. The Mandarin who was cultivating, since he got the 10 Commandments and thought that he could rule the world invincibly, was suddenly confused by a huge force. The whole person was directly suppressed by the invisible force lying on the ground. You can't even move. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The confused fruit on the tree was confused, and the adult man who ate the confused fruit looked confused. Raleigh saw Mandarin. Seeing Lord Man lying on the ground by his own power, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The explosion was still difficult to control, and sure enough, controlling the power was still the main direction of his foreign cultivation. Too strong is not good. Raleigh sighed a few words, converged his breath, and the whole person returned to an ordinary state, no different from ordinary people. Fell to the side of the Lord Jimin. Instead of looking at Mandarin, he looked at the 10 rings on Mandarin's hand. Every ring has magical powers. Raleigh reached out and took the man's hand. Man was stunned and looked at Raleigh. Who is this person? Is he pulling me up? Please, please. Then, he saw that the person who wanted to pull himself was only halfway to the bottom, making himself half kneeling, and then reached out to stroke the ring on his hand. What's he doing? Lord Man was in a trance for a second before he reacted. This man was going to snatch his ring. How dare you rob my ring? Mandarin was furious. These 10 rings, called the Ring of Power, are artifacts of the Dragon Axankar/Mokluans, and Mandarin discovered and learned to use them in the Spirit Valley of the planet Moklua 4. These rings are the source of Mandarin's strength. A treasure is more important than life, and as a result, this person in front of him dares to snatch his ring. Mansama, the protagonist. In the future, he will definitely be the final boss who rules the world. Man was furious, stretched out his right hand, and the ring on the ring finger of his right hand instantly burst out a cutting beam towards the man's big fierce muscle, which is an energy beam that can destroy the links between all substances, molecules, and elements. As long as it hits the chest of this person in front of you, then this person will die. Lord Man showed a cruel sneer. Who knows, after that energy beam hit Raleigh's big fierce muscle, a small stream of faint blue smoke splashed, and then gone. Manda's eyes fell to the ground in shock. Hey, interesting. What is this ability? The man's curious voice came. This so-called destructive energy beam naturally cannot harm Raleigh, because the chi in the body will automatically come out when it senses a crisis, cancelling out the fatal damage. In front of BROLY's vast universe-like chi, this so-called destructive energy beam is a small tadpole. This beam is very interesting. BROLY's interested tone turned into mockery in the ears of the Mandarin. Abominable. Since the laser beam is useless, then change the ability. Left middle finger. Nourish. Boom. A bucket-thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hitting BROLY's head, and then, before it hit, it was blocked by a transparent shield, or the self-reacting chi, protecting BROLY. The lightning was bounced around, turning a radius of 1 kilometer into a thunder hell. BROLY silently noted, the middle finger of the left hand, the thunder and lightning ability, is quite strong, but I don't know how the ability is better than Thor. Mandarin felt like he was going crazy. Left index finger. Flame explosion. The flames overwhelmed BROLY, and moments later, BROLY walked out of the fire. BROLY silently noted, left index finger, flame ability. Vortex. The storm swept through, destroying natural disasters within a radius of 2 kilometers. Ice storm. The temperature within a radius of 1 kilometer frantically dropped to almost absolute zero, and even the elementary particles moved almost statically. White light. Boom! 5 times the Earth's gravity slammed into the ground. Material recombination. Everything around it, atoms and molecules of matter that begin to rearrange, a stone becomes a beetle, a dead animal becomes a stone. Psychic hallucination. Countless hallucinations surround BROLY. Mandarin attacked madly, and his fingers shot wildly like sheep madness. With a radius of 3 kilometers, the face is unrecognizable, and natural disasters have befallen like a natural disaster. As a result, not even a single cold hair of BROLY hurt, and not even his hair was messed up. Full of adult mentality, directly collapsed. Feel the world full of malice. Say yes, I'm the protagonist. 10 rings are invincible in the world? Why is it that a young-looking man stands still and asks me to fight, and I can't break the defense? You. Who the hell is it? Lord Man looked at BROLY with sadness and gritted teeth. BROLY rolled his eyes. You don't know who I am? Didn't you send someone to assassinate me? Manda almost cried. I don't, I've been in retreat lately, and I haven't gone out for months. He had already realized that it must have been his own gang of subordinates who provoked this killing god. He was so aggrieved. I practiced in retreat well, and I didn't provoke anyone. Why didn't this gang of subordinates let him save some money? Why did he want to provoke a killing god? What now? Full protagonist awesome adult, crying so sad. I was panicked. P.S. Today is here for the time being, tomorrow I will work hard. Chapter 045. This senior, everything is a misunderstanding. Lord Man tries to squeeze out a amiable smile, but he is a big villain. How can the big villain's smile be amiable and will also look hateful, fierce, and vicious? Otherwise how can he become a villain? You still dare to murder me? BROLY was happy. BROLY slapped the adult's face. Woo! Mandarin's whole face was directly deformed, and then swirled, turned into a tornado and flew out, hitting the side of the iceberg. Fortunately, Lord Man's body has been strengthened by the 10 precepts, which is no worse than the intensity of abomination, otherwise he will really be killed by BROLY. Man was lying on the ground, unlovable, crying like a 200-pound fat man. It's so strong, I can't even resist. The hateful Batara actually provoked such a strong enemy for me. BROLY landed beside him. Your 10 rings, I want it. BROLY snapped his fingers at Mangan's forehead. One flick. Boom. With a radius of 500 meters, a large pit suddenly concave. As for Mandarin, it has been shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. Oh, accidentally used hard again. BROLY shrugged, his hand hooked, and 10 rings flew to his hand, these 10 rings really deserved to be artifacts, and this energy explosion did not cause it to destroy the slightest. Raleigh's psychic power invaded, and he soon learned the various functions of the 10 precepts. Left little finger, ice storm, with near absolute zero temperatures. The gemstones carved on it are sky blue multiple capsule-like cylinders. Right little finger, a black body ray that creates an area that absorbs all light, carved into a square arrangement of 4 blue-black dots. Left ring finger, the mind amplifier, which can increase the holder's mental energy, make a single or a large number of people follow his command or take his ideas as reality, and the gemstone carved on it is a blue gemstone. The right ring finger, cutting the beam, can emit energy beams that destroy the links between all substances, molecules, and elements, and the gemstones carved on it are golden squares. Left middle finger, lightning storm, capable of prompting lightning, the gemstone carved on it is a green polyline. The right middle finger, the vortex, can induce the air to form a whirlwind of high-speed rotation, and the gemstones carved on it are blue circles. Left index finger, flame explosion, gemstone with similar shape to the dry ice blast ring, red. The right index finger, the energy beam, can project various forms of energy, and the gemstone is shaped like a star and has a purple color. Left thumb, white light, force field, gemstone like a pair of eyes. Right thumb, matter recombination, can rearrange the atoms and molecules of the substance, change the substance, and the shape of the gemstone resembles a small purple circle. This man is also powerful, and he actually left a spiritual imprint on this ring. Presumably it has been too long with the 10 rings, Lord Man has already left his spiritual imprint in each ring. As long as that thing is no more than 100 miles away from him, he can sense the direction where it is located by his mind, and can command remotely. If anyone gets this ring, a careless person will easily be killed by Lord Man. Raleigh's spiritual power rushed, directly erasing the spiritual imprint of the Mandarin. The 10 commandments are officially ownerless. At this time, Tony Stark flew over crookedly, and the Mark III he had high hopes for was a little crippled by the shockwave. Big guy, finished fighting. Tony looked at the post-war scene around him that destroyed the world and moved mountains and reclaimed the sea, and couldn't help but smacked his tongue. Looking at the big guy again, the hairstyle has not changed, let alone the clothes are broken or something. Awesome! A big guy is a big guy. Tony Stark once again turned into a salted fish and shouted 666. It is said that he used to be a forced king, and every appearance could attract countless salted fish to shout 666, but now he himself has become a salted fish, shouting 666 for the big guy all day, and the technology seems to be becoming more and more skilled. No, I can't fall, I'm going to become a forced king. Tony Stark cheered himself up inwardly. These 10 rings are good, you take them for research, and put them in the group after a month. Whoever wants to use them will take them, which is regarded as a benefit for you. Raleigh throws the 10 rings to Tony Stark. Tony Stark was scrambling to catch the 10 rings. Tony, Jarvis, test these 10 rings. Jarvis, sir, I detected every ring, it contains great power, but it needs specific testing. Tony, go back and test again. Jarvis, sir, maybe you can use the power of these rings to amplify the mark. Tony Stark's eyes lit up, that's a good idea. What's in a daze, gone. Raleigh grabbed Stark's body and returned to the villa the next moment. Shortly after Raleigh left, a third of Mangan's head suddenly grew in a pile of rubble. The dark power is constantly transmitted from the void, and the Mandarin is constantly sending to the mouth, nose, neck, body. In the growth. Soon, Mandarin was resurrected. At this moment, Lord Man changed from an evil old man to a smoky old man, which is a symbol of the erosion of dark power. Lord Dormammu, thank you for giving me a new birth. Lord Man said respectfully. Remember, the node of destruction magic, welcome my arrival. The evil voice of the dark dimension Dormammu sounded in the ears of the Mandarin. Your will is the meaning of my existence. Mandarin is like a dog, crouching low. After a while, Dormammu disappeared. Lord Man stood up, feeling the more powerful power in his body, and laughed maniacally in his heart. Shocked. Dark breath explosion. A radius of 10 kilometers was all shrouded in his dark power. Countless little lives, trembling with fear. Lord Mandarin was proud at this moment. I'm 10 times stronger. I, Mansama, the protagonist, awesome. At this moment, a ring of golden sparks appeared. Might and magic. A bald guy came from the other side of the magic gate. Ancient One. Supreme Mage. Guyi glanced at Lord Man, the power of Dormammu. Have you ever had a deal with Dormammu? Lord Man glanced at Guyi and contemptuously, who are you? Guyi was expressionless, stretched out his hand, and 4 golden chains spread directly throughout the adult's body. Tied. Duan. Full protagonist and adult, pounce on the street. Lord Man. A black question mark confused face. Chapter 046. The reason why the ancient mage found here is because the Mandarin is too pretending, and when he gets the dark power, he doesn't hurry to hide from the cat and not be discovered, and the tiger body that is specially forced is shocked, and the dark power expands on a large scale. How could this escape the eyes of the ancient mage? So, the ancient mage came. Then, the Mandarin, who was pretending, pounced on the street. After all, the so-called powerful power of Lord Manchu was a garbage in front of Supreme Mage Guyi. Guyi didn't need to interrogate him at all to know the past and future of Mandarin. Then, I saw Raleigh. It was the first time he had noticed Raleigh. Out of professional habits, Guyi consciously deduced Raleigh's past and future, but the result was blurred, giving her an extremely strong feeling of heart palpitations, and he felt that if he continued to deduce, it was estimated that he would not be able to withstand the backlash and die directly. Guyi's heart set off terrifying waves. This was the first time she had seen this situation, and even Dormammu couldn't have given her any sense of shock. Who is this person? Guyi thought about it and thought that it was better not to contact it for the time being, or bring Dormammu back to Carmitage first and imprison him with magic. Mandarin. He has cried into a 300-pound fat man, I am a good latent cultivator, and I didn't recruit anyone to mess with anyone, determined to become a superhero who maintains world peace, but a man appeared in front of him, killed himself, and snatched his artifact 10 rings, and when he was resurrected by the big guy Dormammu, he ran out of a pervert, and he was arrested without even having a chance to do it. Am I not to lose face? I'm a big guy, okay. Tired heart. No, I still have 10 precepts. In fact, the power of the 10 commandments was less than 1%. As long as he recalled the 10 commandments, then this bald guy would be dead. I, Mansama, am still a protagonist. Lord Manchu quickly contacted the spiritual imprint he left in the 10 commandments. As long as the 10 commandments did not leave the earth, he could sense it and summon control. And then 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Lord Manchu has been locked up in a prison of magic traps, and as a result, the 10 rings have no feedback at all. Mandarin. Tears in my face JPG. Crying into a fat man of 400 pounds. It seems that I am not the protagonist. After Raleigh got the 10 commandments, he finally remembered that he still had something to do. Invite new members. He still has 4 new member invitation places that are useless. After inviting Shi's Hixuan last time, Xianba and Shi's Hixuan pretend to fight each other, and then went to the Great Tang, and after returning, they forgot that there were still 4 remaining places that were not invited. No wonder, lately I always feel that something is missing. Raleigh opens the group. Raleigh, assemble. Raleigh, there are still 4 group members who invite places that are useless. Everyone is ready to welcome new members. The attitude must be warm, let them feel the warmth of the family. If you meet the head iron. Refer to Shizhixuan. Shizhixuan, son of Yuba. The past is unbearable to look back. If he is allowed to go back to the moment when he was invited to join the group, he will definitely not dare to be so arrogant. Once he lost his footing, he became someone else's son, and he had to hang the corpse for 3 months to show the public. Xianba, stretch your muscles JPG, I am ready to welcome the newcomer with the greatest enthusiasm. Shizhixuan. Yu Buchan, strive to cultivate JPG. Loki, I want to take a son too. BROLY turns on the invite feature. Ding. You turn on the group member invitation function, you consume one invitation function. Search dimension. The search was successful. You searched for Thor, from 100,000 Ys, strength LV3-5. Yes/no send an invitation. BROLY was stunned. Thor? I fuck. The dog? BROLY rings Loki's brother, Thor, the god of thunder. Now that's interesting. I don't know how Loki will react when he sees that Thor, the god of thunder, is a dog. It is estimated that you should quickly clap the photo, and then give Thor, the god of thunder, fiercely mock Thor, the god of thunder. Loyally smiled and immediately nodded yes. Group message, the group management invited Thor to join the group. Everyone quickly clicked on Thor's avatar. Groove. LV3-5 level. Higher than Madara. It turned out to be a big guy. Hurry up and slap the. Tony, welcome to the group, scatter flowers. Yu Buchan, big guy, this is the little brother's red envelope, small meaning, no respect. Xianba, big guy, I'm a little bully, what will happen in the future, just give orders. Madara, there is a person who is stronger than me. The atmosphere was lively. At this time, the only one who did not give a welcome speech was Loki. Loki, at Thor. Thor. Are you my stupid big brother? Loki was taken aback. I joined this group myself, and then I didn't expect that my eldest brother also joined this group. Quiet. The swarm is digesting this huge amount of information. At this time, the Thor boss finally spoke. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the gods of the north. For the glory of the gods of the north. For the glory of the gods of the north. For the glory of the gods of the north. For the glory of the gods of the north. Crowd. Loki. Dazed. Chapter 047. In the world of 100,000 cold jokes, Thor, dog, stood up abruptly. The dog clutched a hammer with a paw, and looked around with a solemn expression. It is the beloved son of the father of Odin, the god of the north, Thor. It is powerful, invincible in the universe, and flying in the flesh like thunder and lightning, making the enemy fearful. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof. And at this time, Thor suddenly saw a group invitation, and then he was invited into the group. It subconsciously thinks that it is the enemy's illusion and trickery, so it vigilantly looks at the lonely universe around it, but sees nothing. At this time, the group manager sent a message that reached its mind, and then he understood what the group was. Heavens? Dimensional worlds? Dead life? Thor, the god of thunder, felt his eyes widen. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof. Look at the group again, and then see your own rank. Level 3-5. Look at the list of other members, level 1-2, and others are all level 2 level 3, not even level 4. Hey, Groove, level 10. Thor panicked. As a god, he is only level 5? And that group management turned out to have level 10. Scared to death. At this time, the group members saw Thor's words. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof. A weird look. Don't. This level 3 to 5 big guy, is a dog? Don't. We are inferior to dogs? God domain, Asgard. Immortal palace. At this time, the coronation ceremony of Thor, the god of thunder, was being held. The great hall of the immortal palace, which can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, was crowded, and almost all the people of Asgard gathered here, waiting for today's coronation ceremony to welcome their new king, Thor Odinson. And God King Odin sat on the God King high throne. Starting today, he will pass on the throne of God Kings to his most outstanding son, Thor. Loki stood next to Odin, watching the coronation as if watching a play. My stupid brother, you are going to be crowned a God King today, and I am really a little jealous as a younger brother. It's time for the coronation ceremony. Forcing Wang Sujinjiang. Thor, the god of thunder, from the other side, wielded a hammer, and along the way, like a shouting lion, constantly shouting and showing off. Just as the so-called pretend is like the wind, always accompany me, Thor is such a person, I can't wait to pretend to be forced, let everyone cheer for him. And the people around him were very fond of him and were cheering enthusiastically, constantly celebrating the coronation of their new king. The wave of cheers, wave after wave. Loki was expressionless, he actually wanted to be a god king, but it seemed that his father Odin did not want to pass the position to him. Soon, Thor came to Odin. Father! Get down on one knee. Get ready for the coronation. Odin is also very happy with Thor, the god of thunder, he is aggressive, he is kind and generous, there are many advantages, and he is his favorite heir. He took a deep breath and stood up, and the God King's scepter in his hand Gunjanir paused heavily. Knock! The applause and cheers of the entire immortal palace suddenly fell silent. Thor Odinson, my heir, my eldest son. The Mjolnir I gave you a long time ago, Mjolnir, forged from the heart of a dead star. Whether as a weapon of destruction or as a tool for construction, its divine power is incomparable, and it is a worthy companion of the king of a country. Odin's majestic voice cleansed the entire immortal palace. All the people of the divine domain listened to the voice of the divine king. At this time, Loki was bored to open the group chat. Seeing that the big guy of BROLY was going to invite new group members, he suddenly became interested. Last time, that new group member Shiz Hixuan brought him a lot of fun, and he will invite 4 more next, which will surely bring him new surprises. Group message: the group management invited Thor to join the group. Loki subconsciously looked at his stupid brother Thor. Could it be that the big guy of BROLY invited his brother? This brother in front of him who is being crowned by the God King? Soon Loki realized something was wrong. Thor, the invited god of thunder and not his own stupid brother, but a dog. Loki looked at the dog in the group, and then at his brother, who was undergoing the coronation. Compare the two. Loki felt that his brother, who was preparing to take over the throne of the God King, began to change and become a dog, and he was still a dirt dog. Hold back your laughter. Loki choked back a laugh. Be sure to hold back. Definitely hold back. I can't hold back. Ha 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 ha. Loki couldn't help it, holding his stomach and laughing. My stupid brother turned out to be a dog. Stupid brother, ah. I didn't expect you to have this day left. Ha ha ha, laugh at me ha ha ha. Odin. Thor. The people of the divine domain. The audience looked at Loki in unison. It was so solemn and quiet just now, so Loki's laughter was so abrupt and harsh. Loki felt countless lights, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. My God, I actually interrupted the ceremony in such a solemn ceremony of the coronation of the God King, and also interrupted with this humiliating style. Odin was furious. Loki, what are you laughing at? Loki almost cried. I was very innocent, and quickly forgive, father, listen to my explanation. Odin said coldly, then you explain to me. Loki, Loki is about to cry, how should I explain? Ah hey, Can it be said that I have an extra friend, named Thor, a dog? If you explain it this way, I am afraid that I will die faster. BROLY Guy, help! Chapter 048. In the end, Loki still escaped the punishment of the coronation of the God King. Because the ice giant invaded Asgard, he wanted to steal the ice giant's racial artifact treasure, the ancient winter treasure box. This artifact has been taken by Odin since the last defeat of the ice giant, and it is protected layer by layer in an extremely tight treasury. This thing looks like a cosmic cube, but it is far worse than the cosmic cube, but freezing the planet is not a difficult thing. And if the ice giant wants to revive the glory of the race, he must reclaim this artifact treasure box. And this theft, although unsuccessful, was suppressed by the destroyer, but it still interrupted the coronation ceremony. Loki, you bastard, do you think I don't deserve to be crowned God King? After the failed coronation ceremony, Thor settles the score after the fall and grabs Loki by the collar. With. Loki quickly chimed in. Then why are you laughing? Thor was furious. I didn't laugh at you, I just. Ha ha ha. Loki looked at Thor, and he couldn't help but think of the dog, and then he couldn't help but laugh when he compared one person and one dog. Thor. Loki quickly stopped smiling and pretended to be serious. I'm sorry, I really can't help it, but I really don't think you are unworthy. I think the position of God King is none other than you. Thor then put Loki down. His feelings for Loki are very deep, and the sentence Loki abused me 1,000 times, I treat Loki like my first love can show how spoiled Thor spoils Loki's younger brother. Next, Thor transfers his hatred to the ice giant, whose coronation would not have been interrupted if it weren't for the ice giant's break-in, automatically ignoring Loki's factor. Humph! The ice giant's actions like this are provoking the majesty of Asgard, and if it is not counterattacked, Asgard's majesty will be lost. We must fight back. Loki looked at Thor's eagerness. If he hadn't chatted all before, hadn't looked up to the powerful life of the Readaloud boss, his vision was still so narrow, he would sow discord and provoke Thor to attack the ice giant country. And now, Loki has seen such a strong man as BROLY. He no longer looks up to and worships Odin, and no longer longs to inherit Odin's throne. He feels that under the leadership of BROLY, his achievements can surpass his father Odin. So, instead of approaching Thor, Loki persuaded him. Brother, the current Asgard is not green, the truly brave warriors have gradually aged, and the new generation has not fully grown up. Even if such a war is won in the end, it is only a miserable victory, and there is no benefit to Asgard itself. No, Loki, you don't understand. If we don't fight violence with Fortat now, then these hateful ice giants will definitely think that we Asgard are good bullies, which will lead to an even bigger war. When Thor said this, he added in his heart, I am about to be crowned king of Asgard, but I have no merit. How can this be a real king? I will be like my father, pouring the throne with victory. In the end, Thor still ignored the ban and took a group of his teammates to Jotunheim, the ice giant's lair, and Loki had no choice but to follow. A battle between the ice giant and the thunder god Thor inevitably broke out, but they were soon besieged by the ice giant. Big guy, help! Loki, who is afraid of death, quickly summons the big guy. BROLY, who was looking at the third invited group member, his eyes widened at this time. You searched for Big Wolf, from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, strength LV 3-7. Yes/no, send an invitation. BROLY's hands almost trembled. Nima. Another animal. And also the famous Grey Wolf. Look at the level to know the awesomeness of the Grey Wolf, LV 3-7 level, it is simply the level of the big guy. The first invitation is Thor, dog, the second invitation is Big Wolf, so isn't the third one going to make a Doraemon? Level 10 can't describe this terrifying guy. Thor, the dog, only felt that the environment in front of him flickered, and then he arrived at a cold place. Thor, dog, looked confused. Which is it? The besieged Thor and the others, as well as the fierce ice giants, were startled by the sudden appearance of the dog and fell silent. This is... whose dog? When Loki saw Thor, the god of thunder, the dog, he was overjoyed and hurried to call for help. Thorgo, help, we're trapped. This is a level 3 to 5 big guy, he is only level 3, and his stupid brother is estimated to be the highest level 4, a level stronger. This big guy must be able to save us. Thor, the god of thunder, the dog, looked at Loki and instantly understood his task at the thought of what the group management had instilled in him. Save these garbage? Thor, dog, glanced at Thor, the god of thunder, and someone else, Bah, War 5 scum. I looked at the ice giant again. Hey, this head is very strong, but compared to my Thor god, it's a little worse. This task can be flattened at hand. Thor, dog, holds his head high. Forced to shock. Press the 2 buttons on your chest hard. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the gods of the north. A loud voice resounded throughout the frozen hell. And then the audience was quiet again. Needle. Landing, audible. The ice giants brushed together to look at Thor, then at Thor, dog, again at Thor, and then at Thor, the god of thunder, and then at Thor, dog. And Thor, the god of thunder, and their teammates, also looked at the dog with a confused expression. What the? Is it Thor? So what is I/Thor? The young and vigorous Thor Tolton was angry, and a dog also wanted to humiliate me. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. Thor shouted, wielding Mjolnir's hammer and smashing it at Thor, the dog. When the thunder god Thor, dog, heard this, he was immediately furious, hateful, and dared to impersonate the gods and look for death. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. However, because it is a Shiba Inu itself and sells cute attributes, even anger will appear fierce and cute. Facing each other, the hammer in his hand slammed in. Mjolnir vs Mjolnir. 2 hammers, the same name, but actually different things. Boom! Thor, the god of thunder, was beaten out of the mountain several kilometers away and embedded in the mountain. Loki sweated furiously, and quickly calmed the angry Thor. Dog brother, don't be angry, my brother has a problem here, pointing to the brain. Thor, the god of thunder, dog, finally calmed his anger. Then set his gaze on the ice giants. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern godland. The hammer in his hand swung into the sky. Endless lightning covers the entire planet. Boom! 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 A burst of shaking mountains, landslides, and cracks. Ice giants of the whole family pounce on the street. Before dying, the Ice King shed tears of indignation. Paralysis, there is a hanging. Thor, dog, held his head high at this moment, raised his hammer, and forced the gas to explode. I'm Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern divine land. Chapter 049. Jotunheim, Ice Giant's Lair. Thor's comrades have been completely conquered by the powerful power of Thor, the god of thunder, dogs. This is the real Thor god. Loki fawned, brother dog, can you only say these 2 sentences? Thor dog looked grim and pressed the first button with his hand. I'm Thor. At this time, Thor flew back with a blue face and a swollen nose, looking dazed. Are you really Thor? Thor dog frantically pressed the first button. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I'm Thor. I'm Thor. I'm Thor. Thor man kind of wanted to cry. I feel that I am the fake god of Thor, and the people are the real god of Thor. At this time, Thor Ren asked curiously. Can't you speak? Thor, woof. Everyone. So awesome Thor, he can't speak, he can only buff. Thor Rengzi, I've finally got a city back. At this time, Loki found the third button on Thor Dog's chest, which was relatively small. Brother Dog? So what is the third button? Thor Dog pressed the third button, and the voice full of divine majesty echoed. Let's play 100,000 cold jokes 2 mobile game. Everyone. Poof. Groove. It turned out to be an advertisement. Nima. Loki felt that the image of the big guy collapsed. At this moment, Loki and Thor Dog saw a new message appear in the group. Group message. The group management invited Big Wolf to join the group. For the first time, click on the group information of Big Wolf. Big Wolf, LV3 LV7. Loki, Groove. Thor Dog, Woohoo. The eyes were glaring. Level 7. At this time, the other people in the group were also so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Level 7 Boss. Madara felt a little trembling. He was already very strong, but he hadn't touched the threshold of the 4th level yet. Big Wolf, hey, what is this chat group? Why did it suddenly appear in front of me? BROLY, please see the group announcement. After a while, Big Wolf messaged, wow, this chat group is interesting, it can even communicate with other worlds. You Buckin and the others, at this time, what Wen Cheng Yud, what handsome and invincible. A slap sounded. However, the G-spot of the grey wolf was not caught, and the grey wolf glanced at it and did not look at it. Big Wolf, I won't talk to you, I'm catching sheep. You Buckin, the big guy actually wants to catch sheep. Shock JPG. Big Wolf, the sheep in the sheep village are so difficult to catch, I haven't caught a sheep yet. The group members were shocked. Lying trough, what sheep are so difficult to catch? The 7th level big guy can't catch it with his own hands? This is a divine sheep, right? A group of people were talking, shouting 666 like salted fish. After a while, the grey wolf finally replied, it's a pity that I didn't catch the sheep, and I was beaten by the hateful pleasant goat. The crowd shivered. I always feel that the world of grey wolves is so dangerous, and those sheep actually give the wolf boss a shadow. Xianba, Big Wolf Boss, I can give you sheep. You Buckin, I also raise some sheep here, and I can give red envelopes to the big guys. When other group friends heard this, they all said that they also had sheep. Big Wolf was overjoyed when he heard it. There are sheep? Then wouldn't I not have to be beaten by my wife's invincible pan? Big Wolf, dear friends, thank you, MMMHHHHHH. Wind and Cloud World, the world will. In the hall of the Gang Lord, the hero drank majestically. When ugly and ugly. A demon father-in-law ran in and flattered, Lord Gang Lord, you called the little one, what happened? Xianba waved his hand, order all the gangs of the world to search for the fattest sheep in the world, this is your most important task at present, send all the gangs. When ugly, hey? Sheep? Xianba, go. The hero speaks like the power of thunder, domineering and majestic, and imposing. When ugly and ugly, however, most of the people in the world will besiege Wushuan City. Xianba, hey? Are you questioning my decision? Give up Matchless City and give me all my strength to search for sheep. I want the most delicious sheep in the world. When Ugly smiled, the little one will order down immediately. Soon, more than 100,000 disciples of the Tianxia Association swept towards the entire world. Every time they go out on a mission, wherever they go, children will stop crying, adults will tremble, families will be broken and people will die, and slaughtering villages is commonplace. And this time, these disciples of the world do not kill people, do not set fires, but go to catch sheep. The whole world, the major forces suppressed by the world, were all stunned at this moment. Is Xianba crazy? How excited to move the crowd to catch sheep! This is a good thing, it is said that prosperity and decline, this dominating the world, but now doing such a perverse thing, I am afraid it is a sign that the world will die. Celebrate all the world. And Wushuan city, even more relieved, almost broke the city, can they be considered saved by sheep? Don't cry death step shocked clouds, has always been the sky collapse without frightening ugly, as a result, because of the scratch of the sheep, the face twitched. When ugly and ugly, why did you say that master suddenly wanted to catch sheep? Young Master Huun, the little ones don't know. I'll go see master. Buletin Jianyun took a deep breath, feeling that he couldn't let master fall like this. Soon, he came to the main hall of Xianba's gang master. Then, Buletin Jianyun saw with his own eyes that his majestic, cold and domineering master was holding a sheep at this time, making a disgusting ant laugh. MMA. 03. There was a chill in the clouds. Nima. Master is crazy, right? He suddenly found that the previous bully was very good. P.S. This chapter is the 5th more. Chapter 050. Not to mention that the various members in the group looked for sheep for the 7th level Big Wolf. On Asgard's side, Thor and the others returned to Asgard by relying on the Rainbow Bridge, and it was Odin's anger that greeted Thor, the god of thunder. Odin, who has fallen into the late stage of his life, feels that his time is running out, and his divine power is declining. If there is really a war, who can become the pillar of Asgard when he cannot support it? Obviously, Odin believes that Thor is still stunned and not enough to take on such a heavy task. Therefore, for Thor to take the initiative to provoke the ice giant this time, although it ended in victory, it still made Odin very angry. This is your vanity and pride, not leadership. You are a vain, insatiable, cold-blooded child. I thought you were qualified. Odin said in a somewhat trembling voice, Thor Odinson, you have disobeyed the clear orders of the king, and your arrogance and ignorance have brought the fear and destruction of war to the innocent people of a peaceful country. Odin stepped off the stage and ripped off his armor and tore off his cloak. You don't deserve your land, and you don't deserve your title. You don't deserve it. You. Not even worthy of the loved ones you have betrayed from. Odin reached out and withdrew Mjolnir and removed Thor's armor. I deprive you of your divine power at this time. With my father's family. In the name of the fathers and the fathers, I, Odin, the father of the gods, cast you out of the door. Suddenly, a bucket-thick thunderbolt suddenly burst out, scattering Thor's armor and pushing him into the Rainbow Bridge. At the same time, Odin raised Mjolnir and set a divine power ban. Whoever holds this hammer and deserves it, he will receive the power of Thor. Earth. Inside Tony Stark's villa. Tony is harnessing the power of the 10 rings to redevelop a new generation of Mark IV. Because of the power of the 10 commandments, this Mark IVth generation will be more powerful than the Mark IVth generation in the original plot. And BROLY, at this time, was sitting on the roof. Suddenly, his heart moved. Boom! Between the skylines, a colorful rainbow, coming from the universe, shot straight at the earth, and finally landed in New Mexico. BROLY's chi stretched away, and then he saw a person. Thor. BROLY thought that Loki had just followed Thor to the ice giant's lair to make trouble, and confirmed that Loki in the group was in a space-time universe with himself. Later, BROLY saw another rainbow bridge enter the earth, and a hammer fell into New Mexico. Needless to say, it must be Thor's hammer. BROLY was idle and bored anyway, and he used his gas to watch Thor's funny journey to Earth after losing his divine power. First of all, when landing on Earth, there was a car accident and was hit by a female driver. What about my hammer? As soon as Thor woke up, he shouted for a hammer. Thor was then taken to the hospital, and when Thor woke up, he struggled to find the hammer and fought with the doctors and nurses. How dare you attack the son of Odin? Then the doctor called a group of guards to rush in and fight Thor together, but Thor is too strong. Even if he has no divine power, he is stronger than the guards. Thor was triumphant, you can't beat the mighty. And then, before he finished speaking, he was pushed down by a tranquilizer by the doctor, and the whole thing completely hit the street. Poof! When Raleigh saw this scene, he laughed directly. What's wrong? Tony Stark wondered. I saw a god who came to Earth after losing his divine powers, and then, Raleigh repeated what happened to Thor. Ha ha ha, this is so funny, ha ha ha. Tony covered his stomach and laughed. Then Tony Stark also ran into the group to talk about it. Tony, just now I saw a very funny thing, a god who lost his divine power, said that he was the son of Odin. Let's go for it. There was also a burst of laughter in the group. Raleigh, Tony, is this what you see? Asgard, Loki is being praised by Odin, this time, you are doing very well, you are wiser and more calm than I thought. Odin was surprised by Loki's performance. He always felt that although his son was kind, he was thoughtful, insidious, cunning, narrow-minded, and prone to deviation. Unexpectedly, in this incident, he was able to persuade the impulsive Thor, instead of provoking Thor, which impressed Odin. Did he see it wrong before? Is Loki better suited to inherit the throne of God King? By the way, Loki, that friend of yours, the dog who calls himself Thor? Already back? Yes, father. Well, you can invite him to Asgard as a guest in the future. Father, aren't you curious about its identity? Loki asked curiously. Odin showed a deep gaze. Time, space, universe, many endless unknown things, I can't peek at the whole picture. Maybe there is another universe, there are northern gods like us, there is Thor, even if it is a dog, but it is not inferior to us, or it may be more noble than us, not necessarily. Loki nodded. Isn't that Thor, the god of thunder, from another dimension? There are also big guys, other group friends, and new members. Big wolf, big guy, the heavenly dimension, which is really mysterious and infinitely vast, and it is desirable. Odin was full of embarrassment and love. Loki, maybe your achievements will soon surpass me, I can feel it. Loki bowed his head. Father, you have always been the greatest god king. Odin shook his head and did not speak. He also has a dark side, such as Hela, who buried Hela's outstanding combat exploits and imprisoned Hela, perhaps partly because Hela killed too much, but also partly because he was afraid that Hela would affect his position as God King. At this time, Loki saw the chat in the group. Tony says he saw Thor, the god of thunder who claimed to be the son of Odin, and was beaten by humans after losing his powers. Loki was taken aback. Isn't that my stupid brother? Loki hurriedly asked Odin. Father, I want to ask, is the place where Thor went is called Earth? Odin, I sent him down to Midgard, another name for Midgard, which is Earth. At this point, Loki was completely sure. His stupid brother is indeed in the same place as Tony. That is to say, I'm in the same universe as Boss Raleigh and Tony. At this moment, Loki's heart beat faster. Chapter 051. In the group. Loki, brother Raleigh, little brother Tony, I sent that I am in the same world as you, and I am going to play with you. Raleigh, come on. Tony, hey. Loki, the son of Odin you just mentioned, my brother, just went to the ice giant world to make a wave, was abolished by his father Odin, and then thrown to earth. Tony, that fool is your brother. Loki, well, that fool is my brother. Tony. Thor dog, that guy is really stupid. Loki asked Heimdall, who guarded the Rainbow Bridge, to open the Rainbow Bridge, claiming that he was going to see his brother Thor, but Heimdall did not refuse, directly opened the Rainbow Bridge, and Loki jumped. Boom! A huge rainbow impact fell on New Mexico, and the rainbow light was so bright that many New Mexico people saw it even during the day. At this time, SHIELD was once again in chaos. Coulson, where have you been? Nick Fury calls Agent Coulson, who is heading to New Mexico. I'm almost there. Coulson got off the plane and drove to his destination. "There was just another spatial fluctuation," said Nick Fury. "I saw it too, I'll see it right away." Coulson had a little headache. "How more and more?" Nick Fury stands in the SHIELD Global Monitoring Center, where there is a huge white-faced screen projecting various regions of the world, monitoring an anomaly in real time. At this time, most of the large screens in the monitoring center are projecting pictures of New Mexico, professional-level military satellites, and the pictures taken can be seen even by ants, which is extremely clear. Suddenly, an employee yelled, "Look, there are two people there, and they are floating in the air." Nick Fury looked at the big screen. Then two people were seen. One was BROLY, who he had been keeping an eye on, and the other was wearing armor. S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence system is still very strong, and the person who knows the armor is Tony Stark, the future SHIELD important member of SHIELD that they are fighting for. How did they get there? That BROLY can actually stay in mid-air? Could it be that his ability has something to do with flying? New Mexico. In the hospital, Thor, the god of thunder, woke up from the effects of the tranquilizer. "I found myself lying on an iron-framed bed, my hands and feet tied." "Humph, this little thing, want to tie me, Thor? What a joke!" Thor said very forcefully. And then, "Struggle, struggle, struggle. This can't be. I'm Thor." Thor, the god of thunder, almost cried. "I became a mortal body and became weak. And the doctors in the hospital are talking. He must have taken drugs. He's crazy." BROLY held the nine tails, took Tony Stark with him, and stood above the hospital where Thor, the god of thunder, was. "This is Loki's brother Thor? It's stupid to cry." Tony Stark looked disgusted. Loyally laughed, "I think it's funny. Jarvis, sir, now SHIELD has 7 or 8 military satellites targeting here. Tony, leave them alone. BROLY, go see Mjolnir. Tony, you go first, I'll fly over." BROLY held the fox, snorted, disappeared in midair, and the next moment he appeared near Mjolnir. There was another exclamation from the SHIELD monitoring center. "Director Nick, the man named BROLY has disappeared." Nick Fury, "Find out, where is he?" Soon an employee found him. "Director Nick, found him. Over the hammer." Nick Fury. If he remembers correctly, the distance between the two sides is at least 30 kilometers, and in an instant it passed? Nick Fury is a little stuffed. BROLY came to the vicinity of Mjolnir and returned to this originally deserted desert Gobi, which has become very lively. The news that there is a mysterious hammer falling from the sky, and no one can pull it up, spread throughout the surrounding cities, which attracted many curious Americans from all over the world. A strong man pulled the hammer hard, but the hammer did not move, and he almost jumped out of the fart. "Let me come." Another strong man took a sip of beer, reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer, and pulled it out. And behind him, there were many strong men lining up. The people around are watching, and they are all losers who challenge the hammer. What's more, a few meters away, someone set up an oven and started grilling skewers, putting on stereos, and rousing songs. At this time, a person directly drove the pickup truck, tied the hammer with an iron chain, and wanted to drag the hammer away, but overturned the pocket of the pickup truck. There was a lot of laughter all around. BROLY was powerless to complain. At this time, Tony Stark fell from the sky and landed in front of BROLY. "I'll try." Tony Stark is eager to try. He has already obtained the 10 Commandments. Mark's 4th generation performance is extraordinary. A hammer, how can he stop him? "You all get out of the way." "I got it." Tony Stark wears Mark 4, cool and full of aura. Many strong men backed down. This Mark 4 generations are still very deterrent. At this point, Loki had already arrived here. After seeing BROLY, he was overjoyed and hurried to BROLY's side. Big guy. Loki saluted respectfully, his heart thrilled. The big guy is actually in the same world as himself, so won't he become the second little brother of the big guy? Little brother number 1 is Tony, won't the group walk sideways by itself in the future? It's a little exciting to think about. By the way, what about Tony? Loki looked around. There, said BROLY, pointing to the center of Mjolnir. This is the mark? So cool. Loki praised. BROLY glanced at Loki. It seems that this guy was still taught a lesson by Iron Man. At this time, Tony Stark grabbed the handle of Mjolnir, and the power of Mark IV continued to increase, and as a result, Mjolnir did not move. Tony. Chapter 052. In the group. Tony, this hammer is so heavy, I can't even lift it at all. Picture Mjolnir. Loki, actually, I can't mention it, it's not a question of strength, it's a question of whether it recognizes you or not, as long as he recognizes you, you can bring it up. Then Loki began to pounce on the materials of Mjolnir to everyone. This was created by Odin from materials extracted from the interior of a dying star. At the moment of imminent annihilation, the star will collapse rapidly inward due to the influence of gravity, and then form white dwarfs, pulsars. According to modern scientists, a small spoonful of mass may exceed millions of tons. The weight of Mjolnir is definitely not that much, and it is impossible to pinch Thanos, but it also shows that this thing is really heavy. However, this obviously aroused the competitive spirit of everyone in the group. Zionba, I'll pull it out and see if I can pull it out. Madara, Loki, you managed to arouse my curiosity, I'll give it a try. Thor, Sheba Inu I am Thor, the god of thunder. Big wolf, quack everyone goes, then I will go too. You Buckin, all the big guys go, then I'll go too, by the way, pick up soap for all the big guys. BROLY, wait and let Tony arrange for food and drink. By the way, I still have 2 members who have not been invited, so by the way, invite them over and have a meal together. Group member, seconded. BROLY clicks the group function. Ding! You turn on the group member invitation function, you consume 1 invitation function. Search dimension. The search was successful. You searched for Alice, from the Halberd Spirit, strength level 0. Alice Tsukishi, a first-year student of the High School of Injetsu Gakuen, a master of molecular cuisine, known as the son of the god of molecular gastronomy, a veritable genius, and one of the students who are considered to be closest to the 10 masters in Injetsu today. Yes/no send an invitation. BROLY Ichahi. This is a super chef. And Alice's appearance is very high. In this way, the party happens to have a chef who makes delicious food. Well, being able to stay around as a full-time chef is just right for BROLY's daily appetite. BROLY immediately clicked yes. Group message, the group management invited Alice in the group to join the group. Continue searching. Ding! You turn on the group member invitation function, you consume 1 invitation function. Search dimension. The search was successful. You searched for Boya Hancock, from One Piece, strength level 2. Boya Hancock, the only woman in the 7 seas of His Majesty, she is the supreme leader of the 9 Snakes, a fighting nation living in the Amazon Lily, and the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, and is also considered the world's first peerless beauty. Has the overlord color domineering that only one of millions of people has, arrogant, narcissistic, and likes to say no matter what the concubine does, she will be forgiven, because the concubine body is so beautiful. Single. Yes/no send an invitation. BROLY was surprised. Boya Hancock? This is a big beauty. Also, group, why are you prompting singles ahe? BROLY chose yes. Every invitation is quite precious, and now there are too few group members, and more people are lively. Group message. The group management invited Alice in the group to join the group. After Raleigh invited the two to join the group, he sent the group information to the two, about the heavenly dimensions, about the group friends, about the group level setting, and some basic information. Tony, wow, it's two beauties. Put out the welcome mat. Xianba, Meng new to the group, please burst the photo and explode the 3 circles. Yu Buchan, Meng new to the group, please ask the level 0 Alice to burst the 3 measurements. Thor, Shiba Inu at, you will only bully level 0 Mo Xin. Yu Buchan, shivering JPG. The group was lively for a while. After all, this group has not yet appeared beauty, they themselves feel a little emotional, so this time came 2 beauties, precious, which made many group members very happy, of course, feel that women are cumbersome bullies, except for spots. It took a few minutes for one of the new members, Boya Hancock, to speak up. Boya Hancock, this heavenly dimension is really interesting. Raleigh, right now our group is organizing a party, location, Earth, Minecraft, event, 1, who can mention Mjolnir, food tour, at, according to the information provided to me by the group, you are a very good foodie, so you will be in charge of this meal. At Hancock, don't miss it, this world may be an eye-opener for you. One Piece World, Amazon Lily, Daughter Country. Boya Hancock sits on a throne, and 2 python guards protect her. At this time, Hancock was immersed in the Heavens chat group. This sudden appearance of the heavenly chat group was completely beyond her imagination. Chat group party. Hancock felt that he might not miss it. First, the authenticity of this group can be verified. Second, she wanted to see what the other heavenly worlds were like. Third, as the most beautiful woman, she wanted the people of the heavenly world to also see her beauty, and poured under her pomegranate skirt. Hancock sent a message in the group, at this gathering, the concubines have joined. Halberd Spirit World. Alice looked at the virtual screen that appeared in front of her, and then at the others around her, ignorant of the screen in front of her. Earth. The world I live in is also Earth, but according to the information in the group, it should not be the same time and space. Shall I go? What if it's a lie? However, if it is true, if you can go to another world and see the food of another world, it is definitely a great opportunity. Alice has an unparalleled love for food, and finally takes the plunge to make a decision. This party, count me in. Chapter 053. Swish. One by one, the members of the group appeared next to Raleigh. As a group gathering, but also in the world of big guys, group members are actively participating. As soon as I entered this world, I was confused by the hot gobi. This is the world of the big guy. It's so desolate. That guy is Tony, right? I look like. No need to look, it definitely is, this should be Iron Man armor, right? So cool. Xianba, Yu Buchan, Batman, Uchiha, and Shizhixuan arrived one after another. After another while, a Shiba Inu armed with a hammer appeared in front of him. It, head held high. It, holding Mjolnir. It pressed the first and second buttons, and a majestic voice sounded. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Xianba, Yu Buchan, Batman, and Shizhixuan shouted one after another, brother dog. Thor, Shiba Inu woof. The next moment, a standing wolf appeared in front of everyone. Everyone suffocated. Big wolf. Big guy. That's a level 7 big guy. In addition to Raleigh, a 10-level big guy, the Grey Wolf big guy is the most powerful. At this time, everyone saw the real Grey Wolf for the first time, and they couldn't help but gasp in unison. A big guy is a big guy, even if it is a wolf, it is not an ordinary wolf. Walking upright, a pair of fangs exposed the mouth, showing its extraordinary sharpness. That pair of eyes, oh my god, unfathomable. The diagonal stitch scar on the right face was not removed, but remained on the face. Is it a souvenir of the big guy to commemorate his battle exploits? The big guy is really the big guy, and the way of behavior is really different from those of us. Wait, what is that orange hat? Although it looks ordinary, but everyone present believes that this is definitely not an ordinary hat. Look, that hat even has a patch. Oh my god, there must be something else in this way. It seems that this hat is definitely a great hat, maybe it is a deadly weapon. The group of Xianba people were actually frightened by the level of the 7th level. Even if the grey wolf is harmless at this time, it is just a cute thing, but under the action of the 7th level aura, a broken hat, a stitch wound, and ordinary wolf teeth have all been given an unusual deep meaning by them. Hi, friends, hello. When the grey wolf saw everyone, he waved his wolf paw enthusiastically to say hello. In the eyes of Xianba and others, this voice felt like a heavenly power stirring in their hearts, and everyone suddenly had a sense of insignificance when facing the entire heaven and earth. Ha, ha, ha. Big Wolf stepped on the ground and came to BROLY. But in the eyes of Xianba and others, a picture was made up. When the grey wolf ran, an inexplicable fluctuation instantly cleansed the entire earth, and countless ants shivered. Well, all this is the brain supplement of these people, all of whom are frightened by the 7th level of the grey wolf. At this time, the grey wolf came to BROLY and made a respectful salute. Meet the level 10 big guy. Big Wolf thought in his heart, even if the pleasant goat is awesome, as long as he finds a BROLY boss who is many levels higher than himself to help catch the sheep, he should be able to catch it, right? Recently, the sheep they sent by the heroes, although they are sheep, are not delicious. The difference between level 0 sheep and level 7 sheep, for this reason. The red wolf also beat the grey wolf, thinking that the grey wolf used fake lamb to deceive her. In short, the cunning grey wolf is ready to lick a handful of BROLY guys first. At this time, another group member came. Swoosh! An extremely tall beauty, in front of BROLY and others. He has long black hair, a noble princess G hairstyle, a pair of dark blue eyes, a pair of snake-shaped earrings, and a tall figure. It exudes an amazing charm. Boya Hancock. One Piece's first beauty, but also even more frustrated to eat the sweet fruit, obsessed fruit, devil fruit. It is simply a beauty charm full score of 100 asterisk fruit additional charm full score of 100 equals 10,000 points. The body exudes a mesmerizing temperament all the time. The moment she appeared, it was as if the world was in full bloom with an intoxicating fragrance. The air, suddenly quiet. Gollum! Gollum! Most of the people around swallowed their saliva in unison. So beautiful! Boom! Drooling sound. These strong men who come to challenge Mjolnir are the most hungry and thirsty, and at this time, seeing the goddess Hankook whose appearance is about to explode, how can he not be ready to move? And Tony Stark, you buckin', Wayne, she's Hixuan, Loki and others were also affected by Hancock's charm to varying degrees, and their eyes were intoxicated. Even a bully who despises women, Uchiha Spots, his heart is shaking at this moment, which shows how exaggerated Hancock's charm is. After seeing Hancock, although BROLY automatically defended and was not confused by the sweet fruit, he couldn't help but marvel at Hancock's charm. Boya Hancock looked around at the red-hearted gazes around her, and she smiled proudly. Concubine, really the most beautiful woman in the world, even in another world. At this time, most of her attention was focused on the group administrator and level 10 big guy BROLY, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised to find that the BROLY boss had clear eyes and was able to resist his invincible charm. Came to BROLY, Ying saluted, meet the big guy. BROLY nodded, I thought you weren't coming. Boya smiled, such an interesting party, why didn't I come? That smile is coquettish. Once again, the people around him fell into obsession. Only Madara, she's Hixuan, and Xianba broke free in time and looked at Hankook in horror. If Hankook wanted to kill them, it was estimated that it was really possible to succeed just now. This woman, it's dangerous. The three looked at each other, not daring to look at Hancock again. At this time, those American cowboy strongmen have been completely fascinated by Hancock. Beauty, you are mine. Beauty, beauty. What a beautiful beauty. One by one, they rushed towards Hancock. Hancock laughed and performed a human motion. Sweet and sweet. A fragrant wind, rushing away. In an instant, all the American cowboy strongmen who pounced turned into stone. At this moment, a black Mustang stopped on the periphery, and SHIELD agent Carlson got out of the car and just saw this scene. Chief, I found. However, a dozen people died. Raleigh looked back at Carlson, as if Hancock's murder had been seen by SHIELD. But soon Raleigh smiled. SHIELD? What kind of thing? Chapter 054. Oh no, you actually killed someone. Tony Stark looked at the circle of petrified figures and was taken aback. The female Emperor Hancock made a sultry action. They are coveting the beauty of their concubines, so the concubines kill them, and they blame the concubines for being too beautiful. Buchan nodded, that's right, you are too beautiful. Then he quickly realized that something was wrong, quickly stopped praising and recited the Dayaman Clear Heart Sutra to suppress the mind. The female Emperor Hancock proudly raised the beautiful swan necklace. Whatever the concubine does, she will be forgiven, won't it? Because the concubines are so beautiful. Several members of the group nodded one after another, obviously seduced by the charm. Duan. Raleigh knocked on Hancock's head with a pop and said seriously, don't kill people indiscriminately in the future, this is not your world, killing is always bad. Hancock was suddenly aggrieved and tearful, is it wrong for a concubine to be beautiful? Raleigh was unable to complain, then at least close a little, don't let your charm fly everywhere. Hancock did not dare to mess around in front of Raleigh, and finally could only pout, oh the concubine knows. Once again, the group's hearts swayed. Her charm is too strong, whether it is pride, fear, grievance, charm, selling cute. It's all so beautiful. Raleigh looked around. As a result, there was one less person. Haven't you come yet? In the halberd spirit world, Alice has been hesitating for a long time, and it is really difficult to make up her mind at a critical moment. Raleigh, as a chef, wouldn't you like to see the cuisine of another world? Raleigh inward, if you don't come, where can I find such a beautiful and capable cook? Food from another world, Alice was yearning in her heart, and finally gritted her teeth and decided to take a risk and click teleportation. The next moment, Alice appeared on the hot desert Gobi. She did not change her clothes, she was wearing a chef's uniform carefully designed by the family, although it was a chef's uniform, but in terms of appearance, she wanted to complete the clothes of Buchan, Tony, and Madara and these people. Alice looked at Raleigh and the others in fear, especially Yuba, Madara, Loki, and Shizhixuan. It's not a good person no matter how you look at it. Xianba, Madara, Loki, Ishinoken. The female Emperor Hancock pulled Alice over Shueche, what a beautiful little beauty, although not as beautiful as the concubines, but it is enough to become my harem. Alice. Mom, it's scary here, I want to go home. The heart is panicked, like a panicked lamb who has entered the wolves. Raleigh knocked on Hancock's head with a popping chestnut and pulled Alice over the beak. Don't be afraid of these people, they look fierce. Well, it's actually not a good person. Tony is a playboy who has scourged a lot of beautiful women, Loki is an evil god who plays with conspiracies, Madara used to be a madman who destroyed the world, Shizhixuan is a big devil, and Xianba is the leader of the Black Society who kills and sets fires. Raleigh pointed to one of the individuals in the group and introduced them one by one. Alice was about to cry, big guy, are you comforting me? Am I so panicked? And these two? Raleigh pointed to Thor, Shiba Inu, and Big Wolf, these two are actually very cute. Thor, don't look at it so strong, in fact, it can't speak, come and go only. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern god, let's play 100,000 cold jokes 2 mobile games, woof. By the way, it has a weakness. BROLY had an extra ball in his hand. Thor, Shiba Inu, suddenly became cute, and his eyes lit up. BROLY throws the ball. Thor happily rushed over, caught the ball, and sent it back to BROLY. BROLY Tiger touched Thor's dog's head and said to Alice, "Look, it's very cute, right?" Alice nodded, her eyes shining, "Good kawi." The corners of the mouths of Xianba, Batman, Loki, Shizhixuan and others twitched, but they didn't expect that Thor had such a cute side, and the mighty image was instantly shattered, and he couldn't pick it up. BROLY pointed to the grey wolf, and it, "Don't look at him so fiercely, in fact, he also has a gentle side, he loves his wife very much, and he is beaten by his wife every day, but he still loves her as before, and he can be called a spoiled wife and crazy demon." The grey wolf quacked and smiled, "How does the big guy know my advantages? I'm embarrassed to say it." At this time, Alice couldn't help but relax. Men who love their wives are generally very gentle, presumably not a bad person. BROLY clapped, "Okay. Let's go back and have a party. Tony, what about this Mjolnir? Doesn't it mean to try who can bring it up?" BROLY, "I'll bring it back and let you guys play slowly." What stellar matter, what no one can afford to mention, does this thing work for BROLY? Right at this moment, 2 Kun-type fighters arrived at great speed. The fighter has the SHIELD logo painted on it. A group of SHIELD agents, fully armed, came down from the Kun-style fighter and surrounded BROLY and the others. Click. The artillery system of the Kun fighter and the weapons of SHIELD agents were aimed at BROLY and the others. The only high-ranking agent, Hawkeye, was now holding a bison bow and riding a strange arrow, aiming at this side. "We are the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, everyone in front, don't move. You are suspected of intentional homicide, please give up resistance, bind your hands, accept the investigation of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, and if there is resistance, kill on the spot." Give up resistance? If there is resistance, kill on the spot? Xianba and the others laughed. "Just buy you garbage? These weapons?" The female Emperor Hankook was pointed at by the weapon, and her anger welled up. "Dare to use a weapon against a concubine, I don't know if I am dead or alive." She looked at BROLY, "Big guy, allow me to kill them." Chapter 055. For SHIELD, BROLY has seen many fandoms before, and the protagonists are basically messing with SHIELD, and finally become SHIELD thugs and younger brothers. When the protagonist is not good, but you want to be a dog. BROLY scoffed at this. At this time, SHIELD continued to issue warnings. "Repeat the second time, the people in front, you are suspected of deliberately forbearing, please give up resistance, bind your hands, accept the investigation of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, and if there is resistance, kill on the spot." A commanding voice echoed in the desert Gobi. The artillery fire system on the Kun fighter is dripping and is being put on standby. The first time BROLY was pointed at a gun, he said that he would give up resistance and tie his hands, otherwise he would be killed on the spot, and a burst of anger rose in his heart. "When did my disregard for you make you think that I was a bully? The majesty of God, do not offend. Hankook, kill them. BROLY is murderous. Concubines obey." Hancock chuckled, his eyes wide. "Sweet and sweet. The sound has a sweet fragrance, sweet to intoxicating." Click. All SHIELD agents instantly turned to stone. Only Hawkeye felt that something was wrong, and immediately broke his teeth, and the severe pain made him sober up for a moment, and he was shocked to see all the colleagues around him turned into fossils. Fire with all your might. Hawkeye gave combat orders to those in the Kun fighter. Artillery system, firing at full force. Abrupt. Boom. A storm of bullets, as well as shells after shells, fell towards Raleigh and the others. Humph! Raleigh snorted softly, and an invisible fluctuation directly swept through the area within a radius of 1 kilometer. Cannonballs, bullets, all stagnated in mid-air, and then instantly turned into powder. Hawkeye was shaken into countless pieces of blood on the spot. The Kun fighter wailed, then disintegrated, and finally turned into a particle and disappeared into the air. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the ground clicked, as if bearing a heavy force, and directly dented, forming a huge pit nearly 100 meters deep. Raleigh looked at the sky, at the satellites in outer space, and grinned. Snap your fingers! A force rushed up into the sky and roughly tore the atmosphere apart. A few seconds later, several satellites in orbit of Earth's satellites exploded on the spot, and finally turned into powder and floated into the universe like that sleepy fighter. After doing all this, Raleigh lifted Mjolnir. Well, very light. Go. Raleigh took everyone, teleported, and disappeared in place with a brush. SHIELD headquarters. The monitoring center was as silent as death. Everyone, from Nick Fury to ordinary personnel, looked at the big screen that had turned into a snowflake screen, and a cool breath rushed straight up from the tail spine, and the whole person was excited. Very angry, but more of a thriller, flustered. All operational agents, all dead. The Kun-type fighter was directly shaken into powder. A big sinkhole appears directly in the hard desert Gobi. What kind of terror is this? Nick Fury was trembling in his heart. Row was that he experienced World War II, and then experienced countless battles and countless big scenes, but he was still frightened by the amazing scene just now. At this time, Nick Fury remembered the contemptuous look in Raleigh's eyes when the screen turned into snowflakes. Nick Fury looked solemn. Check right away, why can't I see the satellite? A technical agent swallowed his saliva and said, Director Nick, I just checked the surrounding satellites and found that the satellites just now are gone. Nick Fury exclaimed, Gone? Yes, it's gone. Why not? Exploded, like that fighter, it directly turned into powder. Nick Fury pouted, What do you mean? The other side blew up the satellite at a distance of 500,000 meters? Military satellites are taller than ordinary satellites, and S.H.I.E.L.D's military satellites are as high as 500,000 meters. So high, bombed? The agent said with difficulty, back to Director Nick, according to the information collected so far, the other party has indeed crossed a distance of 500,000 meters and defeated our military satellite. Director Nick, what should we do? Someone asked, panicking inside. I have to say that the strength shown by Raleigh is a little beyond their imagination. Although they are SHIELD, the purpose of which is to deal with those powerful humans, but now this enemy is too strong, right? Are we really going to provoke people like that? Such a person is too dangerous. I suggest not to provoke as well. You guys? Actually scared? The other party has killed many of us, and you actually retreated. You are simply cowards. We want revenge. Revenge? Joke, how to report? To send to death? We're not without whole cards either. Yes, we also have whole cards, we also have Sentinels, and Captain Marvel. Yes, we still have both of them. Speaking of this, many SHIELD agents regained their composure. Captain Marvel, a veteran SHIELD superhero, was caught in the galactic war between two alien races last time. Captain Marvel Danvers gained superpowers and became one of the most powerful heroes in the universe, and he likes to dismantle space battleships with his bare hands. As for the Sentinel, it is another secret weapon of SHIELD, more powerful than Captain Marvel. The Sentinel was originally an addict, who accidentally entered the laboratory and drank a bottle of secret potion as a drug, obtained powerful energy from another universe, obtained the same super high speed, super endurance, super defense, and flight ability as Captain Marvel, and can also control energy and release energy, and he also has a super powerful self-healing ability. If in the case of violent walking, it can punch out the power of millions of stars, but the side effects of the potion are also very obvious. It creates a negative personality called nothingness in the Sentinel's body. The Sentinel is blindly pursuing the ultimate power while easily releasing the nothingness, bringing disaster to the Earth and even the entire universe. Chapter 056. Tony Stark Seaside Cliff Villa. A lively party is taking place. Alice has completely become the protagonist at this time, because the molecular cuisine she makes is so delicious. She returns to the world of Halberd, sends all her equipment through red envelopes, and then begins to cook on a large scale. When the first squid dish appeared, everyone exclaimed in unison, "Will glow! And it's still brilliant golden light! My God, this dish actually shines!" Buchan's entire eyes were about to pop out. "Is this still food? Are you sure you don't put a light bulb or something like that?" Wayne looked left and right at the food. Alice said shyly, "This part is fried squid, please use it slowly." Each person takes chopsticks or a fork, each takes a portion, and eats it in his mouth. And then, another characteristic of the cuisine of the world of Halberd comes into play. Everyone seemed to be in a hallucination, some were naked, some groaned, some blushed, and some howled. "Oh my God, I feel like I'm going to fly. It's delicious, it's delicious. It's like the tentacles of a squid caressing me." This kind of delicacy, even BROLY is not spared. After eating a bite, you feel that you are in an endless sea of flowers. The gentle fragrant wind lingers around, crispy and numb, comfortable, simply delicious, addictive to eat. Fortunately, most of the molecular cooking is done by machine, and Alice can use the machine to complete most of the workload when she sets the time, and at the same time, Jarvis's robotic arm can help accurately grasp the time operation, so she does not have to be busy alone. Food after food was brought out one after another. The crowd was so watery that they almost swallowed their tongues. It was so delicious. Now I know that food that does not shine cannot be called food in the true sense. Madaram marveled. "Whoever bullies you in the future, report my bully's name." The hero's saliva flowed. Compared with the meals made by Alice in the world, the best chef in the whole world of his own world club was simply rubbish. Woof Thor, Shiba Inu, gobbled up a bone-shaped delicacy and rolled happily on the ground. "Alice, from now on, you will be the harem darling of your concubines," the female Emperor Hankook declared domineeringly. When Alice heard this, she couldn't help but blush shyly. When she heard the praise of the seniors in the group, she was also relieved in her heart, and at the same time very excited, especially the way that BROLY boss gulped down a bunch of delicacies, which made her feel very accomplished. As a chef, seeing your guests enjoy their food is the greatest achievement. "Tony Stark, Jarvis, buy me the freshest ingredients in the world right away, fly them in Stark Industries planes, and speed up." Jarvis, "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, countless delicacies were flying in from all over the United States and around the world. Bluefin tuna that has just been caught from the rare iceberg island. Morels and matsutake mushrooms just picked from Yunnan, Huaxia. One has 2 pounds of Rhode Island super oysters. The flour of salt on the south bank of Brittany in France. Helicopters transferred from the world's airports continued to land on the apron of the villa, and one by one the delicacies were placed on Alice's table. Alice is simply happy to die. Sure enough, it was right to attend this party, where she could see a lot of food materials she had never seen before, although the food production was not perfect because of the rusty materials, but with the help of artificial intelligence Jarvis next to her, she still relied on her talent to make many imaginative foods that she could not have imagined before. SHIELD The debate continues. No, Captain Marvel, she is our killer app. Until the last moment, there is no need to let her come back. A Hydra secret agent said. Yes, there is no need to let Captain Marvel come back, overkill. Another Hydra secret agent echoed. As for the Sentinel, it is even more impossible to let him come out. The Sentinel has always been an unstable factor. If the nothingness in his body runs out, then the Earth will face disaster. The third Hydra agent said. The power of Hydra has penetrated into SHIELD very much. They don't want Captain Marvel to come back, because Captain Marvel's strength is too strong, and if she returns, it's hard to say whether she will discover the secret of Hydra inside SHIELD with her strange powers. Therefore, Hydra will definitely not allow Captain Marvel to return. Humph, if Captain Marvel doesn't come back, how can we take revenge? A non-Hydra SHIELD agent retorted. Humph, don't you only have hatred in your brain? There is a saying among the Chinese people called endure the calm for a while, do you understand? That's right, there's no need to let the two of them come back. Humph, I think it's good to have them come back. I don't agree. I approve. Inside SHIELD, there was a mess. Nick Fury blushed his face. Enough, quiet. Everyone looked at Nick Fury. Nick Fury took a few deep breaths, and his heart was also struggling violently. Is it revenge? Or retreat? Finally, Nick Fury remembered BROLY's mocking smile. That smile is so abominable. It simply trampled the dignity of SHIELD, the dignity of his Nick Fury, under his feet. Such a person cannot be indulged. Chapter 057. The significance of the establishment of SHIELD is to restrain all superpowers and facilitate management, while causing disaster to society. And if there is a force that SHIELD cannot restrict, it will be a denial of the existence of SHIELD. Nick Fury is a political master, knows the importance of credibility. If credibility is damaged, then do you want someone else to be new? Dream it. I decided. Call Captain Marvel back. Nick Fury cut to the chase. Chief Nick, I think, a Hydra secret agent objected. Enough, I've decided, don't say any more. Nick Fury glared angrily at the man, his attitude unquestionable. Other opponents were silenced and did not dare to object. Nick Fury pulls out an old-fashioned pager, which is the only contact with Captain Marvel. The other side of the vast universe. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers is saving a planet in disaster. Then, she received a call for help from Nick Fury. It seems that I am going back to Earth. Swoosh. She turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the universe. Ah! At the villa dinner, BROLY sneezed, feeling that someone was trying to harm him. However, at this time, Alice brought an oversized leg weighing more than 10 pounds in front of him, and the golden light was about to blind his eyes. A very strong aroma of top-quality beef comes to the nose. Alice, you're really great, I'll be reluctant for you to leave. BROLY couldn't help but feel bitter at the thought of facing several meals of ordinary human food after eating these delicacies. Alice is red-faced, and has a friend who likes her own food very much, which is really happy. As long as the big guy wants to eat, he can summon me over at any time. BROLY grinned, that's what you said. The female Emperor Han Cook's mouth was stuffed, woo 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 woo. BROLY. Finish a meal and start the second project. Quake Rally. Of course, Tony Stark, who has already tried, and BROLY, who has lifted Mjolnir lightly, and Thor's younger brother Loki, naturally do not have to participate in the competition. At this time, Odin and Heimdall were also watching this side of the earth. When Mjolnir was moved, it alarmed Odin, and at the same time, Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge who monitored Mjolnir. The two naturally wanted to see who moved Mjolnir, and then saw a group of people from BROLY, as well as his son Loki, and the god of thunder Shiba Inu. Perhaps BROLY's power convergence was too perfect, so neither Odin nor Heimdall saw how strong BROLY really was, so they were shocked that he could move Mjolnir. BROLY also keenly felt two strange divine powers, and was watching here, guessing that it should be Odin and Heimdall, but he didn't care. In order to add excitement to the game, BROLY generously set up rewards. Last time I beat that Mandarin and got 10 rings, each of these 10 rings has a powerful power, anyway, I don't need it, just take it out as a reward. Their corresponding strength should be no less than level 3, maybe more powerful or not. As soon as this reward came out, everyone was even more enthusiastic, even Madara was a little moved. The competition officially begins. Loki reminded at this time, according to the divine power exerted by my father on this hammer, as long as it meets my father's expectations of my stupid Thor, that is, justice, bravery, wisdom, responsibility. Almost these, you should be able to lift Mjolnir. Haha, it doesn't seem to be difficult. I'll come first. Ubucken laughed, held his head high, and walked to the hammer of Mjolnir. I, Ubucken, am full of righteousness, dedicated to strengthening Hwashan, not low responsibility, wisdom is not bad, brave, I am not bad. I, Ubucken, awesome. This Mjolnir will be mentioned by me. Reached. Grab the handle of Mjolnir. BROLY could clearly feel that the Odin divine power inside Mjolnir entered Ubucken's body, and soon retreated back. Give it to me. Ubucken started with all his strength and pulled up. And then Mjolnir, the thread does not move. The autumn leaves fell, crossing Ubucken's embarrassed face. Ahem, it seems that you can't do it, or brother Ba, I'll come, Zion came to Mjolnir. Everyone rolled their eyes. What kind of person are you, don't you have a point in your heart? Killing and setting fire to is evil, and you still want to mention Mjolnir? The result was obvious, even if Zionba exerted all the power of the 3-point return to the vitality, he could not move the hammer of Mjolnir in the slightest. Subsequently, Shiz Hixuan, Hancock, and Alice Furaki tried to pass and naturally did not succeed. It's my turn. Batman Wayne stood up and walked over to Mjolnir. BROLY began to face up to the fact that the people in front of him were all soy sauce, and they all had various obvious flaws. And Batman Wayne, BROLY thinks he has a little hope. Batman, this person, is a superhero who finds light in the dark. Up. Wayne was expectant, grabbed the hammer, and lifted it with all his strength. BROLY was disappointed because Wayne didn't mention Mjolnir. I'll try. Finally, it was Uchiha's turn, but BROLY didn't hold out hope, because Uchiha had been murderous before. Madara came to Mjolnir and lifted up. Hey! Groove! Everyone looked at Uchiha in surprise. Mjolnir's hammer actually moved. Although it is only a gentle movement, it is already very surprising. Chapter 058. Uchiha is also a little confused. He thinks that he is not a good person, or a person with blood on his hands and almost ruined a world of human beings, but what the hell is this scene in front of him? He actually lifted Mjolnir? Not only he was surprised, but even the other group members were surprised, and their eyes fell to the ground. Madara can actually bring it up? What the hell? I'm curious too. This Mjolnir should not be fake, right? Zionba wondered, Banyi, how much force did you just use? Could it be that your strength exceeds the weight of Mjolnir? Spotted, no, I didn't even use force it to get up. He lifted it hard, and then the entire Mjolnir fell into his grasp. One throw. Rolled, fell into his hands. In the sky, Asgard's godland, Odin's and Heimdall's eyes were about to pop out. Mjolnir was really mentioned, and that person actually obtained the recognition of Odin's divine power in Mjolnir. Although everyone was confused, it did not affect the continuation of Mjolnir's rally. This time it was Thor's turn. Shiba Inu. It's confident. Hold your head high. I'm Thor, let's play 100,000 Cold Jokes 2 mobile game. Oh, press wrong. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Grab Mjolnir. One mention. Motionless. Thor, Shiba Inu, suddenly hung his head and stepped aside. This proves that there is still a difference between Thor, the god of thunder, and Thor, the god of thunder. Gat. At this time, the grey wolf walked out, the dragon walked tiger step, the claws brushed and brushed, shining with sharp light. One grasped the handle of Mjolnir. One mention. Mjolnir's hammer doesn't move. Babble. The grey wolf roared and pulled it out hard, and as a result, Mjolnir could not kill the grey wolf at all. Odin of Asgard sneered, really thought that a cat and a dog could lift Mjolnir. What a joke! Big Wolf was a little annoyed. Damn it, force me! Big Wolf came to a sports car that Tony had parked not far away. I saw the grey wolf turn into an afterimage, disassemble the sports car with his bare hands, and soon the sports car turned into a bunch of parts. Then the big wolf brush hand turned into an afterimage, and a minute later, all the parts disappeared and a strange instrument was born. This instrument looks like a flashlight. That's right, it's a flashlight, and the volume of a sports car doesn't know how it was compressed into a volume as small as a flashlight by the grey wolf. Technology Control Tony Stark saw this, his eyes were glowing green, and he couldn't wait to ask Big Wolf for advice on the spot. Others couldn't help but shout 666 too. Humph, little hammer, see if you listen to it this time. I saw that the grey wolf took a flashlight and pointed it at the hammer of Mjolnir, emitting red light, and then the hammer of Thor shattered and became a fragment of the ground, visually indicating that it was the casting material of Mjolnir. Grass, Odin's face changed drastically, and he accidentally pulled out his beard and scolded. Without saying a word, take a weapon, ride a horse, and kill the earth. However, it takes time to tear down the Rainbow Bridge and open it, and when he arrived on Earth, the grey wolf had already taken out an iron hammer, knocked and beaten, a few could not breathe, a Q version of the children's toy plastic hammer with a two-dimensional style, formed, the appearance was crooked. Very child's play. Stop! At this time, Odin rode his horse and fell next to the villa with the rainbow light. And then he saw a Q version of a plastic hammer. Odin covered his chest, it hurt. Oh my Mjolnir! I made it from materials extracted from the interior of a dying star, and it's precious. You made it like this for me now. Plastics. Still so cute. You return my mighty stellar hammer. Odin gritted his teeth and looked at Big Wolf, eager to poke Big Wolf with a shot. Father, Loki quickly stood up, for fear of causing trouble. Well, it's not that I'm afraid that the grey wolf will cause trouble, but I'm afraid that my father will cause trouble. After all, although my father is strong, it is estimated that he can't beat the 7th level Big Wolf boss, and there is a 10th level BROLY boss standing next to him. Odin ignored Loki and instead looked coldly at Big Wolf. Raise the artifact Gungnir and swing it at Big Wolf. Break it down for me. Big Wolf rattled and greeted him with a flashlight. Odin remembered what happened to Mjolnir, his face changed, and he quickly withdrew the artifact Gungnir, but the result was still too slow, and the artifact Gungnir was illuminated by the flashlight, instantly turned into countless raw materials, and fell to the ground. Odin, stunnedly looking at the raw materials on the ground. A stream of blood rushed straight to the brain. Poof! Heaven vomited blood 3 feet high. Triple A. Big Wolf continued to shine a flashlight. Whoops! Odin's full body armor collapsed, turning into a pile of raw materials and falling to the ground. Odin quickly blocked it, dying of shame and indignation, and glared at Big Wolf. Loki was so frightened that he quickly hugged Big Wolf. Brother Wolf, Brother Wolf, his subordinates show mercy, he is my father. The heart is even more sweaty, the 7th level big guy, can't afford to provoke, even Odin, who is the king of the gods, can't compare to the grey wolf big guy. And Odin at this time, the surface is angry, but in fact, his heart is panicked. What the hell is this wolf? This strange force can easily disintegrate my divine power. Chapter 059. Damn, I'll be back. Shamed and indignant, Odin, wearing the same style of Hulawa, Big Wolf's version of the God King gold armor, holding a grey children's toy series style plastic spear, Big Wolf version of the magical Gungnir, wearing a children's watch, Drawnir gold ring, riding the eight-legged god Maslenir, disappeared into the villa in a rainbow flow and returned to Asgard. If it weren't for Big Wolf's sake, he wouldn't even have his clothes with him, so he would have to sneak back naked. Odin returned to the rainbow bridge and looked at Heimdall. Heimdall quickly lowered his head, the corners of his mouth twitched, and Odin's image at this time was really miserable. Before going, Odin was majestic, wearing an eagle helmet and gold armor, holding a weapon Gungnir spear, and wearing a treasure Draupnir gold ring. That domineering, that forcing hung. And when he returned, Odin wore clothes with shame that I don't know what to describe, held a plastic spear, and wore a children's watch, which was like a joke. Sanguine collapsed and shattered. Can't bear to look directly. Odin glared angrily at Heimdall. Don't say it. Heimdall hurriedly said, obey. Odin thought about it, but did not find a reason to punish Heimdall, so he could only return to his palace with a snort full of frustration. He was going to quickly change into a set of clothes and change the shameful children's clothes. Result: can't take it off. Big Wolf himself is a bad wolf, his mind is very bad, this Odin is so pretending. Big Wolf decided to teach him a lesson, so in the recreated God King golden armor, Gungnir, Drawnir golden ring, not only become young children, but also impose binding attributes, as long as Odin wears it, don't want to take it off. Odin just couldn't get off it, but tired himself. There was no way, he could only wrap himself in a huge cloak, but the gourd leaves on his head still couldn't be taken off, and he couldn't even wear a hat. Swoosh! He flew to the dwarf star and met the old dwarf king, whose equipment was personally forged by the old dwarf king of the dwarf star. Odin! It's me! What the hell? How did you become so cute? The old dwarf king looked at Odin several times, and finally thought that the word cute was appropriate to describe Odin's current situation. Here's the thing, Odin told the old dwarf king of the weird grey wolf he had encountered. There is such a thing. The old dwarf king was taken aback. This wolf seems to know more about casting than our dwarf race. Where is it? I'm going to go over and see it. Odin sweated furiously, and quickly stopped. You better help me change these equipment back first. Old dwarf king, I'll try, but are you sure you want to change it? I can clearly feel that the divine power contained in this equipment is more powerful than before, and it should be the handiwork of that wolf. Odin gritted his teeth. Change. Odin's mood can be said to be terrible. He really doesn't want to wear such a cute costume to hang around. He is a god king, don't you want to be faceless? This side of the villa. The Quake rally is over, and 10 rings are awarded to Uchiha, and as for how he wants to get it, that's his own business. And Mjolnir, plastic big wolf children's toy version. BROLY, what about this thing? Loki asked weakly, give back my stupid brother. Thor, Shiba Inu. Thor without a hammer is not a complete Thor. BROLY looked at the toy plastic hammer and couldn't help but think of a picture. Thor, the god of thunder who liked to pretend, held up a plastic hammer and shouted, for the glory of the northern gods. My day, this picture is so weird. Suddenly, Mjolnir suddenly trembled inexplicably. ZZ. The meter is shaking, and the appliance makes the sound of current flowing. What's wrong? Mjolnir moved. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mjolnir's hammer on the table, although it looked plastic, but after the means of the grey wolf, the divine power became more powerful and vast. At this time, Mjolnir's hammer revived, and that divine power began to recover, shining everywhere. BROLY suddenly looked up and looked at that place in New Mexico. Thor, it seems to have awakened. Loki felt it too, with a smile on his face. New Mexico. A certain town. At this point the entire town was destroyed by a huge metal giant. This is the destroyer, about 3 meters tall, the whole body is made of black god domain metal, it is god domain Asgard's war weapon, and its combat power is very powerful. Although Loki did not rebel, the destroyer landed in New Mexico as in the original plot to take Thor's life. This is not an order from Loki. Rather, Odin's order. He is full of expectations for Thor, hoping that Thor can be reborn from the ashes and become a truly mature king. So he gave the order to hunt down Thor, the destroyer. Buzz! The metal of the destroyer's head opened, the energy gathered, and the high-temperature laser shot out, rushing towards the opposite fairy palace warrior Sif, who only had time to hold up the energy shield and block it in front with both hands. Boom! The high-temperature laser broke the energy shield and directly broke out a big explosion, and Sif directly blew it out, seriously injured on the spot. The destroyer solved Sif and rushed towards the thunder god who had become mortal, and the remaining 3 warriors of the immortal palace were shocked and greeted him. Boom! 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 The destroyer flew the 3 warriors out and came to Thor, the god of thunder. Thor, the god of thunder, had no idea of dodging at all. Open arms, eyes closed, a look of determination to die generously. Come and kill me, let the others go. The light of destruction on the head of the destroyer kept converging, as if he wanted to really kill Thor, the god of thunder. Swoosh! Mjolnir disappeared into a cliff villa by the sea in Los Angeles. Loki was surprised, it doesn't fly. The grey wolf quacked and laughed, I changed it, I can travel through space. The corner of BROLY's mouth twitched, it's good that you changed it, otherwise Mjolnir will not be able to catch up, and then Thor will pounce on the street. In a small town in New Mexico, Thor suddenly felt the power of Mjolnir. His heart shook. My divine power, restored. My Mjolnir is back. Swoosh! The next moment, Mjolnir appeared in Thor's hands. It's still that tactile, watery feeling. This power is wonderful. Thor felt his strength back to the peak. Hey! Groove! What the hell is this? Thor opened his eyes and stared at the toy plastic Q-version hammer in his hand. I was so scared that I almost threw this children's toy. What about my mighty hammer? Chapter-1-60. Thor, the god of thunder, was naturally not willing to throw Mjolnir. Although the appearance has changed, the sense of blood connection between the two and the other, cannot deceive Thor, the god of thunder. Thor, the god of thunder who regained Mjolnir and recovered his divine power, completely broke out at this moment. Holding Mjolnir's hammer, the sky gathered, lightning and thunder, as if the entire heaven and earth were echoing his pretense. Click! The Thor armor, which was originally destroyed by Odin, began to gradually revive on Thor's body surface at this moment. In less than a moment, Thor, the god of thunder, completely recovered, stood back at the top. Thor couldn't help but let out a long roar, expressing the joy in his heart. I, Thor, the god of thunder, forced the king. It's back. Thor, the god of thunder, looked down on the destroyer in mid-air, filled with the undesecrated majesty of the gods. If it weren't for the plastic hammer in his hand, it is estimated that he would have to give a full score in this wave. The 4 warriors of the immortal palace also looked at each other. That was Mjolnir? How does it feel like? Toys for toddlers? Like, quite cute. Who did it? Actually changed such a majestic hammer to this? Ah! Big Wolf sneezed. Bell bell bell. Suddenly, the watch in Big Wolf's hand rang. Little Grey, Daddy, where are you? Mom is looking for you. Then the roar voice of the red wolf came over, Big Wolf, you quickly give me back, what about the sheep? Big Wolf was frightened and stammered, come back immediately, come back right away. My dear wife, little Ash, I'll bring you something delicious. A minute later, Big Wolf was sweating profusely and roasted the whole lamb with the glowing dish that Alice had just made, and returned to the pleasant goat and Big Wolf World Wolf Castle with a swoop. Wife, look what I brought you. Boom! A pan flung into the face of Big Wolf. The 7th level big guy Big Wolf pounced on the street, lying on the ground and bursting into tears. Big Wolf's return to his own world also announced the end of this group gathering. Alice, send me more red envelopes in the future, you cook so deliciously. Alice, contact more in the future. Alice, there are many strange ingredients in my world, and a warm welcome to my world. Alice became a complete favorite, and almost everyone invited her. And the female Emperor Han Cook, with her female identity, invited Alice to One Piece's house as a guest. Okay, my sister's house should have a lot of strange ingredients, right? There are a lot of them. I can catch you an oversized squid that is hundreds of meters long and make you a delicacy. A few 100 meters long? Scratch? Alice shivered, her sister looked so beautiful and didn't expect to be so cruel, but she also wanted to try the hundreds of meters long large squid to make it delicious or not. So Alice followed the female Emperor Han Cook, swooped, and arrived at the Amazon Daughter Island of the One Piece world. Boya Han Cook returned to the Daughter Island and ordered people to capture the Sea King, although it is not as long as Hancock said, but it is also 50 meters long, it is a whale Sea King, and it is already a super invincible giant on Earth. Then, Alice uses her molecular cooking machine and starts cooking. Hancock set up a banquet and entertained many people who were close to Daughter's Island. At this time, outside the Daughter Island, a ship slowly docked in the port. A Draco stood at the bow of the ship. This is Daughter's Island. Don Quixote Antony, a noble Draco nobleman, descendant of the Creator, and grandson of one of the 5 old stars, enjoys the most noble power in the world. And beside him, is a 3-meter tall and thin bamboo pole man, respectful to him, inseparable, is the bodyguard sent by the 5 old stars to protect Anthony Sheng. This is one of the Draco's heritage, the strength surpasses the admiral, not inferior to the martial warring states. And behind Anthony Saint and the bamboo pole man, 3 meters away, Vice Admiral Baistaiu, who is very powerful, knelt there, trembling, back to Lord Anthony Sheng. This is the Daughter Island, and the owner of the Daughter Island Han Cook. Anthony Saint chuckled and sneered, a slave who escaped from the holy land of Mary Joa, and can still be a king of the 7 martial seas, your navy is simply waste. Baistaiu's head was almost on the board, and he was drenched in cold sweat and did not dare to reply. I heard that this Boya Han Cook is the #1 top beauty in the entire world, and it just so happens that this saint lacks a slave girl who washes my toilet. Number 11, wait until you catch her and bring me back to the holy land of Mary Joa. Anthony Saint showed a cruel and perverted smile. Yes, your highness. The bamboo pole man said. P.S. Shelf tonight, my speed is very handicapped, there is nothing to save. Hope to order more than 2,000 for the first time. Don't disturb my dreams, thanks.